Very good. Will the meeting please come to order? We welcome you to the Metro Council. Today is Tuesday, April 4th, 2023. So we have actually a special treat tonight. We want all members of the council as well as the public to please rise for the invocation, remain standing for the Pledge of Allegiance. We will have two invocations tonight. The first one is going to be brought to us by Shun Ahmad, who is the Volunteer Youth Coordinator with the American Muslim Advisory Council, and she is also interning with Councilmember Colby Sled. She is a guest of Councilmember Zulfan Sawara. And then after that, we have a special guest, Reverend Tex Thomas is here. He is the Emeritus Pastor of Jefferson Street Missionary Baptist Church. So they will go one after another.
Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim. In the name of Allah, the most gracious, the most merciful. Today I stand here to ask you to look over us, keep us safe, and keep us able. I pray you stand before those who are here to make the decisions, and I pray you guide them towards the right path, one not just for the money or recognition, but the one for the betterment of the people, the community, and Nashville as a whole. I pray you keep those running again this year safe and uplift those in it for all the right reasons, and for those ending their terms, I pray you allow them rest and a sense of fulfillment for all they have done for us. I pray you look over the visitors here today, for the parents, the children, the sisters, the brothers, the friends, and all the loved ones spending their times here to create a brighter future for this city. I pray that you make their lives easier and allow them to thrive in a Nashville we all want to see. I pray for a Nashville that finally allows us to rest, to feel emotions of joy and contentment, one where we all remember why we call this city our home. I pray that until then, through the turmoil, the grief, and the sorrow, you keep each person in this room and in this city in a place where they are loved, cared for, and allowed to unapologetically exist. Today, I especially pray for the lives that have been lost these last few days, for the children who will not see tomorrow, but the children who now fear what tomorrow will bring. I pray for the parents that sit anxiously awaiting for their students to get home. Ya Allah, give them peace and keep them safe and keep their loved ones safe. I pray for every teacher, every custodian, and staff member to never have to see their nightmares become a reality yet again. Ya Allah, I pray for change, I pray for change, and I pray for change. Ya Allah, you have blessed us with another Ramadan this year, and I pray that we are all able to be under your blessings again next year. Ya Allah, forgive us for any wrongdoings and allow us to be all together again as one Nashville tomorrow. Ameen.
Our God, who ordained government and have given us the privilege to participate in this government, bless this institution and these thy people. We pray, oh God, for the Covenant Church, for those children, and for those parents. Speak to them, and somehow or another let them know that all things still work together for good for them that are called according to your purpose. Bless these policemen we have in Nashville. Let them know that we thank God for them and for their service. And now, God, make us nothing so you can be everything. Amen.
Amen. I pledge allegiance to the flag and to the republic which stands one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you for both those invocations. You all may be seated. We have some special guests here who actually helped, Alejo Fernandez, who helped bang in the meeting today. He is an exchange student from one of our sister cities, Mendoza, Argentina. He was the fortunate or unfortunate one that was asked to come up here and bang the gavel. He's here with a number of students from Mendoza, and if I can get them to stand up and be recognized. And I'm looking for, it's Paula. If you would stand up. Okay, who's the person that she likes so much?
Harry Styles, I think.
The singer.
Yeah.
Harry Styles. So she wanted to send out a special greeting to Harry Styles, so I just wanted to make sure that he saw that. All right. Okay, you can, now that you've turned red, you can sit down. Okay, thank you for doing that. Okay, just follow it on back. Okay. Okay, without objection, we'll suspend the calling the roll and ask the clerk to record the names of those members present throughout the meeting. Is there a motion for adoption of the minutes of the meeting for March 21st? Properly seconded. Without objection, the minutes of the meeting will stand approved as written. Mr. Clerk, any messages from the mayor?
There are no messages from the mayor.
All right. Councilmember Pulley, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Mayor. Last Monday, our community was rocked by a senseless and unthinkable tragedy. As we try to come to grips with how this could happen, it is comforting to see how our community and the nation has responded. The compassion and support shown to the families, the Covenant School, our community, and our city has been extremely touching. We will always remember those who were lost to us. We're all forever grateful to the Metro Nashville Police Department and our first responders for their heroic actions, and to the staff of the Covenant School, many of whom laid down their lives to protect our children. Catherine Kuntz prepared her school well for this. It's something she hoped would never happen, but they were prepared. That preparation saved countless lives. As we continue to lean on one another for support, know that we as a city will continue working very hard to ensure the safety of our children. Thank you, Vice Mayor.
Thank you, Councilmember Pulley. Councilmember Nash.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. Gosh, a little over a year ago on a Christmas Day, we had a tragedy here in this city with the bombing of 2nd Avenue. I remember writing a letter to the editor that night. 6 officers that were involved and getting lots of commendations for their heroism. And I wrote they deserve every bit of that credit. But in fact, they represented and did exactly what I would expected any of the officers that I worked with over my years at the police department. They all deserve credit for the heroism they show every day. Here representing the police department tonight and the heroes of the Coventry tragedy are Chief Gilder, Deputy Chief Virginia Kerrigan, Inspector John Blaisdell, Commander Anthony McLean, Commander Lee Kendall, Captain Sean Richmond, and Captain John Melzoni. And I pray that you will pass along our gratitude and truly that we appreciate their heroism. And again, I wouldn't have expected any less from the folks I worked with, and I'm not surprised, but they showed the courage, the skill, and the compassion on that day.
Thank you, Councilmember Nash. Councilmember Syracuse.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. Well, in an effort to perhaps guide this body in facilitating a response to the horrific tragedy, as Chair of Public Health and Safety, I'm proposing that we work together on crafting a framework by which we will hold special called meetings. This issue, I would say, is heavier than the combined weight of all that is on our plate already, but we need to ensure that we focus like a laser on it. So it's imperative we move forward in as much of a unified and coordinated way as possible. There are multiple stakeholders, and there are already rapidly evolving moving parts here, especially with the announcement from the governor of new funding for school safety, which we need to stay on top of. So in coordination with the Mayor's Office, Metro Schools, MNPD, Metro Health, and Councilmember Suarez Education Committee, I welcome all my colleagues' thoughts about putting together the framework for these special called meetings to ensure we conclude with some tangible results, given the narrow scope of legislative options that we know that are before us. I've also spoken with the Sandy Hook Promise organization as well as the Uvalde Foundation and have already learned quite a bit. And my hope is that we will be able to bring them here to Nashville and learn from them as we work on our response to this. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Syracuse. I will conclude by saying this is a horrible time in our city. We have now, unfortunately, joined a long list of cities that never wanted to be on that list. Being around this community, as all of you have been, I think this city is depressed and heartbroken. We can be better as a community. As the stories go, after 9/11, this country woke up and realized what was important. People acted better then. They were nicer to each other. They helped and they loved one another. This is another one of those times where we need to step up. We can be better. We can remember what is important. We can reach out and help one another. We can push for peace and understanding, and we can work to make positive change. We owe this to our city, and particularly we owe this to the children of our city, nothing less. I have asked Weta Davis, who works for Metro Social Services, to sing a song that made me help feel better the other day. Ms. Davis. You recognize it should be on, the mic should be on.
Different song, yeah, okay. Ready?
Are you good?
I'm waiting for the. Sir? Yes, song. We're good. I'm just waiting on the track. I'm waiting on the track. Somebody was gonna start.
The music is not coming through.
Okay. All righty. All righty. Well, we'll act like it is. I have decided, determined, I'm committed that I'll run no matter the cost. I have decided, determined, I'm committed that I'll run, even though sometimes I may seem lost. I'm going to finish this race. I'm going to take my proper place in the winning circle. I'm going to run anyway. I don't know where or how, but I know that I'm going to make it. Oh, I will run this race, nestled safely in amazing grace. I've made up my mind, and I don't have much time, so I'll run till I finish. Come on, let's run this race. We all can take our proper place in the winning circle. We all can run anyway. I don't know how or when, but I know that we can make it. Oh, let's run this race, completely covered in amazing grace. Let's make up our minds. We don't have much time, so let's run till we finish. Let's make up our minds. We don't have much time, so let's run till we finish.
Thank you, Ms. Davis. Councilmember Van Rees just gave me information if people need some help. This is a program of Family and Children's Services. This is a crisis text. It's a crisis line, 615-502-4373. 615-502-4373. Any person, any problem, anytime. It's free and confidential. It's a program of Family and Children's Services. We will obviously have more information as we have additional meetings. We thank the Metro Police Department for being here. Exceptional job the other day. And our hearts go out to everybody involved in this situation. A very, very difficult time in the city. All right. So we are now ready for proceeding with our agenda. We are ready for elections and confirmations. Councilmember Murphy, you're recognized.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. We had an Arts Commission appointment of Ms. Janet Kurtz for a term expiring January 1, 2027, and we approved her 5 in favor, 0 against. Historic Commission appointment of Dr. Celso Castillo for a term expiring August 10th, 2025, and then Traffic and Parking Commission reappointment, Mr. Meshach Adams for a term expiring on April 3rd, 2028. Also 5 in favor, 0 against, after confirming that he was sane for wanting to re-up on traffic and parking. With that, I'd like to move all of their approvals.
Where's Mr. Adams? Mr. Adams, if you would stand up. There he is. Okay. Just wanted to make sure that you were still comfortable with this before we vote. All right, so we have an appointment of Ms. Janet Kurtz, appointment of Dr. Celso Castillo, and the reappointment of Mr. Adams for the Traffic and Parking Commission. The motion is made by Councilmember Murphy, properly seconded. Any discussion? Seeing none, we're ready to vote. All those in favor of the motion say aye. Opposed, no. We adopt. If I can get those 3 individuals to stand up, Ms. Janet Kurtz, Dr. Celso Castillo, and Mr. Meshach Adams. Thank you all for being a part of Metro government and for being willing to serve. Thank you very much. Okay. All right, we are now ready for resolutions on public hearing. I will say that before we start both on resolutions and on bills on public hearing, we have an individual here who can help with Spanish translation. Ms. De La Ruiz, if you would come to the microphone and just explain that you are here to help.
Buenas noches, mi nombre es Sandra Ring. Yo voy a ser su intérprete de español en la sesión de esta noche. Si necesitan de mis servicios, estoy en la primera fila. Gracias.
Gracias. Thank you. All right, we are on resolutions on public hearing. It's on page 2 of your calendar. First item, the only item on resolutions on public hearing is RS 2023-2062 by Council members Johnston, Van Rees, Vercher, and others. It's a resolution directing the Metropolitan Planning Department to prepare a council redistricting plan consisting of 17 district council members and 3 council members at large to comply with state law, requesting the Metropolitan Planning Commission to hold the necessary meetings to approve the redistricting plan, and requesting the Vice Mayor to call any special council meetings that may be required to effectuate the redistricting plan. Councilmember Johnston, you're recognized.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. Committee reports, please.
All right, Planning and Zoning, Councilmember Withers.
We're on the
resolution.
Planning and Zoning recommended a 2-meeting deferral.
2-meeting deferral. Okay, thank you. All right, Councilmember Johnston, you're recognized.
Thank you. Open the public hearing, please.
All right, so before I open the public hearing, just to make sure what we're doing is clear, because this is a different type of public hearing. This public hearing, which is being called pursuant to Rule 28 of the council rules, is to hear from the public regarding redistricting plans being requested through council resolution of the planning department. We are requesting certain things of the planning department. The planning department is required, our planning department is required by Chapter 21 of the Public Acts of 2023 from the state of Tennessee, the state legislature, to establish district boundaries within 30 days of the effective date of the state act, which is this Saturday. The council resolution that is before us tonight requests a 17-3 map. That's 17 district council members and 3 at large. But there are a series of substitute resolutions as yet unacted upon that contain various other scenarios. As most of you know, 2 such versions have already been drawn by the planning department and shown to the community. But we are on the public hearing tonight. If you are interested, all you have to do is come forward and get in line. I declare the public hearing open as we are discussing RS 2023-2062. Anybody that's interested in talking on this resolution, if you would come on up to the microphone, give us your name, address, and then you'll have 2 minutes in which to speak. And when you see the red buzzer, when you hear it, that means the 2 minutes are up. I will gently ask you to step away, okay? We are ready to proceed.
Thank you, Mr. President. My name is John Stern. I live at 1437 Winding Creek Drive, 37135. As many of you probably did today in preparation for this, I went back and reread the Metro Charter, reread the state of Tennessee's redistricting guideline booklet, as well as some census data. But the issue before you tonight is odd, because conventionally you do not have the power to change the composition of metropolitan government. You can propose it, but the people have to do it by referendum. But we're in a crazy world, and so we have to do something. So my suggestion is, let's keep parity in the numbers. Let's keep the same ratio of at-large to district members in trying to find compliance with the state's work. We have created a Cane Ridge community district compliant with a 18-2 map and a 17-3. Both those combinations are basically cutting things in half. So I know it's tough, but I appreciate your efforts.
Thank you. Thank you for being here. Next individual, name, address, 2 minutes.
Yeah, hi, my name is Mark Schlicker. I'm at 5161 Whitaker Drive here in Nashville. Some of you know me from my work in Edge Hill with the William Edmondson Home Site, Historic Site, and Park. But I'm taking that hat off tonight to speak as an individual on what's going on here. I want to commend both the Metro Law Department, but especially Zulfat Swara, Delicia Porterfield, and Sandra Sepulveda for the courage to do what's right and to stand up. And I want to challenge the rest of council to stand beside them, whether that means becoming a part of the lawsuit and signing on, or signing on to a strong resolution. You know, I'm asked, 17-2 and 15-3 or whatever. How about 40? The people have spoken. We know what's going on, and it's not just because the state is trying to bully us. They have an agenda. They have an agenda to get control. They have an agenda to make Metro more controllable. And I don't have to tell all of y'all what this means for the districts, what this means for the closeness to your constituents, what this means for the eventual, if not sooner, requirement to go to a full-time council position, which basically opens the door for professional politicians. We have the closest thing to direct democracy in this city, this side of Vermont, okay? The Vermont town halls. And the citizens have already said what we want.
stand up, channel the courage, if not the tactics, of those brave representatives up at the State House and do the right thing. Thank you.
Hi, everybody. My name is Whitney Pastrick. I live at 917A Spain Avenue. Are you okay? Yeah. In the proud District 5. Y'all know I usually come up here with my phone and I like speed read a bunch of stuff that I wrote, but I don't need to do that tonight because I'm exhausted. The people behind me are exhausted. And I think a lot of you in this room are exhausted. Even those of you who maybe don't see what the issue would be with making the Metro Council smaller. I think what we're all exhausted by is living in a state where they tell us to jump, and this city says, how high? And if the definition of insanity is doing the same thing over and over again and expecting different results, I do not know how this council can, in good faith, attempt to find a solution to the problem that's been forced upon us and expect that what we're going to get in return is good faith results from the oppressors at the state level. And let me be specific, the Republican oppressors at the state level. So I'm asking each and every single one of you, stand up for Nashville. Stand up for our city. Stand up for Davidson County and our right to exist. We're not getting punished because we did something wrong. We're getting punished because we exist. Yeah. But we deserve to exist. And so I'm sure everyone behind me will echo the sentiment. Stand and fight. Don't make me come to your house and sing Les Mis on your front lawn, because I will. And thank you all for your service to Nashville.
Hi, everyone. Jason Freeman. I live at 1241 Sunnymead Drive in District 7. I wanted to come here tonight to say plainly that this is not just a dispute between state and local lawmakers. This is a dispute between certain business interests and the voters of this county. Yeah. I moved here in 2015, the day after y'all passed the local hire amendment with 57% of the vote, and I watched a bunch of sore losers go up the street and overturn the will of the voters of this county. And it's been happening ever since. It happened with developers overturning our local or inclusionary zoning laws. It happens with rideshare companies and Airbnb, and business trade associations don't like the laws that we pass. I've been in this room for a lot of big votes. And one of the things that's amazing about this room is I've been here till 1 o'clock in the morning waiting to see the vote go on the board because we actually didn't know how you were going to vote. The reason that you're able to do that and actually have a debate on the floor is because you know you can actually walk your district and explain to your voters how you voted and why you voted that way. The reason they want to do this is they want to make it so expensive to get elected that you won't be able to do that. And you will have to listen to corporate lobbyists and not your constituents. Don't let them do that. There's no reason for you to act on this tonight. There's a court proceeding going on that you should wait to see what happens. And no matter what happens, there is not enough time to do any sort of meaningful community engagement in a true redistricting process that represents the voters and constituents and communities of this county.
Thank you, Mr. Freeman.
Good evening. My name is Paulette Coleman. I live at 6205 Willow Oak Drive. It is important to note that Nashville's was the first consolidated government, and since that time, 14 other cities and counties have consolidated using the Nashville model. If it were so ineffective and efficient, do you think that 14 other cities and counties around the country would use it? It took a lot of time, it took a lot of determination, it took community engagement, and even some people had to change their position. Any changes that are made should be thoughtfully made and with input from the citizens. The potential to disenfranchise black and brown voters is enormous, and this process cannot be done in a rushed or haphazard manner. You, as our elected leaders, have a responsibility to Davidson County first and should take priority over the whims of the state. Over the past several months, we have seen the state cannot be trusted with billion-dollar deals when they are actively creating chaos in our city by cutting our representative in half diverting tax monies from our convention center and looking to take control of our airport. This can wait. A stadium deal and a racetrack and all of those other things we cannot vote on in a short period of time. To enter into any other deals with the state is irresponsible. The consequences will last for decades. Please do not vote out of haste. Let the court decisions play out and let the public engage in our processes. I thank you for your appreciate your work on behalf of the council, and I think we all stand committed that Nashville will not become a colony of the General Assembly. Thank you.
Chairperson Schulman and members of the council, thank you. I'm Martha Carroll. I live at 325 Gatewood Avenue in East Nashville. I attended the Conference for Neighborhoods sponsored by Neighbor to Neighbor this past Saturday. It was good to see council members there and to talk with some of you, thanks to Jim Hawk and his staff. But for me, the most inspiring of all that happened that day was hearing Dr. Carol Busey, history professor at Volunteer State Community College and Davidson County historian, speak at the luncheon about the Metropolitan Government of Nashville and Davidson County, which was implemented on April 1st, 1963, 60 years ago this past Saturday. Her words made me love this city even more. What a glorious history we have. I quote from an article I found online Dr. Busey wrote, entitled A Short History of the Creation of Metropolitan Government for Nashville-Davidson County. She writes, Nashville became the national pioneer in metropolitan organization. Nashville was the first city in the country to achieve true consolidation. Today, there are some 14 consolidated governments. Each successful consolidation has used the 1962 Nashville Charter as a model. We have something worth holding on to, a metro government that represents and respects all our citizens. We have on the one hand this unique, creative history. On the other hand, we have state legislators bullying and rushing us through a process that will only create chaos. I urge you to act to protect what we have, to honor the creative, inspired thinking of our forebears. Within just days of celebrating the 60th anniversary of our metropolitan government, do not vote to go along with its destruction. We are counting on you. Thank you.
My name is Clay Capp. I live at 1508 Lillian Street. I'd like to thank all of you all who have resisted the Council Reduction Act and who have stood up for our local self-government. And I would urge this body not to collaborate in this attack on our charter. I think it's important to remember, as we all certainly do, that this is happening in the context where we have been gerrymandered out of our congressional representation. There is a pending action that we're all well aware of on Thursday in the General Assembly to remove a duly elected member of our House of Representatives. This is of a piece with that and all the other attacks that we've seen on Nashvillians. It's of a piece with the attacks on reproductive rights and LGBTQ Nashvillians. This is part of the General Assembly's dark vision for our society. Do not collaborate with this attack on our charter. Please also remember that the state constitution and the United States Constitution are on our side.
Hi, I'm Randy Horick, and I live at 220 Mockingbird Road. If I had to vote on a specific plan, I'd vote for the 17 council districts and 3 at-large members. But instead, I urge you tonight to adopt NOAA's position and vote no on every map until we've had much more community input than is possible in one meeting. The state has enacted a mandate that is unconstitutional both in intent and in law. My response is feed them fish heads. As we have seen, this state government despises Nashville, not just because of our policies, but because of who we are and what we represent. They hate our diversity. They hate our welcoming attitude toward immigrants. They hate our strong minority representation. They hate that we value the LGBT members of our community who they are trying to run out of our state. Yeah. It is telling that we have a governor who goes immediately to McNairy County after a disaster, as he should, but disappears after our city is traumatized by a school shooting. It is telling that he says not a peep against Nazi white supremacists who paint swastikas in our neighborhoods and distribute anti-Semitic leaflets. Not a peep even after they raise a Nazi flag here with a sign praising him as a leader. Instead of dutifully complying with their demands, like a Vichy government, I invite you to take a stand and defend Nashville values. Let's not just hold a vote on maps. Let's hold a referendum on applying for statehood. That path is actually possible under our Constitution. It's how West Virginia became a state in 1863 when they rejected slavery. Whether or not we are successful is not the point. The point is to demonstrate that we will not simply bow to a state that seeks to impose white nationalist values on our city. For the past several years, I've heard we should not poke the bear. We should not pass ordinances the state may override. We should try to reason with them. We all see where that's gotten us. It's time to ask the question that Richard Pryor once posed. How long must this bullshit go on?
Name?
Jessica Marquez Munoz. I live
Hold on just a second. Okay, so next speaker, name, address, and you've got 2 minutes.
Good evening, Vice Mayor Schulman and members of the council. My name is Jessica Marquez Munoz. I'm the manager of advocacy and communications at Conexión Américas, and I live in District 19 and work in District 17. I'd like to begin by reiterating the historical context against the reduction of council. Since its inception, there was a large participatory process in deciding the size of council. In multiple instances, voters decided against the reduction of council, citing the importance of the inclusion of minorities. I'm here to reiterate those words and amplify the needs of the Latinx community to all members of council. The process of redistricting, while participatory, was also exclusionary, in part because the process had to be so rushed. The website and information disseminated by Metro Planning were solely created in English. While members of the council and local organizations worked hard to translate the main points, we know that many community members were excluded from this conversation or don't even know the process is happening due to the lack of language justice. Today, while Latinx community makes up 14% of the Nashville population, only 1 member of council is part of the Latinx community. With this pending reduction of the council and lack of equal opportunity from communities whose home language is anything other than English, we're at risk of losing our sole representation. Keeping this in mind, I would like to remind us that in less than 20 years, the Latinx community will be the largest minority in Nashville. The reality of districts being redrawn to exclude minorities is one that is too real and occurs too often in the United States. Redistricting, if not done properly, will silence our voices and completely isolate our community from the legislative process. The Latinx community is an important and growing part of the city's civic engagement, business leadership, and economic development. We ask that our community is genuinely included in every decision that this body makes, especially in decisions that alter the democratic process. We know democracy works best when it's closest to the people it represents and actively reflects the population. Our community's representation on civil rights are at stake when we are not included in processes as key as this one. Thank you for your time.
All right, thank you.
Good evening, Vice Mayor Schulman and members of the council. My name is Sabina Mohideen. I live in District 25, 81 Ravenwood Hills Circle, and I work in District 17. I am the executive director of the American Muslim Advisory Council, representing well over 45,000 Muslims in Nashville. This process has been way too rushed. Our community members are not even aware of what's going on. And, we have worked hard as AMAC to get our community members out and voting in elections. And this will cause mass confusion. I mean, even from last year, I never did get my voter registration card. I never got updates on where my polling location is, but it's because of my work, I know where to go and find that out. thinking about community members who's, for them, that English is not their first language, how confusing is that for them? And then to go from 40,000 member district to from 20,000 to 40,000, it means they will not have access in the same way to their council members. You are taking away their right to be duly represented in Nashville. And so that lack of representation, this rush process, the confusion that will ensue with new district maps is why I'm asking you to vote no to all the proposed maps. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Hannah Smalley. I live in 37217 in District 16 along Murfreesboro Road. I'm here tonight as the Advocacy and Education Coordinator for Tennessee Justice for Our Neighbors, which is located at 2195 Nolensville Pike in District 17. And we're asking that Metro prioritize language justice as we continue with redistricting. The Metro Planning Hub, where residents can view and comment on maps, is only available in English. That means that non-English speakers aren't able to view or comment or contribute to this process to the same extent that they would with language justice. Redistricting without language justice will further weaken the electoral powers of immigrant communities. More than 10% of Nashvillians speak a language other than English at home. That's more than the total population in any of the current or proposed districts. Council members, imagine the outrage if Metro Council prevented all the residents in your district from participating in this process. It would be undemocratic and unfair, and I hope you would fight for them. In terms of the total number of people excluded, the equivalent of that is happening now to non-English speakers spread across all your districts. 30 days isn't nearly enough time to do things as well as we otherwise would. And we advocate for ample time to consider community input. Even with current district lines, many communities are nearly or entirely absent from the council. There's just one Latina council member, there's just one Muslim council member, and there are 0 Arab, Asian, or Kurdish council members. Unless the redistricting process actively prioritizes preserving and expanding representation, this is only going to get worse over time. As we continue the redistricting process, I ask that you only vote to approve a map that honors existing community ties and gives minority leaders the opportunity to represent their communities. What we currently have is not that. Thank you for your time.
All right, thank you.
Good evening. My name is Bill Howell. I am the treasurer of NOAA, Nashville Organized for Action and Hope. I live at 1701 Sweetbriar Avenue in Councilmember Tom Cash's district. While I appreciate the diligent work of the Planning Commission to respond to the state mandate of reducing the number of members of this body within the allotted time, I nevertheless ask you to reject both proposals. The state mandate does not allow sufficient time for public review and analysis of the proposal. My own personal review found that this will double the number of constituents in each district and reduce the number of council members required for approval of an ordinance from 21 to 11. That will take power away from the citizens and transfer it to business special interest. This matter is under litigation. I urge you to let the court do its work. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Howell.
My name is John Muhammad. I live on Mesa Drive in District 29. I urge the council to vote down the maps as introduced to extend the timeline for meaningful community feedback. The state's decision to reduce the council goes against the state's decision to reduce the council's size goes against Nashville's voters' wishes and displays hypocrisy by a party claiming to be a champion of small government. The audacity of an individual from outside of our city who looks like he's trying to take people to Flavortown, dictating to us our council structure is disconcerting. Nashville councils, it really is just this I wrote up all this stuff, impossible to read. Just the amount of time that the state spends on state preemption and undoing and meddling in all of our affairs is just wild to me. So vote down the maps, extend the timeline to get meaningful feedback, and yeah, no dudes from Flavortown, nobody trying to take us to Flavortown should not be meddling in what we got going on over here. I got 38 more seconds, and yeah, so 30-second. My man with the highlighted, yo, I can't. Let me stop.
All right.
Evening, y'all. My name is Trent Benj. I live at 5304 Bartonvale Court in Councilmember Robert Nash's district in District 27. And so, originally, I hadn't planned to comment on this. I would let the council do its job deciding what the configuration would be. But I have spent pretty much half of my week over the past couple weeks up at the General Assembly, and quite frankly, I am at my limit. We can't stand for this. We can't allow ourselves to be pushed around. In the spirit of preparation, I would argue that we should approve tentatively a configuration, but that we continue to fight our court case. We continue to tell the state that we will not stand for this, and that we will hold our elections this year with our 40 district council, 40 member council, 35 districts, 5 at large. And so, while I don't necessarily urge all of you to vote no on any proposal tonight, I do urge all of you to think critically about what the proposal you will be voting on in favor of or against will do to the communities that you represent, to my community, and to the community of everybody else. I think tentatively we should be prepared for a council reduction because, in all honesty, given the court composition here in Tennessee, there's not an amazing chance that this lawsuit succeeds. However, we should continue to fight for our communities, and I will stand with each and every one of you that chooses to do just that. Thank you.
Thank you, Trent.
Hola, mi nombre es Juan Aguilar. Mi dirección es 5809 Couch Drive. Vengo del Distrito 20 y creo que necesitamos tener más respetaciones que hablan en nombre de una comunidad diversa.
Repítame su nombre.
Juan Aguilar.
Good evening. My name is Juan Aguilar. I live on 5809 Crouch Drive, District 20. I come in representation of, go ahead.
La comunidad divisa.
La Visa community.
Y, a ver, tengo mi nota. Creo que necesitamos tener más respetación que hablar en el nombre de una comunidad diversa. Creo que sí se dice.
Okay. And I speak in the name of people that have no representation in a very diversity community.
Creo que necesitamos que tener más personas que pueden hablar por las personas que no tienen voz y las personas que para que se sienten más cómodos y saben que alguien que los representa.
And I think we need to speak on the people that had no voice, and so they will feel more comfortable and more represented.
Antes yo quiero decir que creo que es importante votar no porque necesitamos que tener aporte de la comunidad.
And I think it's very important to vote for the no so we can be more represented in the community.
Hi, my name is Olivia Chen. I live at 410 4th Avenue South. Dear Metro Council and fellow Nashvillians, As a concerned Nashvilleian, I implore the city of Nashville to slow down this process, the redistricting process, and the selection of a new district map by May, as well as a headlong rush into the upcoming Nashville election. We must ask ourselves, what do we stand to lose if we move too fast? These are massive decisions which involve the interests of hundreds of thousands of residents and billions of tax dollars. Nashville, we need to trust the process. We need to take our time and ask ourselves the right questions. These questions are, which communities stand to lose the most if we move hastily and recklessly? How do we ensure that all of our interests are best represented as we are deciding how to divvy up the city? How do we best represent the interests of people of color and low-income communities? Let's take Broadway for an example. How ironic is it that such a nationally renowned party street of such a diverse city represents such a small subset of culture? Honky-tonks, country music, and white bachelorette parties in a city with such a large immigrant and non-white population. In the same vein, the way we redistrict the city has enormous implications on the representation of Nashville minorities. Will the elected officials adequately represent our communities? How do we ensure that the officials hold the interests of the people who it is meant to represent at heart, instead of the interests of large corporations? What kinds of businesses will be encouraged by redrawing district lines, and which businesses and cultures will be stifled? Will diverse neighborhoods be gentrified? Will cost of living rise? Will residents who have lived here for decades be pushed out? How will this affect the public school system and economic infrastructure? We need to know the answers to these questions before we proceed, which can be done only by taking into account the lived experiences and opinions of Nashville residents. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Ashley Batchelder. I live at 636 North 5th Street. Just basically want to say that this process and this timeline is not just, it is not fair, and it is not how we should be making decisions that impact our future for decades to come. There's a huge lack of information and a great deal of misinformation floating around the city. For the last week, it's felt like we've had to just wake up every day and assess, what do I have the capacity to process and to act upon? And I'm just not sure where studying new council districts lands in people's priorities when we as a city have been grieving from a mass shooting, reacting to the state legislature, or having conversations with our friends and neighbors about a very unpopular stadium deal. I would be interested in hearing from the Planning Commission about how many people came to the feedback meetings in the last week. I would bet that it's not a lot, and surely not as many as in 2021. I've had conversations with people who are typically very engaged in Metro happenings, and the vibe has largely been, oh, I haven't even had a chance to think much about it. If you don't spend your days on Nashville Twitter, if you don't pay for a Tennessean subscription, or if you're just too consumed by trying to survive through these very challenging times, you might have just missed that this is even happening at all, and that is not people's fault. I can look at the 15 and 5 or the 17 and 3 maps, and I can probably come up with what my preference would be for me individually, but I would never say that we should do that. That is not how policymaking is done. That is not how we move toward equity and fairness and justice, and that's just not how we make space for others to participate. And like everyone else said, we just shouldn't be doing the bidding of the state, and we should be waiting until all the unknown factors, the lawsuits come down. We should be doing what's best for our city. So please don't feel like you have to vote on these maps tonight. Thank you.
All right, thank you.
Good evening, Vice Mayor Schulman and Council. My name is Luis Mata, and I live on 2921 Old Franklin Road in District 32, and I work in District 28. I'm the policy coordinator for the Tennessee Immigrant and Refugee Rights Coalition. On behalf of our members and the immigrant and refugee community, we urge you to defer this vote to ensure ample time for meaningful community engagement. Plain and simple, our democracy is at stake. Our state legislature is stopping at nothing to continue its attacks against all of our communities, including this council body. We must stop at nothing to protect our democracy and protect our freedoms. And that begins with fair and equitable representation for all of our communities. While the damage of state interference has already been done, you all have a crucial choice in front of you. Further the harm or take bold action. And bold action is long overdue. Here in Nashville, despite making up 14% of the population, the Latinx community only has 2 Latinx elected officials in Nashville, 4 in the entire state, one of whom is a member of this legislative body, and when she was elected, she made history as the first Latina to be elected to Metro Council. The same goes for another member of this legislative body who also made history as the first Muslim to be elected in the entire state. Nashville has been at the forefront of historic elections, and we are now jeopardizing the progress we have made. By moving forward with this vote tonight, you're not only insulting them, but insulting the hundreds of thousands of black and brown voters in your district who will lose representation. While we applaud the effort to include public input opportunities, in 2021, you had half a year. Now you have 30 days. We need council to continue focusing on ensuring our community's voices are heard and prioritizing fair representation instead of rushing this undemocratic redistricting. We urge you to defer this vote to ensure meaningful community engagement. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello, my name is Alexa Little. I live at 304 Radnor Street, and I am currently running for Metro Council. I ask you to please not let the state tell us what to do with our city. We need to follow through with the court proceedings and fight to maintain our 40 districts. We cannot succumb to their bullying. To throw together new maps and redraw lines so quickly will put voters, council, and our city in total chaos while we scramble to even figure out who is representing us. And those who don't speak English won't know what's happening at all in their city. There is not enough time to give it ample thought and input from the people, and we need to fight against this. Please take a stand and fight for our right to be Nashville. I ask that you vote no on all of these. However, if we are forced to redistrict, I think we should extend current term limits so that we have adequate time to give this enough thought and input from the people. Thank you.
All right, thank you.
Good evening. My name is Martha Stinson. I live at 2606 Westwood Avenue in District 18 in the Hillsborough West End neighborhood. And first off, I just want to say thank you for your diligence and your patience to not move forward at the last meeting and not the fact that you did not pick a configuration. I want to thank you for that because it would have been entirely premature. And I say tonight the same thing. It still is a rushed, accelerated, crazy fast-tracked process. And to pick that configuration tonight is still, I ask you not to do that. If you wait and let the process play out as you have the latitude to do, because you are not under the same state mandate as the planning department, and I know you know that. But if we are able to wait this out a little bit, you will have the benefit of more and better information. You will have the planning department's revised maps that, based on 1 week's of input, which is probably obviously not enough, but still, they will be released tomorrow. The court's decision is coming soon, could be 48 hours, we don't know when, but it's coming, and that will inform your decision. The Planning Commission will also be making recommendations later this week. So to rush and make a call tonight is simply not necessary. I ask you to think that through, not make a pick tonight. There's no need to rush. Continue to hold off on naming the configuration and let the process play out. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Thank you, Ms. Stinson.
My name is Daniel McDonald. I live at 717 South 12th Street in East Nashville, and I'm currently a council candidate for what is currently District 6. I want to thank you all for the impossible task that you have. There are no wins in this unless we win the court case. I'm a strong supporter of the 40-member council. It supports our diversity, and the will of the people from the 2015 referendum. However, if we don't prevail, I want to remind the body of the importance of this decision. This will set, whatever we do in the next few weeks with these maps, will set precedent for our districting maps for decades to come. So, you know, I hope we can put the temporary politics aside, whether it's where the incumbents happen to live or the central business district or a project that's coming down the pipeline, and think about what the neighbors want and the community wants. And we need more feedback from them. We need neighborhood cohesion, understanding the transportation and the land use that brings our districts and the city together. We have 2 draft maps right now, and that's not enough. I think that the people of Nashville deserve to give feedback on all the options, reasonable options that have been proposed, whether that is the best access to your council member with 20 district council members, or whether we consider the super districts with 4 super districts to spread the geographical of the at-large types. I urge the council not to be hasty in the decision, because we need the nuance. We need to give the people the options, and we need to get that feedback, and there's no way to do that with the time that we have. Thank you.
All right, thank you.
Good evening. I'm Reverend Dr. Judy Cummings. I reside at 3073 Carrington Place in North Nashville. I'm a retired pastor, public justice theologian, and community activist. And I rise today not representing one organization, but several. And my question to you this evening is why? Why are you entertaining a vote other than no on a bill that is clearly not in the best interest of those you are elected to serve? Right. A bill that is clearly a retaliatory move by the state's supermajority against Nashville's progressive-leaning council. I look across this council, and I have worked over the years with many of you on issues of justice, on issues that face the community, on issues that disproportionately impact people that you represent. I know you. This bill is a bill that is disruptive. It is a bill that dilutes the representation and the vote of not just Black and brown residents of Nashville, but all Nashvillians. It is a vote that you should vote no on, a bill that you should vote no on. My question again, and I'm going to do what most pastors don't do. I'm not going to use all my time. My question to you is, again, why are you entertaining the dysfunction of the state? You have legal backing. The question is, do you have the courage? Do you have the courage to vote no? Thank you.
I don't have a fancy speech. My name is Heather Carver. I live at 3635 Baxter Road in Jolton, which is District 1. I'm here to say that 15, 17, it doesn't matter. Don't do it. The answer should be no. Nashville can not only be a place for people that look like me. Join the other members and sue the state. Dealing with people and dealing with the state and seeing how they reacted on the floor of the state legislature in the wake of a mass shooting was abhorrent. The state showed their true motivation this week on the floor of the legislature in front of the whole world. And Tennessee needs to remember that Nashville funds its bank accounts. Treat the state like I treat my teenagers. Cut them off. Nashville is the only safe place left in this state for minorities, for LGBTQ plus people, and for our children. And this council of 40 is the only people that are going to keep it that way.
Hi, Jason Miller, 1003 Lawrence Avenue in 12 South area. You know, the backpack I'm wearing right now actually has districts that I drew. There isn't enough time to present to you quality districts. I doubt that the Planning Commission's districts are exactly what they wanted either. But in the middle of creating those districts and trying to get to a meeting to be heard, nerds like me didn't have the time. So I doubt that other people who are regular citizens can show up and give you quality information when I couldn't do it myself. With my derailing my afternoons in the middle of a school shooting, God. The world that we are in right now, I can't believe that we're playing ball with them right now. It doesn't make any sense. They are destroying our council, and they are trying to undo everything that we are trying to accomplish in this city. Take some more time. Let's focus on the infrastructure that we have here to instill democracy and to represent our people. That's all I want to say.
Thank you.
Good evening. I'm Brad Rayson. I'm president of SEIU Local 205. We're the Union of Metro Employees. Our address is 521 Central Avenue. 40 is the right number. 40 is the right number for this council until the people of Nashville say otherwise. Yeah. Back in 1958, the first attempt to create a metro government failed, and it failed because there were only going to be 21 council members, and there was concern about what would that do to representation in our town. A few years later, it passed, and we have the government we have today, and there were 40 council members in there. 40 is the right number until we decide otherwise. This council is testament to how important it is to have a large, diverse, inclusive organization to make decisions. And you have a lot to be proud of what you've accomplished. And size has helped make some of the great decisions you've made. So don't be in a hurry. Let the legal process take its course. If there's going to be changes to our council, it should be on our terms and our timetable. Now, the gang up the hill, they talk about us not being great partners, but I think they're the ones who are not reliable, honorable, or dependable. And I and our members are scared to death about entering into a $2 billion stadium deal with people, with the state having such a big investment and not being honorable, trustworthy, or dependable. We need to take our time. We don't need to rush on changing the size of our council. We don't need to rush into a deal for a stadium that we can't afford. Thank you.
Good evening, council members. My name is Miguel Moravic. I live at 4500 Park Avenue. I've been in Nashville 7 years, and I just graduated from Vanderbilt University, where I was the president of the Graduate Student Council. So I know a thing or two about being bullied by larger administrations. That is exactly why I implore this body to stand up to bullies and vote down all the proposed maps today. The main reason I want to focus on is because this is too much, too fast, and the proposed maps will lead to voter confusion and voter disenfranchisement. Yeah. Don't believe me? During the 22 midterm elections just this last year, following the sudden state redistricting, I went out to cast my early voting ballot for Odessa Kelly and others. I left town for work, and to my amazement, council member Colby Sledge, are you here today? Colby? He stepped out? Well, Colby Sledge had to message me on Twitter to let me know that my ballot, along with 400 others, was thrown out because the polls got our ballots wrong at the polling center. Since I was out of town for work, I could not recast a provisional ballot, and my vote was thrown away. My vote was thrown out because the people and the polls were not ready to implement the new districts on such a short time frame, as will surely be the case in this election. Votes should not be thrown out in this country. Voters should not be confused about who they're voting for. And rather than give in to pressure from the state, this body should stand up, listen to its constituents, let the courts play this out, and most importantly, vote no to all these proposed maps. Thank you very much.
My name is Maddie Davis, and I live at 1628 21st Avenue. In the fallout of the last week for our community, I'm stuck searching for an answer as to why I'm speaking tonight. Vice Mayor, you mentioned after 9/11 the unspoken but ever-present feeling of community coming together to be better and rebuild with each other in mind. I do not remember this, but because I was 1 year old. The only time in my history I remember experiencing a shared sense of love and fear in my community is late spring and summer of 2020. The air was tense and the Capitol was full. What is different today? Nashville is still mourning, still in turmoil, still calling for the same changes, this time with children holding the microphone. Nashville is not ready to rush ahead with open arms to receive the next generation of corporate investors who will be protected more closely than the children born here. And their interests at hand will shrink into the hands of the few rich enough to sell their souls. Tonight, I am asking that you hear my request for a Metro Council that will work in full for the people of Nashville, because Nashville is tired. And this exhaustion is not from staying up late to read the new Titans Stadium financial report in full breakdown. The state may try to shrink us, scare us, and silence us, but this is Nashville, this is our home, these are our neighbors, and this is our future to make. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello, my name is Ethan Link. I live at 4912 Ruskin Avenue. I'm here tonight as the treasurer of the Central Labor Council of Nashville and Middle Tennessee. We represent 20,000 hardworking families across the region, and many of the folks who are the firefighters, the general government employees, the construction workers, and the folks that make this city run. We've received numerous communications from our members and affiliates seeking information about the implications of this resolution on their representation in Metro government. We believe that the confusion and chaos this legislation has caused is certainly intentional on the part of the Republican supermajority and undermines our local democratic processes. For this and many other reasons, the Central Labor Council is asking you to defer any action to redraw districts or implement new council structures until all possible legal remedies have been resolved by the Metropolitan Department of Law and sitting council members who have legal standing and the prospective candidates who have legal claims. I won't echo a lot of the things that you've already heard tonight because we all agree with many of the things that you've heard in terms of this, but I would ask you to remember something while we're debating this. Remember who was here and when they were here. Remember while the unprecedented attacks were happening on our city. Remember who showed up after work to come here and ask that you represent us faithfully. And remember who went to the state to try to undo our democracy. They're the same business interests. They're not magically two different people who wear two different hats. They're the same people and same business interests that come to you for zoning requests, for tax incentives, for land deals. They have often begged you to ignore this community so that you don't kill the golden goose that made them rich. But now the same interests are engaged in dismantling Metro government, treating it as a game. You have the power to say no. Please exercise it.
Assalamu alaikum, Metro Council members. I hope you all are doing well. My name is Shan Ahmed. I live on 2505 Burbank Court in Young, Tennessee. I'm in District 31. I work and technically also intern for District 17. And on top of all of that, I have youth in 70% of your councils. And I'm here speaking for them more than anything, for a future that they want to see. I stand here as a Kurdish and a Muslim woman, concerned and honestly entirely enraged with the fact that this is being so rushed with such haste. This is an unreasonable timeline to get our communities out to actually speak. A diaspora community refers to one in which a movement, migration, and scattering of people is done away from established homeland. I have watched this as a Kurdish woman in this city. I have watched us get overshadowed by these systems. I have watched us get ignored from the things that we truly do need. And this redistricting is doing that again. It is taking our people and it's spreading it upon multiple different zones. And now the people that are able to come up and ask for resources are unable to. Even further with that, I watch as many of you come into our places of worship and to knock on our doors and ask us for things. And we are watching because many of you will come and ask us for things. And in these moments when we really need you to represent us, you do not come forward. In this following election, we will see that again. We will see those of you who ask and those of you who disappear. Even as a Muslim woman, I will also admit, not the best planning on my part, but I fully forgot to bring food today, and I have not eaten since sunrise, and I only have 3 dates in my system from a mentor who dropped it off for me. I should not have to sit here today, hungry and waiting through this to be able to advocate for the hundreds of families who are not able to stand here, because many of them are at home with their families, praising in a month that they should have, and the right they should have to be able to worship, to be closer to their Creator. But instead, we have to be here to be able to advocate for our livelihoods to still exist. Many of them have chosen not to be here for the reason that they've decided their afterlife is more important to focus on than an institution that does not give them a trust or an ability to believe in what is put forward. So I urge you today to vote no for my kids, my future, but also the families, the many people I represent, and everything else to come. Thank you so much.
Hello, Sylvia Johnny Tropany, 1327 Riverwood Drive in Inglewood, and I hope I'm preaching to the choir, but it's been said, no taxation without representation. And I think that 40,000 people for one council person, or whatever the number is not representation unless the citizens ask for that number to be the number. And for the egregious actions of the state to determine how we don't get represented, I beg you to vote no.
All right, thank you.
Thank you, Twanachik. I live on Cane Ridge Road. I love the representation tonight. Thank you to everyone. This makes me proud to be a Nashvilleian. I registered to vote as soon as I turned 18. I've always taken pride that I'm a well-informed citizen who doesn't vote without knowing the issues. This is why I'm so distraught, angry, and horrified by my great state's leaders who recklessly pass legislation that will increase my council size by twice. How am I supposed to be an engaged citizen and keep up with twice as many meetings? How are my elected representatives and our city's planning staff supposed to appropriately redistrict in 1 month? They can't. The state should be ashamed of its abuse of power. They are impacting my rights as a valuable member of this great state and every other citizen of Nashville. This few weeks, they've taken away the community benefit agreements, they've impacted subdivisions, the boards and commissions, and they haven't done anything to focus on things we need them to focus on, like the red flag law, health care, opioid crisis, and so many other things. Council members, I ask you tonight, and you have my utmost respect, please be the adults in the room and make the hard choices. I support showing them how well we can do in spite of their antics, and we will remember them at election time. Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Isaac Swafford. I live at 5800 Maudina Avenue, and I'm here as a representative of Stand Up Nashville. Council members, you have just heard from numerous community members who have raised countless questions around the plan to redraw the Metro Council districts. We don't yet know what the fallout of any decision will be. We as a community are also reeling in the wake of the loss of lives at Covenant School this past week, and will grapple with the tragedy for a long time. The state of Tennessee, among many other attacks, has passed legislation to take over the control of our sports authority, while we were expected to sign a check for over $3 billion in taxpayer money for the stadium, and take the word of a few rich business people that it will go to a good place. Yet still, amidst all this upheaval and confusion, for some reason we are standing here entertaining this attack on our community. The council does not have to make a decision tonight. The community has just made it for you. Defer this legislation. Thank you.
Thank you.
My name is Davey Tucker. I live at 610 Fatherland Street. I stand to remind us of our collective communal history and to give context to this moment. As one who has lived through many of our losses and experienced a few wins, from the racial strife, from the civil rights movement, from the inequities that still exist, Nashville is not perfect by any measure, but it is our city and it's our future. We have struggled, argued, fought, fell out, made up, moved out. Some have had to move on to create what we have now. Blood has been spilled, asses have been whipped, and folks went to jail. This is our city and our future. Many say, let's pick something and get on with the business of the city. A choice between bad options is no choice at all. We should not participate in our own demise. This is our city and our future. If you approve any map, you will take us back 60 years. This is a violent, egregious, disrespectful law. You have no legal duty to approve any map. This is our city, and it ought to be our future. Augustine, the great North African bishop of Hippo, the early church father, said, an unjust law is no law at all. This is part of a national hate-filled, racist narrative ideology that I call MAGAism. The false belief that our country and our city somehow has a moment in our history that was great and we should all return to it. Our great is in front of us. Our great is aspirational. Our great requires that we continue to do what we've always done, wooged and tugged and fought, because this is our city and it's our future.
Okay, that's a hard act to follow. My name is Laura Roast. I live at 4604 Villa Green Drive in District 34. Y'all approved my appointment, by the way, to the Historical Commission last year, for which I'm grateful, but tonight I'm coming to you personally. This is very personal. The consolidated government and I are the exact same age. I think I'm doing okay. I think it's doing very well. I see no reason to change it. I have two prongs that I object to these proposals. First is literal. This dilutes any reduction dilutes the relationship between the council and residents. This relationship is what has led to good policy and discussion in the past. Diluting this will lead to a top-down procedure, inevitably. Removing buy-in on ordinances and zoning matters will lead to its own set of problems, and y'all will be left to deal with those. Also have philosophical differences with the proposals. We all know this is an attempted punishment by most of the state legislature. Please don't knuckle under, roll over, show your belly, pick your metaphor. Don't put yourselves in the state's shoes by giving in. That looks like acquiescence at best, and frankly, like could be construed as conspiracy at worst. Do not put yourselves in their shoes. Let the courts do their job with the two suits already filed, and we don't even know what else is coming on down the pike. Think of the precedent that would set. I don't think anyone in this room truly thinks that this will be the state's last attempt at disenfranchisement. Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Reverend Vanita Lewis. I live at 3507 West Hamilton in 37208. I am a 40-year civil rights activist and president of the most powerful organization, civil rights organization in the country, the NAACP. Being in this space, fighting for our rights is where I feel most comfortable. 30 years ago, NAACP members led the fight to implement term limits on this side of the room. Because back 30 years ago, if you got in as a council person, you could sit 25 and 30 years. And if we had not fought, you would not be sitting here today. The people on this side has voted you in to fight for us. We do not need you to cower down to a racist government that is trying to take us back to the civil rights movement. 40 is a perfect number. Noah was in the ark for 40 days. It rained for 40 days and 40 nights. Moses led the people of Israel for 40 years. We do not need 20 people representing this city. We cannot go back. We will not stand around and allow you all to act like we're supposed to be fighting with you all. We need you all to come on this side and let us fight with state government. We ask that you vote no maps and wait until legal battles are over. Thank you.
Good evening. I'm Lisa Williams. I live at 258 Harding Place, and I have learned so much just sitting in the audience today. I thought I'd done my research. I thought I knew what I was going to say when I got up here. But first of all, I want to make sure that I thank the team that has put together the maps that we have been looking at over the past few weeks. They've done a stellar job. I know they probably all could use a real strong cup of coffee right now. But I am a stay-at-home mom. I am a housewife. I have free time. And so I was able to drive across the city and spend about 2 hours of my day to go and look and see the maps, talk to the people, see what the plan was. And y'all, I'm going to keep this short. Don't let Tennessee whitewash our city. We have worked so hard and for so many years to embrace the diversity that we have brought to this town. We are growing faster than any other city in this state. We bring in more money than any other city in the state, and the state General Assembly wants to steal that from us. They want to whitewash every bit of work that we've done, and I urge you to vote against changing any of those lines until legal issues have been resolved and the city of Nashville, our residents in Davidson County, can vote so that they are represented adequately and appropriately and in all the ways that our city has done so beautifully for the past 60 years. Thank you.
All right, thank you.
Uh-oh. I'm Grace Renjon, I'm short, and I've lived in Cherokee Park since 1988. Last year, to my horror, someone anonymously distributed anti-Semitic pamphlets in my neighborhood. These have since been distributed in other neighborhoods, and Sylvan Park was recently vandalized with swastikas. I am sickened that anyone in Nashville or in Tennessee feels empowered to promote hate in our neighborhoods, but our state government has set a tone of hate and intolerance they now seek to impose on our local government, and we have paid a very high price for that already. This is not what democracy should look like. During my period of civic engagement, I've watched our Republican supermajority government micromanaged Nashville again and again, preempting actions this council took to govern our city wisely, including badly needed short-term rental and affordable housing reforms. More recently, Tennessee's Republican supermajority government has misused their power to leave Nashvillians with no congressional representation. Andy Ogles, my House rep, lied on his resume, faces no accountability, and clearly has no intention of representing the Nashvillians in District 5, a fact that should be subject to litigation. He didn't show up when our children were murdered. Few of our state leaders did. Our state government wants Nashville to be the engine of the state economy and Nashville residents to put up and shut up. Having my city government co-opted by a Republican supermajority that clearly hates Nashville and demands complete and utter submission is simply unacceptable. The same mean, vengeful General Assembly that will not take action to protect innocent school children from being mass murdered with assault rifles should not tell Nashville how to run our city. If you must choose Bob Cooper's map. But I ask that at a time when our government is making such a bad faith gesture of disrespect towards you, you don't capitulate. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello, my name is Elizabeth Landon, and I live in 437 Knowles Place. We've heard a lot of strong arguments. We've heard historical facts that cannot be changed. And man, am I proud of this city that I can call home. The people are speaking. Please do not take it as something that is a threat. Do not take it as something that bothers you. Take it as something that inspires you. Being uncomfortable is because of a reason. You know, we are uncomfortable because something is not right. We're not a simple city. We're not clear-cut. Nashville is diverse. Nashville is rich. Do not treat us, this city, as something simple. Do not treat it as something that can be quickly fixed. Do not consider our voices as obstacles. Again, please let us guide you. We are here because we care. Let us attempt to influence the path of Nashville. Again, we speak because we aspire for more. You know, support this ambition. Do not be afraid of it. Change is very good, but only when it's done well. Thank you.
Thank you.
Can I start?
Yeah.
I know you're starting to clock on me fast. Hi, my name is Odessa Kelly. I'm the executive director of Stand Up Nashville. I live at 1621 Chase Street. I'm the person that's been quietly following all the rules in the back. I want to talk about we're in an unprecedented time, and we all know this. We tried to help elect half of you in this room, and I trusted you to be the leadership that we needed. Nashville is damn near 1 million people, close to 750,000 in the metropolitan area, and we have no representation at the highest form of government. And we all know why that happened. Many here were frustrated by it, and you still are. We have very small representation at the state government. Now, it's okay if we're in a fight. We might lose some of these fights against the state, but what we need is representation that is going to stand with the people in the community. And that's what we're asking. When you ask me about leadership, it's not always about getting it right, but it's always about me being able to have trust in you to be an extension and a voice of the people who need you most. Given that we are in a lack of representation at our two highest forms of government, I need you to be unprecedented as well and show up. You got to work in the gray. That's exactly what you got to do today. So every vote that you make going here on out, it should send a message. It should send a message that every Nashvillian that we're going to stand 10 toes grounded in our city, and we're going to fight for this state. Every move that you make should feel and be like one of us. A lot of you are on the fence. You tell me one thing and then you tell someone another, and that can't happen anymore. We need you to be 100% unapologetically on the side of the people and move in the way that Nashville needs you to move. And when I say we need you to move in the way that Nashville needs to move, that means we need you to stand for what the people need here. We don't need $2 billion going to a Titan stadium. I didn't see any Titans standing us out there when we was out there protesting in the last 2 days, did you? If we have 40 members, that's on us. That's for Nashville to make that decision, not for the state and not for the business interest of this city. This city is ran and ruled by the working class, and it's your obligation to represent them.
Vice Mayor, Council, I'm Andy Depew, 230 McGavick Pike, Nashville 3721 Forum in the 15th District. But you all know me. Most of you call me the Mayor of Donaldson, but you all know me, so I'm going to just say one word, or 4 words. Use your common sense. Don't let the state run you out. We got to take over our town so it doesn't become 1963 again.
Thank you, Andy.
City Council. Rossi Turner, 3316 Masonwood Drive, Music City. We don't want to turn Music City into Dodge City. We don't want to, let me say it this way. 3 people went into a bar. Y'all ready for this? Take it home and talk to your parents. Talk to your children. I want to frame it in a way that everybody understands that I've been here all of my life, and I've seen the changes. I'm the Nashvilleian that's had a chance to travel to 47 countries around the world, but I came out of Preston Taylor. I've sat and talked to presidents in other countries, and I've seen the kinds of things that the state legislature is trying to do to Nashville happening in other countries. Authoritarian governments. What tools of analysis are being employed in order to make these decisions? Is it numbers? No. Because we can't have just a few people looking after all of these people. We need the 40. We do not need to allow anybody to interfere with our laissez-faire. How we decide to set up our government and do what we need to do that is best for us. It's hard decisions to make. But when we look after the children, C-A-R-E, conscientious and responsible engagement, that's what you're responsible for. Vote no. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening. I'm Miriam Mims. I live at 2410 Blair Boulevard, District 18, Tom Cash's district. I would like to take some liberties with an old adage that says, marry in haste, repent at leisure. And I would say, decide in haste, repent at leisure. It took us 8 years and 2 referenda many years ago to get to where we are today with this structure and this representation that works for our city. You do not have to follow an arbitrary timeline that's foisted on you by people who do not care about us. You have the power to take your time to allow us to give you the input that we want to give you. Do not rush. Please defer. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening, council members. My name is Scott Morton. I live at 2406 Brasher Avenue. I've been coming and working with this body for over the last 20 years. I've worked with many of you in this room at different capacities. I've typically kept my private politics just that, but something of this importance I do feel compelled to speak, and I'll keep it brief because I know you have a long night. You know, over the years, I've worked with everyone in this room and others before you. Nashville is a diverse, democratic society that's always been well represented by our 40-member district with our diversity and has always acted with civility and integrity because of that. Contrary to the Gentile and perhaps cowardly behaviors of our state level representatives, but you know, civility in my mind is an extreme important part of democracy. You know, civility means the behavior related to public life befitting a citizen. You have always acted with civility. You've always acted with extreme courage and consideration, and you've always been the bigger person. And I'm asking that of you tonight, to support the fact that we live in a democracy. We are a civil and integrity city. And I know you face an impossible decision. And everything that you have to decide tonight will have an outcome that will impact something. But I just strongly encourage you to act with civility and integrity, and whatever decision you make, I will respect it and I will support it. Thank you.
All right, thank you.
Hi, Nicole Williams, 2028. Sorry. I am so tired. And I don't know why we're here. After what we've gone through as a city over the past week and then some. I can't believe that we're sitting here entertaining any of this. Entertaining a vote on a freaking stadium. I cannot believe that we are doing this. And I don't know how anyone else is like holding it together. I'm so proud. I'm so proud to live in this city and to have like such wonderful people here taking time out of their lives when we should all be at home with our families, grieving and healing. But we're here. And I just want to give space and time for everyone who's like not okay to understand that it's okay to not be okay right now. Thank you.
Thank you.
My name is Simone Boyd. I live in District 21, and I'm going to direct my comments to Councilmember Pulley. Councilmember Pulley, last week I had planned to go to Hadley Park and be there to learn more about the redistricting, but I couldn't because I was there with you at Woodmont Baptist, the Reunification Center. And so I just want to share 3 quick stories with you about how reducing council will impact our community. In 2017, the transit restoration under the Berry administration, there was a proposal to do light rail down Nolensville Road. Nolensville Road is a cultural corridor. Some of y'all may see tire shops, but I see culture and I see community. And this is a place where I can take my children where they can belong. And this is why it matters to have someone like Councilmember Sepulveda. In 2019, when 3 people were killed in crashes on Clarksville Highway, Councilmember Hall didn't even respond to my parents' emails. It wasn't until after we CC'd CM Mendez and reached out to Senator Gilmore and Vincent Yancey that we heard back. In February of last month, I sat through a 3-hour meeting with community members from a district that I'm not going to name out of respect for this council member. But I listened to residents talk about infrastructure over and over and over again, while this council member has supported the Titan Stadium three times to this point, 2 times to this point. And so I'm asking you, just like everyone else has asked, we need representation, and we need y'all to vote. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Should be on.
My name's India Pungarcher. I live on Joseph Avenue in District 5. I'm also an outreach worker, and that work brings me all over the city. I have a little bit of a frivolous story, but it relates and is not frivolous. I think it really demonstrates on how every single day a lot of us either live or work in 2 very different versions of this city, a city that is built for the rich and built like a playground, the it city like everyone talks about, and the city for everybody else. And a lot of those folks are the people that, like, you know, we've heard so many times before, have built and have built this city. There's not a lot of free things to do in Nashville. I went to a fish and aquatic store over the weekend on Nolensville Pike as something to do. Quite literally, we were there, and there's a fish that is an endangered species from Australia that the former owner of the Preds apparently decided he didn't want anymore. It's an $11,000 fish, and this fish literally has a tracking device so that the Australian government can keep track of where it goes. So apparently it was explained to me the former owner of the Preds got bored with this fish. He couldn't just get rid of it, so he surrendered it to this fish store. So I promise this is related. I think that this just demonstrates on how crazy our city is. Like, we literally live in this city where people can go out and buy $11,000 fishes, and then so many of our residents quite literally don't have a roof over their heads, don't have food on the table. And I am terrified that this redistricting is going to only further perpetuate that and quite literally cost people their lives. Yeah. So I ask you to vote no. Thank you.
My name is Kelly. I live in North Nashville in Councilman Taylor's district at 26th and Buchanan. 17 minutes after a mass shooting began, our 1 week of public input on redistricting began. How can any of y'all even contemplate passing any of this is beyond me. We have already been silenced, and our representation has been taken away by 13 pages of lobbyists that sit on a bulletin board in that council. Back there, y'all, some of y'all are bought and paid for, and you know it. I do not know how any of you who are going to push this Titans vote and push this redistricting through sleep at night. I don't know how you look at your children when everything we have going on, people in MDHA housing have dirty water in this city, and y'all are sitting here getting ready to award the largest taxpayer subsidy to billionaires. I am speechless. I am rarely speechless, but I really cannot understand how we are sitting here having this conversation. We are not having a public comment on the Titans Stadium. Whoever introduced this legislation did not put a public comment on there for a reason. Dave Rosenberg added public comment for LPRs. Why do we not have a public comment on the Titans Stadium? Why are y'all in such a rush to push this through when the lease does not end until 2029 with 2 options for 5-year extensions? The Titans are not leaving Nashville. Burke Nihil lives in Williamson County. Amy Adams Strunk just bought 300 acres. Adolfo Birch just came back to his hometown in Nashville, where he was born, from 25 years in New York City. He's not leaving either. So don't give us false reasons why you are pushing this through. Have a spine and fight for the people in this city who put you here. Because you know what? Gen Z at the Capitol, with all their rage and all their energy, they will come for all of you who push this through the next election. I promise you that.
Marley Albert, I'll talk really fast because I talk fast.
Thank you all for doing this work. Thank you for listening to us. We're angry, we're mad, we're sad. We've got all the emotions. It's been a really tough time for everyone. And what we see, as you've heard, is an absolute bully by the state. And we're asking you guys to do something really brave, to stand up and just say no. I've heard people say, well, what's the state going to do? They're already doing it. So let's stand up and say no. We don't have to agree to any of these deals. We don't have to agree what's there. We can take a moral stand and say we just say no. We've listened to our constituents. We aren't going to back down. We're going to be courageous and we're going to stand up. That's who Nashville is. We are Nashville Strong. We know y'all can do it. Please vote with your constituents. Thank you.
Thank you.
My name is Reverend Kelly X. I live at 1109 Atwood Cove, and I just want to give you a little bit of wisdom that I've learned over the last couple of years, and that is no is a complete sentence. No is a complete sentence. The state legislature has told each and every one of you what they think of you. What they think about the legislation that you all push through, about the size and composition, what it means to be a diverse group. 50% women. If we look back to 60 years ago, half of those in this room who look like me would not be sitting in your seats. And they're saying what they think about it. And I say that you all have an opportunity to speak, and you can speak very simply by saying no. By not taking any of this, what they have sent forth, make the maps. Okay, maps had to be done, but we can say no. Simply saying no is enough, and that honors those who have voted you in, those who really have trusted you, have put trust, public trust, and faith in you. So do what you have been called to do, to listen to your people and vote no. Thank you.
All right, anybody else? Okay. Declare the public hearing closed. Councilmember Johnston, you're recognized.
Thank you. I'd like to move for a one-meeting deferral with a brief explanation, please.
All right, so got a one-meeting deferral properly seconded. Back to you.
Thank you. I want to thank everyone for coming out tonight, and I know that everyone in this room appreciates hearing from you. We hear your anger, we hear your frustration, we hear your sadness, and I think we all share in that with you. So I do want to acknowledge that you're sharing your evening with us. This resolution was introduced 3 weeks ago when the bill passed in order to direct planning to draw maps for our review. This legislation was deferred at that time, and planning has their own, as you know, timeline. They have drawn outside of our direction or without our direction a 15-district map as well as a 17-district map. Those new maps are going to be coming out tomorrow. They're revised based off of community input. And so for that reason, I want to defer this so that we can review those maps, but also leave open the option to direct planning to draw another map if we so choose. And so it's just giving us, we're not ready to, there's nothing to vote on right now. Anyway, this does not adopt or approve any map. It would direct planning to draw a particular map. But I do want to leave our options open. And so with that, I move a one-meeting deferral.
Okay, so it's a motion to defer one meeting, properly seconded. Councilmember Benedict on the deferral motion. Okay, then not on the deferral motion. Councilmember Sepulveda on the deferral motion.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. On the deferral motion, I do want to thank everyone who made the time to be here tonight and to speak to us and to give their opinions and thoughts as to what this council body should do. This legislation does need to be deferred. I don't know if it needs to be deferred 1 meeting, 2 meetings, or indefinitely. I think there is a special kind of privilege when you look at all of us that are sitting here today and everyone who was able, a lot of people who were able to attend tonight. There has not been adequate amount of time to do proper outreach I know that the planning department is trying their hardest, and we tried our hardest to get as many people here as possible, but there are a lot of barriers that come into play when people are trying to make it all the way downtown to speak to us. There are people that are getting off of their job, that have to go home, take care of the children, that might not have childcare, that might not know that this is happening. And when there is only one of you on this body, when there's only one of me, and I have to translate and get people out here, do you know how many people from my community actually made it tonight? Not a whole lot. And that's hard. It is hard to do this in the amount of time that we have been given, and it is not fair, it is not just, and it is silencing several of our communities that do not look and sound like most of us that are sitting on this side of this room. So I'm going to be supporting a deferral. If this body wants to defer by more than one meeting, I will support that. In fact, I probably prefer that. We have to do this correctly because this can set us back decades, and we cannot afford to do that. Our communities, several of our communities here have struggled in the past couple of years to have adequate representation. Look at the number of minority council members that are here today. Look at Council Member Suara, who is the first in the entire state. Look at me.
Yes. So remember, we're on the deferral motion.
So I ask for your support in a deferral, but I would ask that we defer by more than one meeting.
All right, Councilmember Benedict wants to be recognized on the deferral motion.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. I move a 2-meeting deferral, please.
We have to check on that. So we have a motion to defer one meeting. Can that one overrun? Okay, so you've got a motion to defer 2 meetings.
That's correct.
Okay, properly seconded. Now we're on this deferral motion.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. So the reason why I think we should look at 2 meetings rather than 1 meeting is because of what we heard today and what we've seen and what we've heard in the press and what we are hearing and seeing in the continued temperature up the street. So we're hearing that people want us to be furious just as they are. And I am furious. We want 40 members on this body. We need 40 members on this body. That's what the people have said time and time again, and we've got somebody meddling with us that that we are not standing up to and saying, I'm not going to do what you're telling us we have to do. We need to stand up to them and say, go ahead, sue us for a change. Sue us for a change. I'm not doing what you're requiring us to do. I've had a conversation with Director Dietz about that. I don't know if that approach will work or not. But in my opinion, if we don't defer this for a couple of meetings, we're not going to have the opportunity to dig into those details and see. So our planning department, you have done a superb job. What a stellar job on the maps and on getting all over this county so quickly and on creating another map for tomorrow. Thank you for that. I don't want your maps, though. Sorry, you guys. I want a 40-member map. But with that, Vice Mayor, I renew my motion for a 2-meeting deferral. Thank you.
So we're on a motion to defer 2 meetings. It was properly seconded. Discussion on the motion to defer 2 meetings. I've got people in the queue. Councilor Mendez, you're recognized.
Thanks. I'll keep it short. I think everybody knows I'm in favor of having a process along the lines of what a lot of our speakers talked about that is deliberate and informs the public at every step of the way rather than scattershot in just a couple weeks. So I'm going to vote for whatever deferral motion happens to get to a vote first. I do want to say, and I appreciate Councilmember Johnston mentioning it, but I think it's worth saying again, the emotion and the pain that the city is feeling over the shootings last week is palpable. I've talked to people in this room who have broken down in tears today, and other people told me that they have recently, earlier today. and we saw it again. And that the between stuff with the state and the shootings last week and just everything, I just want to recognize that pain that's there. I know we're all feeling it. I think I speak for everybody that we appreciate y'all coming out today and working through that and sharing your thoughts. Really, truly, thank you.
Got Councilmember Suara on the deferral motion.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. I want to stand in support of the deferral motion as well. And I want to echo what everyone has said to thank everyone that showed up for your passion and for standing up. I want to thank Director Dietz, did a wonderful job defending us this morning, the lawsuits. Same thing with the other attorneys that are representing us. And also thanks to planning for at least putting up the map. I don't want to repeat what everybody said, but I do agree with everything that he said. This map that we have before us is not something that we can even say anything with. People have not had the opportunity to look at it with everything that we're doing. So it does make sense for us to take our time to push it back as far as we can to see where the lawsuit goes. I mean, what is the rush? We're not mandated to make a decision by the states right now. So I would suggest that we take our time, we listen to our constituents, and we vote to defer it. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Councilmember Porterfield. Councilmember Nash, hold on. Councilmember Porterfield. Councilmember Nash. Point of order.
I'm a bit confused. We had a motion on the floor already that I thought we should have had to vote up or down before we entertained another motion.
Yeah, so what happens is, that's why we checked with the director, that motion to defer to it, the definite time took precedence over the first motion. So that's what just to make sure everybody's clear, we had a motion.
We had a definite time also.
Yeah, but this one takes precedence over hers. Okay. I'll let Director Darby explain that.
I think you did a great job explaining that. You have a motion to a date certain can be superseded by a motion to another date certain.
Okay. So where we are right now is, there was a motion made to defer one meeting. It was properly second. We were on discussion there. Councilmember Benedict then made a motion to defer 2 meetings, also properly seconded. So we're on Councilmember Benedict's motion to defer 2 meetings. And if that one doesn't pass, then we're back on the original motion. Okay. Councilmember Porterfield.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. So before I start, just a procedural question. So if I were to make a motion for an indefinite deferral, that would supersede the motion for the 2-meeting deferral. Is that correct, Vice Mayor?
Councilmember Director Darby.
No, it would not supersede. You need to take the vote on a motion for a deferral to a date certain prior to making a motion for an indefinite deferral.
Okay, thank you for that clarification. So with that, I'm going to support the motion for the 2-meeting deferral, and I'm going to support the motion for the 2-meeting deferral. Thank you all so much, and excuse my voice. I've kind of lost my voice. It's been a very emotional week, as we've been hearing, and I just want to thank everybody from the community for showing up and for coming out. And a lot of these faces that I see out here today are faces that have stood in solidarity with the city of Nashville and with the state of Tennessee all week up on the Hill. So thank you all for being here. This legislation, the legislation that was passed at the state is unconstitutional. We know that. Metro Legal has taken that position.
Councilmember Porterfield, again, it's a deferral motion. Okay.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. And speaking in support of the deferral motion, we've heard from the people in the community. We've heard feedback from people in the community. There was a gentleman who got up and gave his testimony today in Spanish, and we had somebody here to translate it because we heard from people in the community that said that we needed those services, and we listened to the people in the community. So when people in the community show up, good things happen, and we make those changes. I'm going to support the 2-meeting deferral, Vice Mayor, but I also want to yield my time to Councilmember Johnson, Vice Mayor. Thank you.
Councilmember Johnston, you're recognized.
Thank you, Councilmember Porterfield. So after hearing I don't know how many people come out tonight and hearing taking the temperature in the room, I withdraw.
Okay. All right. So the resolution's withdrawn. Okay. All right. So people in the audience, what that means is the resolution's off the table. All right. We now move on to bills on public hearing. Thank you, everybody, for being here. And I know that there are other people here who are going to stay here because we have some bills on public hearing. We are now on, again, on page 2. This is section G on bills on public hearing. Councilmember Hauser, for what purpose?
Clarify what just happened. I don't understand. So are we deferring or are we not deferring?
So Councilmember Johnston, Councilmember Hauser, Councilmember Johnston withdrew the resolution. It's off the table.
The resolution. Okay.
Right. Okay. All right, we are now ready for bills on public hearing. I'll call the bills one at a time. Refer to the sponsor unless the sponsor moves to defer the public hearing. The sponsor will call for a public hearing. I'll then ask for a show of hands for those who are here in favor of the bill. Then ask for a show of hands for those who are here in opposition to the bill. If anyone in favor of the measure wishes to speak, I'll ask you to come forward, find the microphone, introduce yourself, give us your address, and you'll have 2 minutes in which to speak. Then ask if anyone opposed wishes to speak. We'll do the exact same thing on the reverse. After that process, I'll close the public hearing, refer back to the sponsor. We are ready for the first measure. It is BL 2022-1607 by Councilmember O'Connell. It's an ordinance to amend Title 17 by changing from CS to MULA NS zoning for properties located at 1407 Milson Street, 1402, 1404, 1406, 1410, and 1412 Joe Johnston Avenue. It's approximately 50 feet west of 14th Avenue North. Councilmember O'Connell, you're recognized on your bill.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to open the public hearing. I'm happy to take some time for the chamber to clear if that's better for you.
I think we can proceed ahead. Can you all hear me in the back? No. Okay, I got some yeses and some no's. All right, we are on BL 2022-1607. And Councilmember O'Connell has called for the public hearing. So I declare the public hearing open. Need a show of hands of those who are here in favor of the measure. Okay. Show of hands of those who are here in opposition to the measure. Anybody here in opposition to this first bill, BL 2022-1607? Those in favor wish to speak? Come on up. Name, address, and you'll have 2 minutes in which to speak.
Hello, Jeremiah Wooten, 1828 Wild Oaks Court in District 32. There are a whole lot of things I love about this project. First, I love we're not funding it with the largest ever public subsidy. I love that we're not having to draw a 130-acre tax capture zone around in order to fund the development of this site. I love that we're not having to institute an additional 1% hotel tax on tourists.
Okay, you got to stay on the zoning bill.
I'm talking about things I like about this bill.
I understand, but this is on a zoning bill. It is not on the stadium. You can't do that.
I'm not talking about that. Have I mentioned
You're
that?
talking about the stadium, and you can't do that.
No, I'm talking about things that aren't applying to the zoning bill that I appreciate.
You can't do that. That's
I'm
in
not allowed to
violation.
talk about things that I like about a zoning bill?
You can't use a zoning process to talk about something else. That's not allowed. You can talk about the zoning bill.
I'm talking about the zoning bill.
You talk about the zoning bill, but you can't talk about the stadium. That's not allowed.
Okay. I'm talking about a zoning bill.
I'm going to cut you off if you don't
I'll file
stop.
litigation. I'm talking about the zoning bill. I'm talking about things I like about the zoning bill.
Okay. I mean, at some point you can't violate our rules. All right.
Is there a rule that says I can't speak about things I like about a zoning bill?
You can talk about the zoning bill. You can't talk about another bill by talking about your zoning bill.
I think we heard many people speak about lots of things in regards to a public hearing on restricting.
Do you want to talk about your zoning bill?
I would like to, yeah.
Okay.
Can I have the remainder of my time?
No, you've got 30 seconds.
Okay. I also appreciate that we're not having to backstop $150 to $250 million of bond debt in order to fund this project. I love that we're not required to provide 4,000 parking spaces for this project. So for all of those reasons, I urge you to support this ordinance. Thank you.
So we do have rules that we do have to follow within this body. You cannot go up and talk about another bill. You need to talk about the zoning bill. So I'm just telling you that you can't do that. And if people do that, sir, we have certain rules that I have a responsibility to follow, okay? Declare the public hearing closed. Councilmember O'Connell, you're recognized on your bill.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to move approval.
Okay. Got a motion to approve, properly seconded. Any discussion on the bill? All those in favor say aye. Opposed, no. This one's adopted. We're on item number 3, BL 2023-1691 by Council Members Johnston and Henderson. This is an ordinance amending section 17.12.030 of the Metropolitan Code, zoning regulations regarding street setbacks and building orientation for residential corner lots. Councilmember Johnston, you're recognized.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. I am going to defer the public hearing to the first meeting in May, but I do need to put on an amendment first. If I can move that amendment, please.
Okay. All right, so Councilmember Johnston is going to move the public hearing on this one to the first meeting in May. All right, but there is an amendment that you'd like to consider. So Councilmember Johnston's moving the amendment, properly seconded. All right, so hold on just a second. We are short of quorum. Okay. All right. Councilmember Johnston is moving her amendment on Bill 2023-1691. Properly seconded. Back to you for an explanation of the amendment.
The amendment is based off of feedback from our zoning administrator and others in planning to avoid multiple parcels that would be in non-compliance. I think that's right. Is that right, Ms. Milligan?
Ms. Milligan?
Or Matthew. Hi, yes, that's correct. We wanted to make sure that we weren't creating a situation where there would be existing legal lots of records that were rendered unbuildable.
Correct. So I move the amendment, please.
All right. So again, I've got a motion to move an amendment on Bill 2023-1691. Properly seconded. Any discussion on the amendment? Seeing none, all those in favor of the amendment say aye. Opposed, no. Amendment's on. Now you want to move your bill as amended to the first meeting in May.
Correct.
Okay. All right. So Councilmember Johnston has moved Bill 2023-1691 as amended to be heard in the first meeting in May. Properly seconded. Any discussion on that motion? Seeing none, all those in favor of the motion say aye. Opposed, no. You adopt. All right, we're on item number 4, BL 2023-1712 by Councilmember Taylor, which can also be taken with item number 5, BL 2023-1713. BL 2023-1712 by Councilmember Taylor. Ordinance to amend Title 17 by change from IR, R6, and RM40 to SP on properties located at 2404, 2500, 2518 West Hyman Street and West Hyman Street unnumbered, approximately 198 feet east of W.H. Davis Drive, 11.68 acres. And the companion bill, which is BL 2023-1713, ordinance to authorize building material restrictions requirements for BL 2023-1712. Proposed ordinance requires certain materials to be restricted in the construction of buildings. Councilmember Taylor, you're recognized on your 2 bills. Sorry.
Thank you. I'd like to open the public hearing.
Okay, declare the public hearing open on both BL 2023-1712 and 1713. A show of hands of those who are here in favor of those measures. All right, show of hands of those who are here in opposition to those measures. Okay. I see a bunch of hands in favor, nobody in opposition. Those in favor wish to speak. Sir, I will warn you again that if you're going to talk about the stadium, that's not allowed.
You're the only one who's mentioned that word so far.
Sir, we do have rules, and I will have to cut you off if you do that.
You're welcome to. I will see you in court. There are several things. Has my time started yet? Okay. There are several things I love about this project. First, I love that we're not funding it with a penny of public subsidy.
Sir, you are cut off, and I will ask security to escort you out of the building. Okay. You cannot do that. You're violating our rules, and I'm going to ask you to leave. You can't do that. declare a 15-minute recess. we are on we're on items number 3 and 4. These are items 4 and 5. These are by Councilmember Taylor. It's BL 2023-1712 and 1713. I think I read the captions on both, and we're in the process of having a public discussion, an open meeting on those two. I guess I need to go back. Councilmember Taylor, I'm going to ask for a show of hands of those who are here in favor of this particular measure. Okay. Show of hands of those who are here against this particular measure. All right. Those in favor wish to speak. If you would, come on up. No?
I'm Carl Meyer. I live at 2407 Hyman Street, 37208 in this district. And I represent the Nashville Greenlands Network. We have 3 houses directly across the street from this proposed project. And I am also on the leadership team of the North Nashville Organization for Community Improvement, whose boundaries and whose area is directly to the east across the railroad tracks from this. We did not get all that we wanted, but I want to commend Councilman Taylor for getting this bill down from 180 units to 154 units. We're speaking, I think, on the substitute ordinance. Is that correct? And we had many meetings, and Councilman Taylor worked very hard to meet the requests from our community. Our community really wanted to have a second exit with easements through TSU property to Ed Temple Boulevard. We weren't able to get that, but the developers have told me that they are determined to try to get this second exit. So in spite of the fact that we didn't get everything we want, and I want to thank Councilman Taylor for the very hard work that he did and his responsiveness to the community. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Meyer. Anybody else wishing to speak? Mr. Meyer, I will tell you, I think the substitutes are getting ready to come up on this thing, okay? Seeing nobody else, declare the public hearing closed. Councilmember Taylor, you're on your 2 bills.
Thank you. I'd like to move the substitute for 1712.
Okay, so I've got Councilmember Taylor's on bill 2023-1712. He has moved the substitute, properly seconded. Back to you for discussion of the substitute.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. The substitute, we, as Mr. Meyer alluded to, thank you, Mr. Meyer, this has been a conversation for quite some time, actually several years, actually decades for this property. It started off, if some of you have ever heard of Rocket Ship Factory, the community said no. Then it went to 500 units. The community said yo, and then it went to 300 units. They said no, and then it went to 280 units, and they said no, and then 180 if we built the road, yes. If not, we've got to figure it out. And so that's what we were able to do with this substitute. So we're going to go from 180 units to 154, which will be 150 detached single-family homes, and then 4 attached townhomes. We're going to have 5 feet setbacks off of West Hyman to push it back even further off of the street for traffic flow. We're also going to work with the developer to rebuild the restrooms and Fisk Park that is neighboring this this property that were destroyed by the March 3rd tornadoes. Construction traffic is going to have to enter from Ed Temple Boulevard to West Hyman Street, and it can't cut through the neighboring local paths or local streets. And then finally, we're going to require the developer to utilize either on-site private parking or off-site private parking and not allow them to kind of clog the streets with cars and work trucks where the public parks. And so, and then we're also going to continue to hammer home trying to work through an easement to alleviate the stress on Hyman Street for the traffic flow. So these are some of the things that I think make this ordinance a lot better, and I ask for your approval.
All right. Councilmember Taylor has moved approval of the substitute on Bill 2023-1712. It's been properly seconded. Councilman Roberts?
I would like to abstain on this and the next one as well, please.
And the next one. Okay, so you're abstaining on 1712 and 1713. Is that right?
That's correct.
Okay. All right. Anybody else on the substitute on this? Seeing none, we're ready to vote on the substitute. All those in favor of the substitute on 2023-1712 say aye. Opposed, no. Substitute's on. Councilmember Taylor, you're on your bill as substituted.
Thank you, Chair. I'd like to move the bill as substituted.
Okay, so Councilmember Taylor has moved 2023-1712 as substituted, properly seconded. Any discussion? Seeing none, Councilmember Roberts is going to be listed as abstaining on all votes on these two. Any discussion on this one? Seeing none, all those in favor say aye. Opposed, no. BL 2023-1712 as substitute passes on second reading. Now you're on your companion bill, which is BL 2023-1713. I think you have a substitute on this one as well.
Yes, I do. And this substitute is a companion bill that just kind of, with the materials, it does the same thing as a materials bill would do for any zoning SP.
Okay, but you need to move the substitute, correct?
Yes, and I'd like to move that substitute.
Okay, motion on the substitute, properly seconded. Any discussion on the substitute? Seeing none, all those in favor of the substitute say aye. Opposed, no. Substitute's on. You're on your bill as substituted.
Thank you. I'd like to move for approval as substituted.
Councilmember Taylor moves BL 2023-1713 as substitute for passage on second reading. Again, properly seconded. Any discussion on the motion? Seeing none, all those in favor say aye. Opposed, no. You adopt. And again, Councilmember Roberts is abstaining on both those two bills. We're on item number 6. It's BL 2023-1760 by Councilmember O'Connell. It's an ordinance to amend Title 17 by change from OG to SP zoning for properties located at 309, 401, and 407 Driftwood Street, approximately 565 feet north of Hermitage Avenue at 9.39 acres. Councilmember O'Connell, you're recognized on your bill.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to open the public hearing, please.
Okay, to clear the public hearing open, a show of hands of those who are here in favor of this particular measure. All right, thank you. A show of hands of those who are here against this particular measure. Seeing nobody in opposition, those in favor wish to speak? Nope. Declare the public hearing closed. Councilmember O'Connell, you're recognized on your bill.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to move approval, please.
Okay, Councilmember O'Connell moves approval of BL 2023-1760 for passage on second reading, properly seconded. Any discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor of 1760 for passage on second reading say aye. Pretty weak, say aye. Opposed, no. You adopt. We're on item number 7, BL 2023-1761 by Councilmember Taylor. An ordinance to amend Title 17 by applying a detached accessory dwelling unit overlay district to various properties located north of Clifton Avenue and south of Jefferson Street, Zone RS5. Councilmember Taylor, you're recognized on your bill.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. I'd like to open the public hearing, please.
Okay, declare the public hearing open. A show of hands of those who are here in favor of this particular measure. All right. Show of hands of those who are here against this particular measure. Seeing nobody in opposition, sir, would you like to speak? It's up to you. Would you like to speak on this one? No? Looking around? No? Don't want to speak? Okay, declare the public hearing closed. Councilmember Taylor, you're recognized on your bill.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. I'd like to move for approval.
Okay, Councilmember Taylor has moved for approval of BL 2023-1761 for passage on second reading, properly seconded. Any discussion on the bill? Seeing none, all those in favor of 1761 for passage on second reading say aye. Opposed, no. You adopt. We're on BL 2023-1762 and 1763 by Councilmember Benedict. First one, 1762, an ordinance to amend Title 17 by changing from R6 and MUL to SP zoning for properties located at 1500 Porter Road and 1510 Branch Street, corner of Cahill Avenue and Branch Street is 19.93 acres. And the companion bill, which is 1763, ordinance to authorize building material restrictions and requirements for BL 2023-1762. Proposed ordinance requires certain materials to be restricted in the construction of buildings. Councilmember Benedict, you're recognized on those two bills.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. And I know somebody else around the city does this too. It's Cahal.
Say Cahal.
Okay. I think Councilmember Roten sometimes has streets that are tough to say.
Oh,
well. No, I'm just picking on him now. I'm just kidding. All right. I'd like to open the public hearing, please.
All right. Declare the public hearing open. A show of hands of those who are here in favor of those two measures. All right, thank you. A show of hands of those who are here in opposition to those two measures. Didn't see anybody in opposition. Those in favor wish to speak. All right, declare the public hearing closed. Councilmember Benedict, you're recognized on your two bills.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. So I want to move approval with a brief comment.
All right, we can move them together. Councilmember Benedict is moving approval of BL 2023-1762 and 1763 for passage on second reading. Properly seconded. Back to you.
Thank you. So I feel the need to talk about this because this is the largest development that's ever happened in South Englewood. And it's here, as you see, without a single vote, a single person in opposition. It's desired. It's something that the developer and I have worked on for 3 years to make sure that all the existing residents in the development that's there today land softly where they go. And that with the new development that this approves is going to provide all kinds of amenities for the community in addition to additional affordable units that this developer has worked closely on. So with that, I want the people of District 7 to understand that I hear them. This is an excellent thing for them. I'm excited for our community, for this area as we continue to get more dense. We're on a WeGo route. We're 0.7 of a mile from the second highest ridership route in the city. This is the type of development Englewood has said that they want. I think it's awesome for the city and also for, of course, District 7. So with that, I renew my motion. Thank you.
Okay, so Councilmember Benedict is moving 1762 and 1763 for passage on second reading. Properly seconded. Any discussion on the two bills? Councilmember O'Connell.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'm just going to speak in favor of the sponsor here and say that I've heard from members of her community who recognize and appreciate the work she's done on this, and I think it's an important project and support her. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Councilmember O'Connell. Anybody else? Seeing none, we're ready to vote. All those in favor of 1762 and 1763 for passage on second reading, say aye. Aye. Opposed, no. You adopt. All right, we're on item number 10, BL 2023-1764 by Councilmember Van Rees, and the companion bill, which is BL 2023-1765. 1764, an ordinance to amend Title 17 by change from R10 to SP zoning for property located at 253 Nesbitt Lane, near the southeast corner of Heritage Glen Drive and Nesbitt Lane, zone R10, and the companion bill, which is 1765. Ordinance to authorize building material restrictions requirements for BL 2023-1764. Proposed ordinance requires certain materials to be restricted in the construction of buildings. Councilmember Van Rees, you recognized on your two bills.
Let's open the public hearing.
Let's do it. Declare the public hearing open on 1764 and 1765. Show of hands of those who are here in favor of the two measures. All right, thank you. Show of hands of those who are here against the two measures. Anybody here against? Okay, those in favor wish to speak. Anybody wish to speak? I didn't see anybody against. Oh, okay. You're good. All right. Well, you just did, so you're good. All right, declare the public hearing closed. Councilmember Van Rees, you're
I'd
recognized.
also like to take up donations for a new guitar for Ellen back there. With that, I'd like to go ahead and move approval. Thank you.
All right, so Councilmember Van Rees moves approval of 1764 and 1765 for passage on second reading. Properly seconded. Any discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor of the two bills for passage, 1764 and 1765. All those in favor say aye. Opposed, no. You adopt. We're on item number 12, BL 2023-1766, which can be taken with 1767. These are by Councilmember O'Connell. 1766, an ordinance to amend Title 17 by change from MUIA to SP zoning on properties located at 207, 215, 217, 219, 221, and 225, 14th Avenue North, southwest corner of the corner of Hines Street and 14th Avenue North, and the companion bill, which is 1767, ordinance to authorize building material restrictions requirements for BL 2023-1766. Proposed ordinance requires certain materials restricted in the construction of buildings. Councilmember O'Connell, you're recognized on your two bills.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to open the public hearing, please.
Okay, declare the public hearing open on 1766 and 1767. Show of hands of those who are here in favor of those two measures. All right, show of hands of those who are here in opposition of those two measures. Only saw one hand in favor. Does that, I can't see the hand. Does that, no, okay. All right, declare the public hearing closed. Councilmember O'Connell, you're recognized on your two bills.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to move approval.
All right, Councilmember O'Connell moves approval of 1766 and 1767 for passage on second reading. Properly seconded. Any discussion on the two bills? All those in favor say aye. Opposed, no. You adopt both 1766 and 1767. We're on item number 14, Bill 2023-1768 by Councilmember Withers, which can be taken with 1769. 1768, ordinance to amend Title 17 by change from CS to SP zoning for property located at 408 Woodland Street, approximately 275 feet north of Stone Bluff Drive, located within the East Bank Redevelopment District. And the companion bill, which is BL 2023-1769, ordinance to authorize building material restrictions and requirements for BL 2023-1768. Proposed ordinance requires certain materials to restrict in the construction of buildings. Councilmember Withers, you're recognized on your two bills.
Thank you so much, Mr. Vice Mayor. I'd like to open the public hearing, please.
Declare the public hearing open. A show of hands of those who are here in favor of those two measures. All right, thank you. A show of hands of those who are here in opposition of those two measures. Didn't see anybody in opposition. Those in favor wish to speak? Nope. Good to go. Councilmember Withers, you're on your two bills.
Thank you. I'd like to move approval.
All right, Councilmember Withers moves approval of 1768 and 1769 for passage on second reading. Properly seconded. Any discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor of the two bills for passage on second reading say aye. Aye. Opposed, no. You adopt. We're on BL 2023-1770 by Councilmember Taylor. This is an ordinance to amend Title 17 by change from RS5 to R6A zoning for property located at 913 33rd Avenue North, approximately 200 feet south of Clare Avenue. Is 0.14 acres. Councilmember Taylor, you recognized on your bill.
I'd like to open the public hearing, please.
You don't look like Councilmember Taylor. Does anybody know where he went? Did you sign on to the bill?
I can.
All right, hold on just a second. All right, I tell you what, Councilmember Taylor sub, hold on, we're going to go on to the next two bills and then wait for him to come back in. All right, the next two bills are Councilmember Nash, BL 2023-1771, which can be taken with BL 2023-1772. 1771, ordinance to amend Title 17 by changing from R10 to SP zoning for property located at 5646 Amelie Drive, approximately 560 feet north of Huntington Parkway, and the companion bill, which is 1772, ordinance to authorize building material restrictions requirements for BL 2023-1771. Proposed ordinance requires certain materials to be restricted in the construction of buildings. Councilmember Nash, you recognized on your two bills.
Open the public meeting, please.
Declare the public hearing open. A show of hands of those who are here in favor of those two measures. All right, thank you. A show of hands of those who are here in opposition of those two measures. Those in favor wish to speak? Okay. Declare the public hearing closed. Councilmember Nash, you're on your two bills.
I would like to move the bills. I have an amendment that we might want to add first.
All right. So you have an amendment on the first one, 1771, correct?
Yes.
All right. So Councilmember Nash is moving the amendment to BL 2023-1771. That's a proper motion, properly seconded. Back to you for an explanation of the amendment.
The major concerns expressed by neighbors in the area were drainage and traffic control. And I've been assured by stormwater that the drawings and other things that they'll be required will take care of the drainage. We'll actually have less water coming off that hill than we have now. And then the amendment takes care of the traffic part. The contractors have agreed to work with NDOT and spend up to $75,000 to address traffic calming, and especially with particular emphasis on the entrance at the top of the hill that has caused people problems.
Okay. So that's the amendment. Councilmember Nash has explained the amendment. He's moved the amendment, properly seconded. Any discussion on the amendment? All those in favor of the amendment say aye. Opposed, no. Councilmember Allen approved that one. So the amendment's
Thank you, Councilmember Allen.
All right. So you're on your bill as amended, 1771.
And move for passage as amended.
Councilmember Nash moves for passage of BL 2023-1771 as amended, properly seconded. All those, any discussion on that one? Seeing none, all those in favor of the bill as amended say aye. Aye. Opposed, no. BL 2023-1771 as amended passes on second reading. And you've also now got BL 2023-1772, which didn't have the amendment. That's the companion bill. Got a motion to approve, properly seconded. Any discussion on BL 2023-1772? Seeing none, no discussion. All those in favor of that bill for passage on second reading say aye. Opposed, no. I think Councilmember Nash voted on his own bill, so that one passes. All right, Councilmember Taylor, we're back to BL 2023-1770 by Councilmember Taylor. Ordinance to amend Title 17 by change from RS5 to R6A zoning for property located at 913 33rd Avenue North, approximately 200 feet south of Clare Avenue. Councilmember Taylor, you're recognized on your bill.
Open the public hearing, please.
Declare the public hearing open. A show of hands of those who are here in favor of that particular measure. All right, show of hands of those who are against that particular measure. Don't see anybody in opposition, sir. Once again, would you like to speak? Nope. Declare the public hearing closed. Councilmember Taylor, you're recognized on your bill.
Thank you. I would like to move for approval.
Okay, so Councilmember Taylor has moved for approval of BL 2023-1770. He moves for approval of passage on second reading. Properly seconded. Any discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor of 1770 for passage on second reading, say aye. Opposed, no. You adopt. We're on page 10 of my calendar. We're on item number 19, BL 2023-1773 by Councilmember Syracuse. Ordinance to amend Title 17 by applying a two-story overlay district for various properties located east of McGavick Pike and south of Meadowood Drive. Councilmember Syracuse, you're recognized.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. Open the public hearing, please.
Okay, declare the public hearing open. A show of hands of those who are here in favor of that particular measure. Got a bunch of people in the back. Show of hands of those who are here in opposition to that measure. Don't see anybody in opposition. Those in favor wish to speak. All right, come on up. If you want to speak, come on up. Name, address, 2 minutes, and you're carrying a big board with you. You're recognized.
Hi, I'm Jenny White. I live at 2819 Lumar Lane in Donaldson. Thank you so much for letting me be here. I just wanted to share with you again, I'm the president of the Lincoln Hills Neighborhood Association, which is what is being encompassed by the owners for this two-story overlay. And I brought this the last time I was here, and this is just a reminder as to why we would really love to have the two-story overlay applied to our neighborhood. So thank you in advance for your consideration, and thank you for what you do. Appreciate you.
All right, thank you. Anybody else wishing to be heard on this one? If we could get that thing framed for Councilmember Syracuse, that would be really nice. Declare the public hearing closed. Councilmember Syracuse, you're recognized.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. I definitely earned it. Move approval. Thank you.
Councilmember Syracuse moves approval of BL 2023-1773 for passage on second reading. Properly seconded. Any discussion on the bill? Seeing none, all those in favor say aye. Opposed, no. Councilmember Young passes that bill. All right. We're on item number 20, BL 2023-1774 by Councilmember O'Connell. Ordinance to amend Title 17 by change from DTC to SP zoning for property located at 630 Division Street, approximately 130 feet east of 7th Avenue South. Councilmember O'Connell, you're recognized on your bill.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to open the public hearing, please.
Declare the public hearing open. A show of hands of those who are here in favor of that measure. All right, thank you. A show of hands of those who are here in opposition to that measure. Didn't see anybody in opposition. Sir, would you like to speak? No. Declare the public hearing closed. Councilmember O'Connell, you're on your bill.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to move approval.
Councilmember O'Connell moves approval of BL 2023-1774 for passage on second reading. Properly seconded. Any discussion? Seeing none, ready to vote. All those in favor of the bill 1774 for passage on second reading, say aye. Opposed, no. You adopt. We're on item number 21, BL 2023-1775 by Councilmember Welsh. Ordinance to amend Title 17 by changing from RS 7.5 to R8 zoning for properties located at 232 and 233 Wheeler Avenue at the western corner of Wheeler Avenue and Tibbs Drive. Councilmember Welsh, you are recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Mayor. I'd like to open the public hearing.
Okay, declare the public hearing open. A show of hands of those who are here in favor of this particular measure. Show of hands of those who are here in opposition to this measure. Councilmember Welsh, I didn't see hands on either side. Okay, declare the public hearing closed. Councilmember Welsh, you're recognized.
Thank you. I'd like to move for approval.
Okay, Councilmember Welsh moves for approval of 1775 for passage on second reading. Properly seconded. Any discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor of 1775 for passage on second reading say aye. Opposed, no. Councilmember Hancock passes that one. All right, Bill 2023-1776, item number 22. Councilmember Hancock, an ordinance to amend Title 17 by change from RS 40 to RS 80, zoning for various properties located on Pawnee Trail. It's 15.53 acres. Councilmember Hancock, you're recognized on your bill.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. I'd like to open the public hearing, please.
Declare the public hearing open. A show of hands of those who are in favor of this particular measure. Show of hands of those who are here in opposition to that particular measure. Seeing nobody on either side, declare the public hearing closed. Councilmember Hancock, you're recognized on your bill.
I'd like to move for approval, please.
All right, Councilmember Hancock moves for approval of 1776 for pass on second reading. Properly seconded. Any discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor of 1776 for pass on second reading say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. That one is adopted. We're on item number 23, BL 2023-1777 by Councilmember Hall. Ordinance to amend Title 17 of the Metropolitan Code by change from RS 40 to CS zoning for properties located at 7390, 7400, 7430, 7438, 7440, and 7442 Whites Creek Pike, numbered approximately 31 feet west of Gerald Drive at 77.66 acres. Councilmember Hall, you recognize this is a disapproved bill, so we're going to have to see slides. Okay.
Like to open the public hearing, please.
Well, not yet. We're going to see slides first, and then we can open it up, okay? That goes to the Planning Commission. Ms. Milligan?
This is item BL 2023-1777. This is a request to rezone property from RS 40 to CS, that is single-family residential, to commercial services. The property is located north of I-24, east of Whites Creek Pike. The Planning Commission recommendation was to disapprove the request. The existing zoning of the property is single-family residential, 40,000 square foot minimum lot size. Surrounding property on the east side is consistent. There's also some AR2A to the north. On the west side of Whites Creek Pike, there is an area with CL zoning at the intersection. The land use policy for the property is primarily conservation with some areas of T2 rural maintenance, as well as a small portion of T2 rural neighborhood center. The intent of the conservation policy is to preserve and enhance environmentally sensitive land, and the intent of rural maintenance is to preserve the general character of rural residential neighborhoods. The proposed CS zoning would allow for a range of commercial uses, including retail trade, commercial services, automobile sales, restaurants, entertainment, and financial institutions. The Community Character Manual does not list CS as an appropriate zoning under T2 rural maintenance. Additionally, there are significant areas of conservation which recognize large areas of problem soils located on the site. Land with intensive uses such as those permitted in the CS zoning district does not align with the CO policy for the area or the guidance provided by Nashville Next for T2. Therefore, the Planning Commission recommends disapproval.
Okay, Councilmember Hall, now.
Open the public hearing, please.
Okay, declare the public hearing open. A show of hands of those who are here in favor of the particular measure. All right, thank you. A show of hands of those who are here in opposition to the measure. Okay, we have hands on both sides. So we'll start with those in favor. If you would come up and anybody who wishes to speak on this matter, if you would come line up. And then I'll need your name, address, and then you'll have 2 minutes in which to speak. And just go ahead and line up on the side. That'll be fine.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. My name is Don Collins. I'm a civil engineer with TTL, and our office is located at 624 Grassmill Park, Suite 14 in Nashville. As you've read and saw on the slides, that the applicant, the Jakes Trust, is requesting to rezone 10 parcels, 77.66 acres along Whites Creek Pike from RS 40 to CS. This property does have a common property line with the I-24 TDOT right-of-way. It is in an excellent location for proposed commercial development. It's also located adjacent to an 8.82 acre parcel that was rezoned to commercial in 2020. This 8 acre parcel that's adjacent to is allowed to have 56,000 square feet of commercial space with permitted uses to include a convenience store with fuel islands, a 4-story hotel with overnight parking, and restaurant. And then as Ms. Milligan mentioned, there is CO zoning across the street that is currently developed. There is CS zoning south on Watts Creek Pike that has the next parcel south of I-24 on Watts Creek Pike. There are multiple commercial zoned CS and CO properties along Watts Creek Pike south of 24. The problem soils that were mentioned by Ms. Milligan, our geotechnical engineers did go out and do a site reconnaissance and found that the soil profile is typical of what we see on many projects here in the Middle Tennessee area and can be overcome by engineering design practices. These same problem soils that were mentioned are also present on the 8-acre parcel that was previously zoned commercial in 2020. And the same problem soils are also indicated on the O'Reilly's Auto Store parcel located at 7185 Watts Creek Pike.
That means your time's up, but go ahead and if you can finish up.
This store was built in 2020 and is presently open for business, and it was also zoned commercial. And then the applicant, the Jakes Trust, has strong community support. They've conducted extensive community outreach with 6 community meetings across Chelton, door-knocking campaigns, as well as full-page ads in the local newspaper, and also extensive social outreach, social media outreach on the local Facebook Hip Jolton webpage.
All right. Thank you very much.
Good evening, council members. My name is Ken Jakes. I live at 5920 Clarksville Pike in Jolton. The land we're speaking of is held within a trust. And the trust requires that the trustee, which is who I am, sell the property. You know, I've lived in Jolton practically all my life, and I want to see good things happen to Jolton. This property is unique in the way it's being handled because I'm under a time restraint of 4 years. That's what I'm allowed. I don't have time to keep coming back. You know, even if I didn't have an issue with an SP, which I do, but even if I didn't, the SP would not work, folks. I cannot constantly come back and forth every time I approach a buyer seeking an SP. I'm asking for a CS zoning to allow me to dedicate 4 years of my life to make this happen for Jolton. You know, they talk about the risk factors. I'll guarantee you it's less risk factors with me involved in that zoning than placed in the hands of developers. This council, I'm asking you for your support. But understand this, if you turn this down, I have to sell the property. And you know who's going to buy that? A developer. It's a developer's dream. It's already sanitary sewers. It's got Piedmont gas. It's sitting right at our land touches the interstate exit. You can't get no closer, folks. It's commercially zoned property. The land use policies, this very council approved for that 4-story hotel, it's the same soil. It's the same land use policies. How in the world can they get a 4-story hotel and I can't even get a grocery store? It doesn't make sense. Opposition will tell you the people aren't behind this. I'm going to tell you there's hundreds of people in Jolton behind this. Hundreds. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Jakes. Next speaker. Just a name, address, and then you have 2 minutes in which to speak.
Okay, my name is Dina Jakes. I live at 5920 Clarksville Pike. I am in support of this bill. My husband, Ken Jakes, has spent countless hours contacting stores about building on this property. He has letters of interest from H.G. Hills and Cash Saver. If you all allow this bill to pass, I can assure you that he always does what he says he will to the best of his ability and will be diligent to keep his word to the Jolton community. I've been married to him for 41 years, and I have never seen him not work hard for what he believes in and commits to. Thank you.
You've been married to him for 41 years?
Since last Wednesday.
I think we may need to pass a resolution about that. Okay.
Good evening. I'm Alan Jakes. I graduated from Georgian High School. I live at 133 Fairways Drive in Hendersonville, but I still have family and many friends in Georgian. All of this land must be sold. We can't keep it or donate it. Honoring our uncle's vision and our beliefs as to what is best, we're pursuing a commercial zone change. If denied, eventually being forced to sell to a developer, and even our opposition probably doesn't want that to happen. We're asking the council to approve this zone change to commercial to bring many desired amenities to this community. Yet there are those in Georgian who say such improvements will forever change Georgian. This council will have to decide if the past and future changes are beneficial. My family is trying to be forthright and honest and follow our convictions as to the needs of Georgian. Things such as a grocery store, tire center, dry cleaner, seed and feed store, and the list goes on. What the council needs to do is ask those in opposition if they're staying true to their beliefs and convictions. If progress is damaging to Georgian, have they been boycotting the current and unwanted businesses and will do the same to the future ones? I have my doubts. Individuals want us to ask for SP zones. We don't have the years to do that for 77 acres, nor do we want to. Since an SP is still a commercial type zone, why not just give us the commercial zone we need? This change will bring jobs to and keep tax dollars in the county. This land one day will have some type of zone change, but the longer you delay the change, the more damage to the very hearts and souls of Georgian. So I implore you to approve this zone change now rather than later. I do want to say on a side note, with all the abuse my family has gone through all this, I can only imagine what you face day to day, and I commend you for your service. I just wish we all would remember that we're supposed to serve God and love each other. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, sir. Name, address, 2 minutes.
My name is Lynn Jakes. I live at 617 Fairway Trail. I am an heir to this trust, so I have a vested interest. But I was raised in Joelton. I graduated from Joelton High School. I do not want to hurt Joelton. My parents lived there for 40 years, and they're now dead and gone, but I'm sure that's where they'd be if they were still here. I do want to bring out one point that hadn't been touched on, and that is that there's a lot of traffic. I know a lot of people in Davidson County that go into Robertson and Sumner, Robertson and Cheatham County to buy their groceries because there's no real access for groceries. And we could capture a lot of revenue for Davidson County there. Plus, we could also capture more revenue as people get off the interstate and head into those counties. You're not losing the Davidson County people to those stores, and you wouldn't be losing, you'd gain the traffic from other stores. I appreciate your time, and I ask for your support. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Next speaker.
My name is Linda Jakes. I live at 262 Joy Lane. I lived in Joelton for 31 years. I don't understand why anybody would be opposed to improvement. Every time I get in my car, I head to Nashville to nice restaurants. I'd like to see grocery stores, especially some nice restaurants, something beside a fast food thing. But one thing that I wanted to bring up was that Ken has held 6 individual community meetings. He did not have to do that, but he wanted the input from the people of Joelton to see what they wanted. There was a few people that say, leave it like it is. Let's just leave it farmland, leave it like this. Folks, progress happens. If it didn't, I'd still be a teenager. You know, I'd like to be a teenager, but progress is going to happen and change happens. And I ask for your vote in doing the right thing for this property. Thank you very much.
You sound like a candidate. All right. All right.
Vice Mayor, Council. I was born in Joelton, raised all my life, and I went to school with Kenny, known him for 53 years. And I went through a trust 3 years ago. It had to be done. I did what my dad told me to do. I was mud up there, still am, but I can't help what people think of me. But Kenny has to do this. I mean, a trust is a trust. I mean, he couldn't live with himself if he didn't do what he was told by the trustee. So, I mean, Jolton don't have a lot of stuff up there. It's starting to grow. I mean, we got 3 red lights now. I mean, you know, I mean, I'm in Madison. I live in 102 White Wood Cove, but I resident there. But I mean, you know, Jolton's got to grow somewhere. And that land, like you said, has been already for a hotel. Why not there? I mean, either way, Keeney's coming out ready to get some money, or he sells the money. I mean, he's still going to get it. So I hope you pass it, and I hope you can live with yourself that if you're in that shoes, that you have to live and do as the trustee asks you to do. And that's all I got to say. Thank you.
All right. Can I get your name?
Jeffrey Holt.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Holt.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
All right.
Hello, my name is Diane Porter, and I live at 2236 Kurtwell Drive, and I am wanting approval for this zone because I feel like that was what the original owner wanted, and he left Ken Jakes to administer his trust because he loved Jolton. He lived there for over 50 years. Kenny has lived there for over that amount of time. And I feel like that he felt like Kenny would have the best, see the future, as they had talked many times about what he would like to see developed in Jolton. And Ken was close to him. He knew what his wishes was, and I think he's only trying to fulfill his duty as trustee of the trust. So I ask you to please vote for it. Thank you for your time.
All right. Thank you. Next speaker.
Hi again. Still Heather Carver, still live at 3635 Baxter Road in Jolton in District 1. What I didn't say earlier is I am an infrastructure professional, state licensed. My license number is 70243. I've been in infrastructure in Nashville for officially 13 years. I've been doing it for 19 years. I have no vested interest in this property whatsoever, but I do live 2.1 miles from it. I own 2 farms in Jolton and 4 residential properties in Jolton, all with rent under $800 a month for the renters. I just think that we don't need any more residential land in Jolton. We don't need more unaffordable houses, a house per acre. We don't need more $500,000 homes. We need jobs for the people that live there. We don't need houses that nobody can afford. We need commercial businesses, and what better place for a commercial business than next to Interstate 24? We really just don't need more of these houses that we're cramming into Nashville and putting the people that live and grew up here out of it. I'm not a big Ken Jakes fan. I'm not going to make this all about Ken Jakes or his trust or his family. I'm not related to Ken Jakes in any way. He's executing a trust. This is about a piece of property and a community. All of you received hundreds of signatures that the people of Jolton want commercial businesses. Yes, it's not part of an overlay, but the people of Jolton want these businesses. This is the perfect place for it. There's no place in Jolton for commercial use other than next to the interstate, and this is the ideal place to put it. In my opinion, as a professional in infrastructure, this is the ideal place for it, and I hope that this council does approve this zone change. Thank you for your time.
All right, thank you. Next speaker.
Ladies and gentlemen of the council, my name is Mike Carver. I live in Jolton at 3635 Baxter Road. I've lived in Jolton for about 28 years. You just heard from my wife. The property in front of this is zoned for a hotel. The property across the road is residential commercial mixed use. This sits next to I-24. I am an infrastructure professional. I-24, the interstate. What better place for commercial land? I fully support this rezoning. I have resided there for 28 years, as I said. I've been a longtime resident. I know of Mr. Jakes. I've seen him and talked to him many times in the past. I'd rather see businesses come to Jolton than houses. Jolton is kind of a rural area, and we need jobs for the people that are in the area. And I support the rezoning, and thank you so much for your time listening to me tonight.
All right, thank you. Next speaker.
Good afternoon. I'm short. I'm sorry.
It's okay.
My name is Maria Roman. I'm a Hispanic living in Jolton. I haven't living there for many years. I'm a new for Jolton, but I have learned to love my community. And I really, really think I'm also disabled. So I think that I deserve a supermarket, a grocery store closer to our houses. And also I believe in the jobs that it's I'm an accountant too, so I believe in the jobs that it's going to bring to the community. So I really think, I hope that you vote yes to the rezoning. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Thank you for being here. Yes, sir.
Good evening, distinguished council members. My name is Pedro Miguel Roman. I'm a Hispanic voter at 3516 Baxter Road in Jolton. And I would like to point out that I believe that the proposal change should be granted to Mr. Jakes, because it's going to bring many jobs to our area. Many jobs mean taxes for our city, which we need. It will also be necessary because we already, as living in Jolton, we pay high taxes, and we don't get all of the services that people closer to downtown get. And this will help us get the services that we need. I thank you, and I hope you all have a good evening. And furthermore, I would like to paraphrase a council member said earlier. This will bring amenities to the Jolton area. I thank you, and a good evening.
All right, thank you, sir. All right, anybody else wishing to speak in favor? Okay, those who are in opposition, if you would come up and go ahead and line up. I need your name, address, and then you'll have 2 minutes in which to speak.
Yes, sir.
And you can pull that up. Yeah, that's great. Thank you.
My name is Lauren Miles. I live at 5106 Illinois Avenue in Nashville, Tennessee. I'm a native Nashvilleian. I was born at Baptist, lifelong resident. I'm an avid hiker, nature lover, environmentalist. I watched the developers bought up properties in my own neighborhood and tore down historic homes. I've watched them, excuse me, sorry.
That's okay.
I've watched them build over nature preserves and businesses and replace them with ineffectual, trendy homes. Our land, our city is losing its country soul. It's my understanding that this would rezone this land as commercial, meaning that the sellers can sell it off, making innumerous profits. I frequently visit the Jolton area and surrounding areas. And while I enjoy the countryside and country homes. I can already buy everything I want or need in Davidson County and do it easily. I go grocery shopping, I go shopping, I go to the movies. It's all there. And over the past, I've watched the property after property be rezoned and sold to commercial developers in the name of progress, leaving the natives and the environment behind in its wake. And for these reasons, I humbly ask that you vote to disapprove this bill. Thank you for your time.
All right, thanks, Ms. Miles. Next speaker, name, address, and then 2 minutes.
My name is Christina Wright. I live at 3041 Morgan Road in Jolton. Ken Jakes is a very eloquent speaker. I got to hear him speak at Paradise Ridge Community Center on March 18th of this year. The property in question is huge. It's 77.66 acres. And Mark James was on social media, and he stated on March 10th, and I'd like to read a portion of that, the structures of Rivergate Mall and Opry Mills combined take up roughly 52 acres. With roughly 25 acres left over, you could pretty much say Rivergate Mall and Opry Mills could fit in the property with 25 acres remaining for parking. This got me thinking, how big is Nissan Stadium? It is a third larger than this property. It's 120 acres. Now, when I heard Mr. Jakes speak, he said he could give us a better deal than a developer. Said if he's forced to sell, he'll sell it to an outside developer. And quote, we would not recognize Jolton. He mentioned Kroger's, and online he mentioned H.D. Hills and Price Choppers. There are multiple comments on Hip Jolton regarding developments, and I'd like to quote him. The property is going to be sold because of the trust. Is it in the best interest of Jolton to remove me from this trying to make the best to do what is right for Jolton, or in place the future of Jolton and out-of-town developers' hands? At the end of the day, the council will have the decision. They will either vote to support or vote it down. I hope they will bring me the opportunity to try to bring the right development to Jolton. Again, he says, I want to bring the right development to Jolton that Jolton can be proud of. I want to be given the opportunity to do good things for Jolton. I questioned him at the meeting about his development plan. He said he was not a developer, but he would sell to a developer. Mr. Jakes has no real plan.
All right, thank you.
Good evening, and thank you all for the jobs you do. And you hear things day in, day out, and you've made so many changes to the area because the area is growing, the area is changing. I don't deny that there's change happening. In fact, about the only land left in Nashville is in the Jolton area because it's all been developed. And so I'm not opposed to change, but what concerns me is that it's the developer that's really going to make the decisions. And I know I'm 100% certain that Ken Jakes has the best intentions in this, but can he determine who buys and who doesn't buy? Does he have a right, if somebody has the money, to say you can't have this property? That's what concerns me. The housing development that went in across from that, the first developer went bankrupt, and then somebody else came in and bought it for like a lot less money and was able to develop it. And the area that's been approved for the hotels and so on, I don't see anything happening there. Nothing's being built. So just the problem is, I'm not opposed to change. It needs to happen. But we need to make sure that it's controlled change and that the division is laid out and can be fulfilled so it will truly benefit Jolton, Nashville, and the surrounding area. Thank you.
I need name and address.
Oh, I'm sorry. I thought I told you that. Jim Wright, 30401 Morgan Road, Jolton, Tennessee.
All right. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Wright. Mr. Moore?
You stole my thunder. I can't announce who I am. I'm a long time.
You can go ahead and do it if you'd like.
Gary Moore, I'm a longtime resident of Jolton. I'm here before you today to ask you to vote no. First of all, the Honorable Vice Mayor, distinguished council members, thank you for your time. I sit back here and listen to what you guys had to do all the time, and I appreciate it. But back on course here, first of all, you know, they can sell the property right now. They don't have to zone it CS to sell it. It's zoned R4. They can sell it as R4. And what Ken Jakes says is if he doesn't have sells it, he's going to sell it to somebody else, and another developer will come in and develop it, and who knows what they'll put there. Once he sells it, he has lost total control. He does not have any control over what that developer he sells it to does with that property. That's a big concern. Someone mentioned that we're going to say we had a lot of signatures in opposition. I personally emailed each one of you an email with 193 signatures on it. Of those 193, 27 of them were people that have rescinded their support for this, where they had stood at, Ken Jake stood at the polling place during the last election, getting signatures for people telling them that there would be a grocery store put there and a nice sit-down restaurant, which he has no control over whether that's going to happen or not. So those people signed that thinking that's what they were going to get if the property sold. That's not the case. And let me say this too, a lot of people in the Jordan community spend a lot of time, roughly how many years ago, in 2015 or so, working on a plan that the lady from the Planning Commission mentioned. We worked on it, not me personally, but the community worked on that plan, and that's what we want. And that's what we fought for, and that's what we will continue to fight for. And let me assure you this, if Ken Jakes tells it to another developer and they want to come up here and blanket zone 77 acres CS, I'll be right back up here asking you to vote no for that as well. Thank you for your time.
All right, thank you, Mr. Moore. Next speaker.
Good evening, Mark James. I live at 2911 Morgan Road, and then my wife Tammy, she's here as well. I've been in Jolton for 36 years. She's been there for 52. Jolton does not have a so-called urban overlay. The Nashville Next Plan is pretty much the only thing that we have to use to try to develop Jolton. The Nashville Next Plan talks about commercial center at I-24 and Whites Creek, and another area, Clarksville Pike and Old Hickory Boulevard. A quote from the Nashville Next Plan reads, retaining Jolton's small commercial center and its rural character are critical part of the Nashville Next Plan. In the area around the I-24 exchange, there's 25 to 30 acres undeveloped right now that's zoned CL for commercial limited. In the town center designated by Nashville Next, there's another 25 acres zoned SCC, another 60 acres currently under application of a MUNA awaiting action. So we do have a lot of property there that could be commercial, ready to be developed, that hasn't done, and we sure don't need another 77 acres to add to this. Jolton has several thousand square feet of retail space in need of owners and tenants. And with all this availability, why does Jolton need any more commercial? And which again is not allowed, the CS is not allowed as part of the Nashville Next Plan for Jolton. As far as grocery stores, we got a grocery store. As far as a bank, we got a bank. We got a pharmacy. We got three or four gas stations. We've got Mexican restaurants. We've got another sit-down restaurant. We got restaurants over on Clarksville Highway. We got fast food restaurants. I mean, we got it there. And like I said, I've been there at 32. My wife 52. We ain't never had a problem trying to find a place to eat. So I want to ask you to vote this down. Thanks.
All right. Thank you. Anybody else wishing to be heard on this one? All right. Declare the public hearing closed. Councilmember Hall, you're recognized.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. And like most things, this has been one of those long, drawn-out conversations that was good for people to have. And you see where folks come down on both sides of this. It's been a lot of people who are fearful of more development or more growth, and a lot of folks that are asking for something. We had almost 190 or around 190 people do petition and say no. Then we had another 440, and then another 40 say yes. You've got commercial property. And the biggest fear that came out of all of those 6 meetings was more apartments, check cashing, bars, the things that can be done under CS that people were concerned about. But you've got 30 acres, CL, MUN, and another 49 that's already CL and CS that's been there for 30 years, and there's not been a bar, not been an apartment, not been a check cashing place, none of the things that came up as far as those concerns. But we understand the concern. I understand the family's plight with wanting to say, hey, we've got a 4U window to rezone this property and get the best value for the family trust. But at the same time, it's the concern over who buys it. They're going to be right back there asking for a rezoning again. The commercial property conversation around Nashville Next, the two things just don't jive well. And you guys know that's one of the things that I'm constantly talking about, outdated land use policy or land policy that doesn't necessarily fit. We've had discussions over the last few years about the town center, about bringing different things to that community, about the lack of infrastructure, water pressure, things of that nature. You heard a subdivision that's directly across from this mentioned that, literally took multiple developers to pull off because we didn't have the infrastructure, the water pressure, things of that nature, and it got reduced in size until it was able to be done and somebody that could pull it off. This is just one of those unique situations where you've got a lot of people who have been there their whole lives who want something to happen, but don't necessarily want something to happen, all right? And so we're in this place. There was nonstop conversation around doing SPs, regulatory SPs, deed restrictions, all of those things. And I believe what the family said was all of the people that who have approached them about this property and the property that the folks that they've approached, this is the easiest route for them. Doing it CS, they hold on to it, have up to 4 years to sell it. And then that conversation can still happen about what can or can't be done. And they can pick and choose who they decide to sell it to in that 4-year window. But all things being said and done, the overwhelming majority was in support of this, but were fearful of the things that could or could not be done. I would hope those conversations would happen and continue to happen amongst both sides about what people really want to see, and that concerted effort to come together to be able to bring some of those things. But this is just, again, one of those scenarios where after 6 meetings, X amount of time, it came down to what can and cannot be done, what should be done. And you're talking about an area, again, next to I-24 that has Cheatham County, Robertson County, Davidson County traffic all day long. Within minutes, you're in a different county, and you're right where people are coming off of exit 24. Almost nobody can come from Southern Kentucky without coming through District 1 this way, right? Whether it's via Clarksville Highway through New Hope and Springfield or via the interstate. But at the end of the day, this is the perfect place for commercial development. You've got the exact same zoning on 2 sides, almost 3 sides. You heard MUNA and other SPs that have been approved here in the last couple of years. And I get the fear of doing a piece of land or a parcel this large under one zoning. But that's where we are. And at the end of the day, I think there can still be some common ground amongst the folks. I think they can still work something out amongst themselves about what they want, influence the developers. I've personally been in contact with people that are interested in purchasing that property. Mr. Jakes has mentioned that he's been in contact with a few. But one of the things about those developments and those grocery store chains that were mentioned is they all have partners that typically come with them. So you'll see where there's a Walmart development, a Publix development, a Lowe's development, when they develop out the rest of the property around their specific location, it's usually people that they already are doing business with and are bringing from one place to the other. And I think that's the situation we're in now, or the scenario we're looking at now. Land use policy is what it is. Problem soil, well, we've already developed on 3 sides of this exact thing with the exact same soil. At the end of the day, there still needs to be a conversation, I think, about a buffer and how that may happen with the adjacent property or farmland behind it. But I think this is something that would be good for the community. Overwhelming support was for that, and I asked for approval.
All right, so you got to make a motion to approve. That's what I was waiting for.
Move for approval.
Okay, so I got a motion to approve Bill 2023-1777 for passage on second reading. It requires 3 readings, so this is on second, properly seconded. There is discussion. Councilmember Young, you're recognized.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. Cash advance, check cashing, title loan, automobile parking, automobile sales, bar, nightclub, boat storage, pawn shop, truck stop. All of these are permitted in CS zoning. And I don't necessarily take issue with any of those, but I have heard from people in Jolton that they do. And I think when you have an 80-acre parcel of land in a community that has so much potential that has not yet been realized still with land, it is paramount that we are very careful in how it moves forward with developing. The Jolton community has had to drive down to this courthouse time and time and time again on zonings, especially on disapproved bills as well. I don't think anyone who spoke against it is against progress in Jolton. I think what people are advocating is that they want to make sure that the development is intentional. When I spoke for roughly 45 minutes with the applicant on the phone, I've never met Mr. Jakes, nice guy it seems, and I believe he does want what is best for Jolton. But the thing is, when you zone this CS, it is going to be CS zoning after he has sold it and the next person and the next person. What I suggested is a regulatory SP. So that way the people of Jolton can tell us what they absolutely do not want to see on that big 80-acre parcel of land. And that way they can have a part in determining the future and how Jolton will develop. There's concern, I heard that, a grocery store or something, well, they're only going to come on CS zoning. Colleagues, we know this all the time. Just about every zoning piece of legislation we have, the applicant is not yet the owner of the property. Typically, they have the property under contract, and part of their contract to purchase said property is that they can get the entitlements they need to use the land how they need. I don't think anyone here is against Jolton being able to have a grocery store and restaurants and whatnot. But what I've heard in numerous emails and phone calls is that they are against check cashing and they are against truck stops. And there was mention of the buffer, and that's another thing that can be addressed when you put property through a regulatory SP process. And I'm not talking about a full SP where you need to have the plans and map it all out, but have a regulatory SP so that certain parameters can be put in place to protect the Jolton community. I would urge my colleagues to vote no, and knowing that there will be some no votes, I do ask for a roll call, Mr. Vice. Thank you.
All right. We got other people in the queue. Councilmember Withers.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Mayor. Boy, we couldn't have planned that better, I don't think. Councilmember Young has really summarized a lot of the concerns and suggestions that the Planning Commission had. We had a very similar discussion. I want to thank everyone that came out. I've known Mr. Jakes for quite a few years. I really value his service and commitment to this county. And I think that is a lot of the reason why he has as much community support as he has, as people know that he cares about this community. But as was stated at Planning Commission and again tonight, let land use entitlements follow the land, not the person. And so this would be a pretty drastic decision to go from having a portion of the site that's adjacent to the interstate already has commercial zoning, but extending that so deep into the rural area of the Whites Creek and Jolton area, and in such a fashion that is so contrary to the community plan that we know has had so much public input, to go from a rural maintenance policy to something that would allow CS for 77 acres. I mean, even if CS were recommended in any of the community character manuals, which it's not, that is a radical change, and especially for that large of a parcel. What the Planning Commission's discussion was very similar to what Councilmember Young said. Let's have conversations, have the council member have conversations with the community, go through zoning districts, identify the ones that people want to see and wish to have excluded, bring forward a regulatory SP that specifies that out a little bit. Planning Commission would need, in order to do that, would still need to do a policy amendment, but at least it'd be a policy amendment that is based on some sort of a plan that still allows flexibility of individual users. You want grocery stores, you want fast food restaurants, great. You don't want the following things, you can still exclude those. Another factor as well, and again, the Planning Commission was very willing to consider this, but need a lot more information and frankly, a lot more community support, I'll be honest. But is that probably having commercial parcels go that deep off the road into what is otherwise farmland, it doesn't seem like a good idea. Even when you go further down along Whites Creek Pike, closer into town, the commercial parcels are a little bit smaller and hug a little bit more tightly to the pike. And that is a reasonable thing to request, but that's not what is before us today. So the Planning Commission appreciates Mr. Jakes and his family in the situation they're in, but we had a unanimous recommendation of disapproval, and I would encourage colleagues to do that today and encourage Mr. Jakes to continue working with the community and the council member to come up with a more specific plan. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Council Member. Council Member Bradford.
you, Vice Mayor. I'm going to basically reiterate what has been said and highlight why Councilmember Withers spoke. The Planning Commission unanimously disapproved this bill. We've heard this council on several occasions say we need to trust the expertise and the knowledge of our planning department and our planning commission. And yet again, here we are discussing another disapproved bill by the same council member. At what point do we start saying this is enough? So I cannot support this tonight. I have not seen enough from the council member to warrant overruling a unanimous decision by the planning department. So I'm asking my colleagues to vote no on this tonight.
All right. Thank you, Councilmember. Councilmember Evans.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. I actually had a question for the planning table. So look alert, everybody. I just wanted to know, because this is a kind of recollection of, and I don't remember the legislation that it was tied to, but where we all were able to submit kind of different areas where we felt like Nashville Next should be revisited and kind of work with a planner and go through that process. And I was just interested if this is an area that is currently undergoing that study.
No.
Thank you.
That was quick. All right. Councilmember Hall, you're recognized.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. And that's what we were talking about in terms of the continued conversation. The family, we've gone back and forth about SP, regulatory SP. Last two community meetings in particular, we literally went through all of those things, covered the fact that under CS, because it's in GSD, not USD, you can't do apartments on that site. And so it limited all of those, a lot of what could happen because of the difference between urban versus general services. And so I've continued this conversation with the applicant and family that, you know, hey, we'll see if you can move it on second. It's amendable. You have time to change it. You may or may not get it on third reading, but continue having those community conversations and meeting with folks. And I would be remiss if I didn't remind myself and the rest of us that just in the last two meetings, we've moved 6 or 7 disapproved bills. It's getting particularly odd about when it's in one area of the city versus another, how it's disapproved at planning and then approved when we get here with very little change other than it's tell that developer or that applicant to go back and work with the community. Well, that's what we're telling him. Move for approval on second reading, give them an opportunity to do that, and then we'll see where it falls down when it's time for third.
Okay. Thank you, Councilmember. Councilmember Hancock.
So I'd like to thank the councilman for recommending that regulatory SP. I do think that was a good recommendation to make, and I'm sorry that the landowner was not in favor of that at the time. But I do know that we've had a few lawsuits that Metro has lost because we previously weren't always looking at the Nashville Next plan, and now we are. And so now the community's voices are being heard with Nashville Next in concert with the zoning. So I really feel like, it's a strong community plan. We have the opportunity, as Council Lady Evans mentioned, to modify certain elements if the community would like to do that. And I'd just like us to support Nashville Next. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Councilmember. Councilmember Cash. Oh, here we go.
Question.
You're the last person in the queue. All right, so we're voting on the previous question, not on the bill. All those in favor of the previous question say aye. Aye. Opposed, no. Previous question prevails. All right, we are on BL 2023-1777. This is on second reading. Okay, so it's just on second reading. We're not on third reading on this one yet. It is a disapproved bill, but that shows up on third reading. There's been a request for a roll call vote. So, Mr. Clerk, if you would, get the machines ready. We are voting on a motion to approve on second reading BL 2023-1777. All right, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Clerk. If you would, open up the machines. Okay, all the votes are in. Mr. Clerk, if you would, close the machines, take the vote. Ayes 5, noes 27, 4 abstentions. The motion to approve on second reading fails. Right? All right, we're now on item number 24. You take with 25. These are by Councilmember Toombs. 24 is Bill 2023-1778. It's an ordinance to amend Title 17 by applying a neighborhood conservation zoning overlay district to various properties located west of Whites Creek Pike and north of Mormons Arm Road. And the companion bill, which is Bill 2023-1779, ordinance to authorize building material restrictions and requirements for Bill 2023-1778. Proposed ordinance requires certain materials to be restricted in the construction of buildings. Councilmember Toombs, you're recognized on your two bills.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Mayor. Request to open the public hearing.
Okay, declare the public hearing open. A show of hands of those who are here in favor of these two measures. We're on 1778 and 1779. Show of hands of those who are here in favor of those two measures. Okay, show of hands of those who are here in opposition of those two measures. Okay, didn't see anybody in opposition. Would you like to speak in favor? Nope. Okay, declare the public hearing closed. Councilmember Toombs, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Mayor. Move for approval.
Got a motion to approve both 1778 and 1779 for passage on second reading, properly seconded. Any discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed, no. You adopt. Item number 26, BL 2023-1780 by Councilmember Toombs. This is an ordinance to amend Title 17 by changing from RS10 to R10 zoning for property located at 2619 Old Buena Vista Road, approximately 300 feet northwest of Day Street. Councilmember Toombs, you're recognized on your bill.
Thank you. Request to open the public hearing.
Declare the public hearing open. A show of hands of those who are here in favor of this measure. All right, thank you. A show of hands of those who are here in opposition to this measure. Seeing nobody in opposition, you want to speak? Nope, you're good. All right. I declare the public hearing closed. Councilmember Toombs, recognized on your bill.
Move for approval.
Motion is to approve 1780 for passage on second reading, properly seconded. Any discussion? All those in favor say aye. Opposed, no. Bill passes on second reading. Item number 27, BL 2023-1781 by Councilmember Toombs. Ordinance to amend Title 17 by change from RS5 to R6 zoning for property located at 1210 Katy Avenue, approximately 260 feet north of Fern Avenue. Councilmember Toombs, you're recognized.
Request to open a public hearing.
Show of hands of those who are here in favor of this particular measure. Show of hands of those who are here in opposition to this measure. Seeing nobody on either side, declare the public hearing closed. Councilmember Toombs, recognized on your bill.
Move for approval.
Motion is to approve, properly seconded. Any discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor of 1781 for pass on second reading, say aye. Opposed, no. Bill passes on second reading. All right.
All right, we are on the consent agenda for resolutions. I'm going to go through the list. If there's anything that needs to come off, please let me know. Resolution 2023-2063, resolution, and that's number, what number is that? That's item number 31. Resolution 2023-2087. Item number 33. Resolution 2023-2088, 2089, 2090, 2091, 2092, 2093, 2095, 2096, 2097, 2098, and 2099. Does anything need to come off of the consent agenda? All right, I do not see any hands, so I will read the captions. Starting with item number 31, Resolution 2023-2063, sponsors Allen, Welsh, Hancock, Sledge, and others. A resolution extending the provisions of Chapter 5.11 of the Metropolitan Code of Laws as enacted under ordinance number BL 2021-972. Resolution number 2023-2087, item number 33, sponsors Roten. Resolution authorizing the Metropolitan Mayor to submit the Nashville-Davidson Community Development Block Grant Disaster Recovery Action Plan for funds allocated to Metropolitan Nashville-Davidson County from the U.S. Department of Housing and Urban Development to recover from Presidential Disaster Declaration 4601 DRTN. Item number 34, Resolution 2023-2088, sponsors Roten and Withers, a resolution to approve the Fourth Amendment to the lease agreement between the Metropolitan Government of Nashville and Davidson County and 404 James Robertson Property, LLC, for office space in the Parkway Towers building located at 404 James Robertson Parkway. Item number 35, Resolution 2023-2089, sponsors Roten and Syracuse, a resolution accepting a grant from the Tennessee Department of Health to the Metropolitan Government, acting by and through the Metropolitan Board of Health to provide the Community Health Access and Navigation in Tennessee program to deliver comprehensive care coordination services to eligible families and children. Item number 36, Resolution 2023-2090, sponsors Roten and Syracuse, a resolution approving Amendment 1 to a strengthening public health infrastructure, workforce, and data systems grant from the Centers for Disease Control and Prevention to the Metropolitan Government, acting by and through the Metropolitan Board of Health to implement workforce strategies to build organizational resilience, promote employee well-being, and enhance workforce performance while focusing on building healthier communities. Item number 37, Resolution 2023-2091, sponsors Roten and Syracuse, a resolution approving Amendment 2 to a presumptive eligibility services grant from the Tennessee Department of Health to the Metropolitan Government, acting by and through the Metropolitan Board of Health to provide prenatal presumptive eligibility program enrollment assistance to pregnant women with TennCare and Cover Kids applications. Item number 38, Resolution 2023-2092, sponsors Roten and Syracuse, a resolution approving an application for a Project Safe Neighborhoods grant from the Tennessee Department of Finance and Administration to the Metropolitan Government, acting by and through the Metropolitan Nashville Police Department to reduce gun-related violence in Nashville by funding additional training, staff overtime, and the purchase of additional forensic equipment. Item number 39, Resolution 2023-2093, sponsors Roten, a resolution authorizing the Metropolitan Department of Law to compromise and settle the property damage claim of Angelino Mulzer against the Metropolitan Government for $26,426.65, with said amounts be paid out of the Self-Insured Liability Fund. Item number 41, Resolution 2023-2095, sponsors Withers and Pulley, a resolution authorizing MCBC Downtown LLC to construct and install an aerial encroachment at 104 Representative John Lewis Way South. Item number 44, Resolution 2023-2096, sponsors Roten, Withers, and Pulley, a resolution approving a participation agreement between the Metropolitan Government of Nashville and Davidson County, acting by and through the Metropolitan Department of Water and Sewerage Services, MAPCO Express, Inc., to provide improved public sanitary sewer service through the construction of an improved stormwater system. Item number 43, Resolution 2023-2097, sponsors Parker and Hurt, a resolution recognizing Coach Jamal Stewart's efforts and contributions to East Nashville High School's football program. Item number 44, Resolution 2023-2098, sponsor Murphy, a resolution recognizing the retirement and service of MPNF Strategic Communications Senior Partner Katie Varner. Barney. And item number 35, Resolution 2023-2099, sponsors Evans, Stiles, Murphy, Hancock, and others. A resolution urging bars and restaurants in Nashville and Davidson County to participate in the Safe Bar program. Does anything need to come off of the consent agenda? All right, seeing no hands, we'll move on to committee reports. Councilwoman Hauser, Affordable Housing. $2087. She's on her own.
Yes, RS 2023-2087. We approved 6-4, 0 against.
Councilmember Roden, Budget and Finance.
Thank you, Madam Pro Tem. 2023-2063, we approved 11 in favor, 0 against. 2087, 2088, 2089, 2090, 2091, 2092, 2093, and 2096, we approved 13 in favor, 0 against.
Councilman Withers, Planning and Zoning.
Thank you, Madam Pro Tem. Planning and Zoning met and considered resolutions RS 2023-2088, 2095, and 2096, and we recommended approval of all three, 10 in favor, 0 against, 0 abstentions.
Thank you, Councilmember Syracuse, Public Health and Safety.
Thank you, Pro Tem. Public Health and Safety considered RS 2023-2086, 2089, 2090, 2091, and 2092. Recommended approval 6 in favor, 0 against.
Councilwoman Murphy, Rules.
Thank you. 2097, 2098, and 2099. 5 in favor, 0 against.
And Councilmember Pulley, Transportation.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Transportation recommended approval of RS 2023-2063, 2095, and 2096. 9 in favor, 0 against, and I move approval of the consent agenda.
Councilmember Hurt.
Thank you. I thought I heard that 2086 was on consent, and I thought it was not. I thought someone.
No, it's not on the consent agenda.
Oh, okay.
All right, it's been properly moved and seconded to pass the consent agenda. All those in favor, aye. Opposed, no. Motion carries. All right, going back to items that were not on consent. Item number 28, Resolution 2023-1951, sponsors Sledge, O'Connell, Parker, Toombs, and others. A resolution appropriating $1 million in American Rescue Plan Act funds from Fund 30216 to the Metropolitan Government to provide subsidies for electric bicycles. Councilmember Sledge.
Thank you, Pro Tem. Committee report, please.
Councilmember Roten, Budget and Finance.
Thank you, Madam Pro Tem. Budget and Finance approved to defer indefinitely, 13 in favor, 0 against.
Back to you, Councilmember Sledge.
Thank you. I'll move to defer indefinitely, which I'm not sure about to do, but I would like to give a brief explanation, if that's all right.
All right, it's been properly moved and seconded to defer indefinitely. Back to you, Councilmember Sledge.
Thank you. This is still just trying to track with the ARP committee's calendar. They're scheduled to meet next week to hear this and some other proposals. So because it's the third deferral, it's an indefinite deferral, and then we'll go from there. So I renew my motion.
All right, properly moved and seconded to defer indefinitely. Any discussion? All right, all those in favor, aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. Any abstentions? Motion carries. All right, item number 29, Resolution 2023-2044, sponsors Withers, Roten, Hurt, Toombs, and others. A resolution creating the Nashville Needs Impact Fund to help provide resources to nonprofit entities serving Nashville and Davidson County and designating certain amounts thereto. Councilman Withers. Oh, Roten. Councilman Roten.
I'm second on it. I think he stepped out. Budget and Finance, a committee report, Budget and Finance approved a 1 meeting deferral, 13 in favor, 0 against. We also had an amendment by Councilmember Evans We put that on, 13 in favor, 0 against, and I would move for a one-meeting deferral.
Who's public facilities? Public facilities.
I guess I need to move for the amendment. Apologize. I move the bill.
Councilman Roten, there's also public facilities is on.
I apologize.
On this bill.
Committee report.
Councilwoman Hurd.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Public Facilities, Art, and Culture moved the amendment as well as the resolution itself. 5 in favor and 0 against.
Thank you. Councilman Roten, back to you for the amendment.
Yeah, but move the amendment.
It's been properly moved and seconded. Back to you, Councilman Roten, to explain what the amendment does.
I'll defer to Councilmember Evans on that.
Councilwoman Evans.
Thank you, Pro Tem and Councilmember Roten. So the amendment, basically what it does, it adds to kind of the conversation around uses for the Nashville Needs Impact Fund. And this really ties into the conversation that we had previously about the 1% hotel tax, and also the reporting that the mayor's office provided around folks who use hotels as housing. And was there a way to really reimburse people? And there's not really a great path to go down, just based on how everything is structured. And so this would allow this to be something that, this committee or group could focus on to provide some of that revenue back to folks that are impacted. Thank you.
All right, back to you, Councilmember Roten.
I renew the motion for the amendment.
All right, it's been properly moved and seconded to approve the amendment. Any further discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor, aye.
Aye.
No, all those, no? Why does that not sound right? All those opposed? All those opposed? Okay, any abstentions? Motion carries. Back to you, Councilmember Roten.
I renew my motion for a one-meeting deferral as amended.
It's been properly moved and seconded to defer the resolution as amended. Is there any discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor, aye. Any opposed, no. Any abstentions? Motion carries. Moving on to item number 30, Resolution 2023-2061, sponsors Syracuse and Evans, a resolution establishing the last Friday in March of each year as recognized as Strangulation Awareness Day in Nashville. Councilman Syracuse.
Thank you, Pro Tem. I believe I have a substitute that I need to move on this.
You want to move your substitute?
I want to move the substitute. Thank you.
All right, it's been properly moved and seconded to move the substitute. Is there any discussion? Councilman Roden, you want to explain Syracuse, you want to explain what the substitute does?
The substitute just changes the date to a date in May, but I think it was fundamentally changed where it had to be a substitute instead of just an amendment. So, but it just changes the day to an effective date of May.
Okay.
For Office of Safety suggestion.
Seeing no additional discussion on the motion, all those in favor, aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. Any abstentions? Councilman Syracuse, back on your resolution as substituted.
Thank you. Move approval as substituted. Thank you.
It's been properly moved and seconded to approve as substituted. Any discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor, aye. Opposed, no. Any abstentions? Motion carries. Item number 32, Resolution 2023-2086, sponsors Roten and Syracuse, a resolution authorizing the Metropolitan Government to join the state of Tennessee and other local governments in amending the Tennessee State Subdivision Opioid Abatement Agreement and approving the related settlement agreements. Councilmember Roten.
Thank you, Madam Pro Tem. Committee reports, Budget and Finance approved, 12 in favor, 0 against, 1 abstention. Committee reports.
Councilman Syracuse, Public Health and Safety.
Thank you. Public Health and Safety, recommended approval, 6 in favor, 0 against.
All right, back to you, Councilman Roten.
Thank you. I would move approval, and it's my understanding that Council Lady Hurt was wanting to abstain on this one.
All right, it's been properly moved and seconded to approve Resolution 2023-2086. Seeing no discussion, all those in favor, aye. Opposed, no. Any other abstentions other than Councilmember Hurd? All right, motion carries. All right, item number 40, 2023-2094, Resolution 2023-2094, sponsors Roten and Pulley, a resolution authorizing the Director of Public Property or his designee to transfer to the state of Tennessee via the attached easement agreement a temporary construction easement over a portion of property owned by the Metropolitan Government of Nashville and Davidson County, located within or adjacent to Broadway Avenue, Highway 70. Councilmember Roten.
Move approval. Committee report.
Councilmember Pulley.
Transportation considered this and recommended approval 9 in favor, 0 against, with 1 not voting.
Back to you, Councilmember Roten.
Move approval.
It's been properly moved and seconded to approve Resolution 2023-2094. Seeing no discussion, all those in favor, aye. Opposed, no. Any abstentions? Motion carries. All right.
Thank you very much.
Okay. We do have one late file resolution. Did I read the caption for the late file resolution? Yeah. All right. A resolution directing the Metropolitan Nashville Police Department to conduct an evaluation of the safety plans and measures of the Metropolitan Nashville Public Schools. Sponsor is Councilmember Johnston.
Thank you, Chair, thank you. Committee reports, please.
All right. Councilmember Murphy, rules.
We had no objections. I guess I'll go ahead and say that we had no objections on the amendment either that Councilman Rosenberg had.
Say that again. Okay. Councilman Syracuse, did this come before your committee?
Yes, Pro Tem it did. Public Health and Safety considered this and recommended approval, not as amended, recommended approval, 6 in favor and 1 abstention. So we did not take up the amendment.
Back to you, Councilwoman Johnston.
Thank you. I need to suspend the rules, please.
All right, what's the next thing? All right, Councilmember Johnson is asked to suspend the rules. Is there any objection to the suspension of the rules? Seeing none, Councilmember Johnson, we're on your resolution.
Thank you. I do want to give Councilman Rosenberg the opportunity to move his amendment if he would like to, so.
Councilmember Rosenberg.
Thank you, Madam President. Thank you, Councilmember. I'd like to suspend the rules for consideration of the late filed amendment to the late resolution, please.
Councilmember Rosenberg is asked to suspend the rules. Is there any objection to the suspension of the rules? Seeing none, you have the floor, Councilmember Rosenberg.
Thank you. So Councilmember Johnston's resolution asked the MNPD to conduct an evaluation of the safety plans and measures of Metro Nashville Public Schools. This amendment, rather than solely focusing on hardening school buildings, asked for policy recommendations beyond that from MNPD. MNPD, if they see fit. I know that they take positions on various bills that relate to public safety as subject matter experts, and this just adds the option for them to provide recommendations beyond enhancing school security. And I move approval of the amendment.
All right, it's been properly moved and seconded. Discussion, Councilwoman Benedict.
I don't have no discussion on the amendment.
Okay. Councilwoman Sawyer on the amendment. All right. Seeing no further discussion on the amendment, all those in favor, aye. Opposed, no. Any abstentions? All right, Councilmember Johnson, we're back on your resolution as amended.
Thank you. And first, I want to say that I hate that we're in a situation where we're having to discuss this at all, that we live in a world where we're having to contemplate having to protect our most vulnerable children from what happened last week. So this resolution is just asking for information. It was discussed in committee that now is not the time to flood any legislative body with legislation. This is not enacting or enabling legislation. This is a request for information. It's a non-binding request for information. It has no date certain, and can and should be in coordination with the discussions that Councilman Syracuse is facilitating as a tool for discussion, what these recommendations are for our school security. It was said that this was premature. I don't think it's ever premature to ask for information. Again, information is power, and I think that we need to really have an outward-facing conversation about what our schools need and what the experts are saying that our schools need. It was said that there was duplication of effort. This effort has already been made. We have a school safety division within MNPD that was created in coordination with MNPS. So they have recommendations. They also are required by the state to do site-by-site evaluations for each school. And to the extent that some of this can be made public so that parents, teachers, and students alike can know what those recommendations are, I think it's appropriate for any of that information to be held confidential, because it breaches security measures that would show weaknesses on certain sites that has been built into the resolution. I know that MNPS does have a safety protocol. And I appreciate that, and I think we will learn more about that in the coming days, again, through Councilman Syracuse and the conversations that he is facilitating. Again, this is a tool for information for what the experts are saying that our schools need to be secure and to protect our children and our teachers. Again, this is just, these are asking for the recommendations. And so I hate that we're here. I hate that this has happened. And it's just a sad, sad reality that we find ourselves in. And we used to do fire drills and tornado drills. We never did someone's trying to kill you drills. And so it's just, I have no words. I'm going to move approval. Thank you. I'm sorry.
Councilmember Benedict.
Thank you, Pro Tem. This is absolutely a terrible circumstances with which we talk about this. In Englewood, at Englewood Elementary School last year, there was an intruder that came in, and at that time, I spoke with MNPD and MNPS, such that I even put in an amendment to the budget last year, because it happened right around that time, for MNPS and MNPD to work together on something in regards to security at our schools, at our public schools. So I guess I have a question for the administration as it relates to the ongoing communication in between those two departments today and what those protocols are. I think it's important too, I don't want to, our public schools have a protocol, and the Covenant School is not a public school, and they have a protocol, and that's good, and I'm so grateful for that. But I think it's important when we look at legislation that we're looking at the things that are within our control, and we're looking at what we're already doing. So I'd like to hear from the administration, if I could please, Pro Tem, to understand what it is that we're doing today between those two departments.
Mr. Jameson.
After last week's events, reached out to MNPS, had a lengthy conversation with several individuals, including especially David Prophet, who council members have known and worked with for years. And he advised that the study that the police department and MNPS wrapped up last summer is still open. I mean, it's open to amendments, not amendments, but open to revisions and further input, but they did conclude it last summer. Schools from the buildings themselves, and Mr. Prophet can explain this far better than I, but from a safety code compliance standard, they are meeting that. They are all in compliance. question is could there be more done? And I think the answer is always going to be yes. There are types of windows that are ballistic resistant. Price is clearly going to be a factor, but those items are still are up for discussion and possible consideration for inclusion into the safety recommendations from the report that was concluded last summer.
Thank you for that. I did not know that it had concluded, so that's the very helpful information. So that's I just wanted to share that with the body, that this is something that has been looked at. I'm supportive of the resolution. Thank you.
Councilmember Suara.
Thank you, Pro Tem. I echo what he said. It's been a terrible time and lots of lives, and we're all reeling from all of that. And I think wanting to jump into action is a good thing, and I think looking for recommendation is a great thing. But I want us to do it the right way and not duplicate effort. We just, Councilmember Siricus talked tonight about having a group together that included MMPD and MMPS and everybody. I thought that this is putting the cart before the horse. I think that it would be better for everybody involved to come together. I'm actually taking from what Councilmember Benedict just said. MMPS has things that they're doing. MMPD has a recommendation they want to give. Yes, I agree. But why don't we all come together and then work together rather than jump into just do one thing or the other? Let's come up with something that we all agree on that is workable and that is a lasting solution that will make sure this does not happen again. So I would actually want to defy this resolution so that the committee can come together and bring everybody together and come up with not just a quick thing, but something that we can all work around. So I'd like to move for the one meeting deferral.
Okay. It's been properly moved and seconded for a one meeting deferral. Any discussion on the deferral motion? Should I go to the sponsor first? Yeah. Councilmember Johnston.
Thank you. I'm going to speak against the deferral. Again, this is a request for information, and I know we have meetings that are being coordinated by Councilman Syracuse, and I'm excited about those. And I think that these recommendations and this information that I'm requesting, or that we would request as a body, is a tool to be a part of the discussion that he is leading. It's never too early to ask for information, and that's all this is asking for the information. And it should be pretty easy to do because they've concluded. Again, I don't want to wait anymore. I don't want to defer anymore. How many more times are we going to wait and not do what we need to do? Asking for information is there's nothing wrong with that. I'm tired of the cycle of empathy to apathy, and it happens really, really quickly because it's hard to talk about this. It's hard to think about this. It's hard to understand that this is the reality that we're in. And so it's much easier to turn a blind eye and move on with our lives that are busy and full of distractions. I don't want to be distracted anymore. I want to get the information. I want to have the conversations. I want to have a plan, and I want to put that plan to action. And I don't want to have to worry about our children being shot as they're trying to learn to read.
Councilmember Porterfield on the deferral.
Thank you so much. I stand in support of the deferral, and I think we all feel the urgency. So I do want to acknowledge what my colleague just stated about the quick cycle from empathy to apathy, and she's absolutely correct. We do see that cycle move quickly. That is why so many people have been protesting for gun reform, which we know we can't control at this level, but we need meaningful change, not a Band-Aid. I do think that it's putting the cart before the horse, I think was the idiom. Is that what it's called? I can't remember. I've been out of schools. Maybe Councilmember Cash can help me. I do think that anything that we're looking at with regards to school safety that we're doing outside of including schools and teachers, we're making the wrong move. Yes, MMPD is the expert on safety. MNPS is the expert on schools. And if we're not doing those, we're not doing this justice if we're not doing those two in tandem with each other. They both have valuable pieces of information that they need to bring. So I'm gonna stand in support, of the deferral so that we can make sure that we're hearing from both entities.
Councilmember Sepulveda on the deferral.
Thank you, Madam Pro Tem. I'm going to be supporting the deferral tonight just because I agree there is an urgency, and that urgency has been there for years. I did active shooter drills when I was in school here in MNPS, so it is nothing new to me. We have had community members, students, teachers, leaders throughout that have been asking for change. So the urgency has been there, still is there, and will continue to be there unless we bring forth active change, and a lot of that starts at the state legislature. But I agree that a deferral needs to happen tonight in order to coordinate with multiple parties because we owe it to our students.
Councilwoman Hurd, do you want to speak on the deferral?
Yes. I guess I'm trying to figure out what we're going to do with the information once we receive it, because I agree that we've got to have something more than information. We definitely need gun reform, and I think that so I'm just trying to figure out. I'm just a little bit confused because I too don't want to see a Band-Aid approach to it. So I guess my question is what will we do with the information?
Is that a question for the sponsor?
Yes, for the sponsor. What will we do with the information? I mean, to conduct an evaluation of safety plans and measures. I mean, I'm not sure. I'm just saying, what are we going to do with that information? I think they had a plan at Covenant. They had a security officer who happened to be off that day, and someone filled in for him. I just think that we find the common denominator and for shooters. And the common denominator is not their mental health state. The common denominator is not their gender. The common denominator is that they all had guns. And I think that's what we have to address. We have to get to the root of the problem. And I'm just not sure the information. So I too don't see the purpose of
So are you
moving
speaking?
forward.
Okay. So are you speaking in favor of the deferral?
In favor of the deferral. I mean, I just wanted to ask the question, though, about what are we going to do with the information for the urgency. How is the information going to get anything done?
Yeah, so I'll answer that. I think what we do with the information is a great question. And I think you have to have the information first to say, okay, this is what the recommendation is. So what are we going to do with these recommendations? What are the solutions that we're going to implement? And if we're not going to implement some of them, why not? So you have to have the information first. You have to have the recommendations first in order to act on them. And so this is the first step in what are the experts saying that our schools need in order to maximize the safety of the children and the staff that are there every day.
All right. Councilmember Hancock on the deferral.
Yes. Thank you. I'm not calling the question. Thank you, Councilman Young. I would like to speak in favor of the deferral. Also, to add on to Mr. Jameson's talk about the study that was completed last summer. There's another one going on right now. In fact, it's a law, Tennessee 496-4302, that they have to do this every single year, a school security assessment. The assessment was developed by the Tennessee Department of Safety and Homeland Security. Annual assessments are conducted by a school administrator and a local law enforcement officer, and then the results are needed to complete the Safe Schools grant application every single year. They have to complete it by June 9th. So I think that the fact that Councilman Syracuse is calling for a joint committee meeting, the fact that they're already working on this right now, I don't think that I don't see the urgency of this resolution. I do see the urgency of school safety. I have a son in public schools, just like many of you. And I do believe they're working hard to, do what they can to protect our students and all the drills. But at the same time, I feel like the school board and the administration of the schools are on top of this and working with the police department to keep our kids safe.
Councilmember Nash, did you want to speak on the deferral motion?
Yes, ma'am. Thank you. I speak in favor of, or not in favor of the deferral. We had a pretty long discussion in the Health and Safety Committee about this issue and whether it was the horse in front of getting the cart in front of the horse. We checked with the chairman, who said he was agnostic about it. And the more we discussed it, it really didn't become a problem. This is just kind of a baseline. We already, as has been stated, the school, MNPS and the MNPD have worked together on plans already, so it kind of gives us a baseline. It doesn't change anything that our chairman is going to do. He's got people he's speaking to from Uvalde and other schools that have been a victim of this. So this just kind of, here's where we are right now. And then as we go further into the in-depth dive into what more we could do to make our plans better, we can go there. I don't see the need for the deferral. And I think to have something immediately on the table, at least we're showing the public that, look, we're reacting, we're going to try and get this whole discussion started, make sure we get it done, and do the best we can to keep our children safe.
Councilwoman Gamble, on the deferral.
Thank you, Madam Pro Tem. I'm speaking in favor of the deferral. I actually motioned for a deferral in committee for the same reasons that have been expressed tonight, that while it is important that we make a public statement that we are committed to working and doing whatever we can to address or make our schools safer, particularly from gun violence, I think that this legislation is not substantive enough, and I would like to see more collaboration and effort with MNPD and MNPS, other safety, mass shooting safety expert, as our public safety chair has initiated that he will be getting together with those groups, getting meetings together, getting community and public input as well. And I think that needs to be incorporated in any legislation that we put forward regarding this issue. So for those reasons, I also speak in favor of a deferral. Thank you.
Councilman Pulley on the deferral.
Thank you, Madam Pro Tem. I think it's important for everybody to know, I may be repeating a little bit of what Councilmember Nash said. We had a robust discussion about this at Public Safety, but it's very important. It's not hard for me to talk about this. It's pretty raw still for me right now, what went on over at that school and what's the pain that our community and my district is feeling over this. And it's very important to me and to members of this body that we do this in terms of looking at school security and looking at the security of our children in a very, very thorough, comprehensive manner. And such a tool is in place for us. Councilman Syracuse is the chair of the Public Health and Safety Committee and is undertaking a framework, building a framework for meetings, special call meetings to address this issue, which is very important that we look at all angles. This is a memorializing resolution to essentially ask the police department to, do, as Commander Gilda told us at Public Safety, what they're doing now. So I don't really know what good deferring this does, because ultimately we're going to engage ourselves in a very thorough, comprehensive process that's hopefully very well done, to where we can look at this in a very thorough and comprehensive way and come up with real solutions. And this resolution is just asking the department to do what they're doing, study this. So I don't know what the point of deferring it is. So I'd be against that. Thank you.
Councilwoman Swarrow on the deferral motion.
Thank you, Chair. I get the passion for the sponsor, and please do know that we all feel the same. And I stand here not wanting this to happen again, or not wanting us to be here again. Now, what this deferral is doing is not saying we don't want information from the police department. The chair is going to request that. We don't need a resolution for that. Part of what he's doing is calling everyone that is involved and asking for that recommendation. All I'm saying is that the fact that we just want to put something out there to say we put something out there is not what we want to do. I think we want to take our time. We want to make sure that everybody is talking together. We want to make sure that we do something that is comprehensive. That's what we're saying. I'm not against the police making a recommendation. The police will make the recommendation. We'll take the old one that they've done. We'll take the new one as part of the committee. We'll bring it all together and we'll come up with a lasting thing. So this is not about not wanting that information. All we're saying is that let's stop doing things urgently or in silo. Let's look at things comprehensively, which is what the chair proposed. And let's come up with something so that these families know that we're talking about it. So they know that we're talking about it. They know we're going to request the information if that's the purpose of the legislation. The community now knows that there was a legislation filed and we're asking for information. So MNPD will give that, MNPS will, all the experts will, and then we'll come up with a lasting recommendation. I just don't think the resolution does anything to do anything to that. So thank you.
Councilman Bradford on the deferral.
Previous question.
Previous question has been called. All those in favor of the previous question, aye. Aye. Opposed, no. Previous question prevails. We are back on the motion for that was properly, my goodness. Back on the motion for approval that was properly seconded. For a deferral, I'm sorry, for one meeting deferral that's properly seconded. All those in favor of deferral, aye. All those opposed, no. What's that? Okay, we'll do a roll call vote. They're gonna put it on the thing. All right. Do I get to say Mr. Clerk, open the machine? Do I say it now? All right, she tell me he's ready. He's gonna tell me when he's ready. Mr. Clerk, open the machines. We're on the one meeting deferral. If you're for the one meeting deferral, yes. If not, no. Oh. No. Are all the votes in?
Is he checking votes?
All right, so members of the council, the machine is frozen, so we're going to go about this the old-fashioned way. The clerk is going to call the members, and if you're for, it's a motion to defer. If you're for the deferral, you vote aye. If you're against the deferral, you vote no. All right, so Mr. Clerk, you ready? Hold on. There you go.
Councilman Mendez. Councilmember Hurt. Councilmember Allen. Councilmember Suara. Councilmember Toombs. Councilmember Gamble. Councilmember Swope. Councilmember Withers. Councilmember Parker. Councilmember Withers. Councilmember Benedict. Councilmember Van Rees. Councilmember Hancock. Councilmember Young. Councilmember Hager. Councilmember Evans. Councilmember Bradford. Councilmember Roten. Councilmember Syracuse. Councilmember Welsh. Councilmember Sledge.
Councilmember Cash. Councilmember O'Connell. Councilmember Roberts. Councilmember Taylor. Councilmember Hauser. Councilmember Driffel. Councilmember Murphy. Councilmember Pooley. Councilmember Johnston. Councilmember Nash. Councilmember Verger. Councilmember Porterfield. Councilmember Sepulveda. Councilmember Rutherford. Councilmember Stiles. I'm sorry, I didn't hear that. Councilmember Lee. Councilmember Henderson. And Councilmember Rosenberg. Councilmember Hurt.
Motion to defer passes, 22 ayes, 15 noes, 1 abstention. So the motion to defer, it's a motion to defer 1 meeting. All right, we are now on bills on first reading. We can take all them together. Bills on introduction and first reading. Councilmember O'Connell.
Sorry, I do need to pull a couple items here if we can. Sorry.
Councilmember O'Connell.
Thank you. Sorry about that. I need to pull items 74 and 75 for a deferral for 1 meeting.
It's items 74 and 75?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Okay, so we'll just knock them off of the consent of the first reading, bills on first reading. Anything else needs to be bumped off of first reading? I will note that on item 81, Councilmember Roberts needs to be listed as abstaining, but we'll keep it on as we move bills on first reading. Councilmember Roberts abstaining on item number 81. Anything else? All right. With that, I need a motion to approve all bills on introduction first reading. Got a motion properly seconded. Any discussion? Seeing none. All those in favor of bills on introduction first reading say aye. Opposed, no. You adopt. Okay, so we'll go back to Councilmember O'Connell's bills that need to be bumped. I think we can take them together because it looks like it's a companion bill. BL 2023-1820, it's item number 74 on your calendar, along with item number 75, BL 2023-1821, 1820. Ordinance to amend Title 17 by change from CF to SP zoning for privacy located at 1609 McGavick Street, 115 16th Avenue South, and 114 116 17th Avenue South, and the companion bill, BL 2023-1821, ordinance to authorize building material restrictions and requirements for BL 2023-1820. Proposed ordinance requires certain materials to be restricted in the construction of buildings. Councilmember O'Connell, you're recognized on those 2 bills.
Thank you, Mr. President. We had just a timing issue with the applicant. Need to move to defer 1 meeting, please.
All right, so the motion is to defer 1 meeting on both, not pass on first reading, just defer on. Okay, so the motion is to defer both 1820 and 1821. Defer 1 meeting, properly seconded. Any discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor of the motion say aye. Opposed, no. You adopt that motion. We have 1 late filed bill by Councilmember Toombs. It is an ordinance to amend Title 17 by change from RS 7.5 to RM 20A zoning for property located at Ewing Drive, unnumbered at the southeast corner of Knight Drive and Ewing Drive. Councilmember Toombs, you're recognized on your late filed bill.
Thank you. Committee report?
I believe it would have gone to rules. Councilmember Murphy?
Yes, because this is to engage constituents more, we were okay with the rule suspension.
All right. Councilmember Toombs.
Like to suspend the rules?
Okay, Councilmember Toombs is moving to suspend the rules to get this matter before us tonight on first reading. Any objection to suspension of the rules? Seeing none, rules are suspended. You're on your late filed bill.
Thank you. Move for approval.
Okay, so Councilmember Toombs is moving for approval on first reading of her late filed ordinance, properly seconded. Any discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor of the bill passing on first reading, say aye. Opposed, no. The bill passes on first reading. We are now on bills on second reading. We do have a consent calendar. Let me go through those bills. This would be on, starting on page 36 of my calendar. First bill on second reading consent is item number 96. That's BL 2023-1783. That's on consent. 1784 is on consent, 1785 on consent, 1786 on consent, 1787 is on consent, 1788 on consent, 1789 on consent, 1790 on consent, 1791 on consent, and 1792 is on consent. Anything needs to be bumped off the second reading consent calendar? Okay, seeing none, here we go. We'll start with item number 96, BL 2023-1783 by Council Members Sepulveda and Porterfield. Ordinance to correct the staggering of the Metropolitan Human Relations Commission as codified in Chapter 2.132 of the Metropolitan Code of Laws. Item number 97, BL 2023-1784 by Council Members O'Connell, Roten, Withers, and others. An ordinance approving a participatory agreement, temporary construction between the Metropolitan Government through the Metropolitan Board of Parks and Recreation and 1000 2nd Avenue North LP for improvements within a portion of the Greenway. Item number 98, BL 2023-1785 by Councilmembers O'Connell, Withers, and Pulley. Ordinance authorizing CB Ragland Company to install, construct, and maintain aerial and underground encroachments in the right-of-way located at 118 12th Avenue South. Item number 99, BL 2023-1786, Virtual, Withers, and Pulley. Ordinance authorizing the Metropolitan Government to accept new public water and sanitary sewer mains, fire hydrant assembly, sanitary sewer manholes, and easements. Property located at 2239 Edge O Lake Drive, also known as Canyon Ridge Phase 5. BL 2023-1787, item number 100, Withers and Pulley. Ordinance authorizing the Metropolitan Government to accept new sanitary sewer mains and public water, fire hydrant assembly, sanitary sewer manholes, and easements for two properties located at 4927 Buena Vista Pike, unnumbered. Item number 101, BL 2023-1788, Sledge, Withers, and Pulley. Ordinance authorizing the Metropolitan Government to abandon existing sanitary sewer mains, sanitary sewer manholes, and easements for property located at 155 Lafayette Street, also known as Tennessee Justice Center. BL 2023-1789, item number 102, Taylor, Withers, and Pulley. Ordinance authorizing the Metropolitan Government to abandon existing sanitary sewer mains, sanitary sewer manholes, and easements, and to accept new sewer mains, sanitary sewer manholes, and easements for five properties located on 41st Avenue North, Clifton Avenue, and Indiana Avenue. Item number 103, BL 2023-1790, by Toombs, Withers, and Pulley. Ordinance authorizing the Metropolitan Government to accept new public water and sanitary sewer mains, fire hydrant assembly, sanitary sewer manholes, and easements for three properties located at 839 West Trinity Lane and West Trinity Lane, unnumbered. Item number 104, BL 2023-1791, Sledge, Withers, and Pulley. Ordinance authorizing the Metropolitan Government to abandon existing public sanitary sewer mains, manholes, fire hydrant assemblies, and easements, and accept new public sanitary sewer mains, sewer manholes, and fire hydrant assemblies for property located at 2212 12th Avenue South. BL 2023-1792, Withers, Pulley, and Lee. Ordinance authorizing the Metropolitan Government to accept new public water mains and fire hydrant assemblies for property located at 1620 Corporate Place. And that's it. All right, I need some committee report. Budget and Finance, Councilmember Roten.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Mayor. Budget and Finance.
At 1784.
Yep, approved 11 in favor, 0 against.
Okay, Human Services, Councilmember Druffel.
Yeah, Chair. Human Services approved 1783, 5-4, 0 against.
Councilmember Withers, Planning and Zoning.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Mayor. Planning and Zoning met and considered most of this calendar, which is ordinances BL 2023-1784 through 92, and we recommended each of those, 10 in favor, 0 against, 0 abstentions.
All right, thank you. Councilmember Hurt. Councilmember Hurt, you're on BL 2023-1784. Committee report.
Thank you, Mr. President. Public Facilities, Art, and Culture voted for Bill 2023-1784, 5 in favor and 6 against.
5 in favor and
5 in favor
And 0 against?
and 0 against.
Okay, just making sure. Thank you. Councilmember Pulley, Transportation.
Transportation considered BL 2023-1784 through 1792 and recommended approval 10 in favor, 0 against. And I recommend approval, move approval of the consent agenda.
All right, Councilmember Pulley has moved approval of the second reading consent agenda, properly seconded. Any discussion on the second reading consent agenda? Seeing none, all those in favor of second reading consent agenda say aye. Opposed, no. You adopt. All right, we are on item number 92, BL 2022-1630, an ordinance to amend Title II of the Metropolitan Code of Laws to create the Nashville Film and Television Advisory Board. Councilmember Swope, Syracuse Hall, and others are the sponsors. Councilmember Swope, you're recognized.
Thank you, Your Honor. Here we go again. 1630's back, 1631's back. I'm going to be really quick because it's quarter to 12 or 20 to 12, and we've got a whole lot of discussion to have on the next page of this agenda, or 2 pages from now. 1630, I will repeat again, has not changed in 9 months. It is laser focused, very, very focused upon the film and television industry. It does not create an office of film and television. It creates an advisory board to advise this city, this council, and everybody else related. 1631 has now mutated into a 19-person, multi-pronged, undefined. I don't know how the film and television side of this gets represented. This is the same problem that's existed since 1993 in the city. So I would ask your approval on 1630. You have heard my pitch over and over again. It hasn't changed. I'm going to represent the industry that I've spent a lifetime in as best I can. In doing so, that's 1630. So I would appreciate, I would move 1630 for your approval.
All right, let's get, we have one committee report out there. That's Councilmember Hurt, Public Facilities, on BL 2022-1630.
Yes, thank you so very much. Public Facilities, Art, and Culture voted 3 in favor, 2 against on BL 2022-1630.
All right, thank you, Councilmember Hart. All right, Councilmember Swope. Councilmember Swope is moving approval of BL 2022-1630 on second reading, properly seconded. Discussion on the bill. Councilmember Syracuse, you're recognized.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. Just to give some clarity on my position here, because I know I'm still listed as a co-sponsor of this from when it was first initiated. I'm going to be just abstaining on this. As we know, the substitute that I put forward for 1631 is also moving forward, and that is the compromise that I think is a win for everybody. I'll speak more too on 1631, but I just wanted to clarify my position that 1631 can work as the compromise that works for everybody. It's not perfect in my opinion, but you know, all due respect to my friend Councilmember Swope, I'm going to stand behind the substitute that I put together for 1631. It's not to say that the two-pillar approach from 1631 can't be scalable and go into something eventually once those industry leaders guide it. So I'll be abstaining on this. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Syracuse. Councilmember Stiles.
Thank you very much, Vice Mayor. And I just initially wanted to say thank you to Councilmember Swope for all the work that you've done on this bill. I do, however, believe that one commission does make more sense, and we have heard from many people that is what they're looking for. And I think if we're talking about two bills that are proposing to be over our new Office of Music, Film, and Entertainment, then one entertainment commission should be over an entertainment office and not just one creative industry over an office that covers all of them. So I would ask that people support 1631. Thank you very much, Vice Mayor.
All right, thank you, Councilmember O'Connell. You're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. Can I think we maybe discussed this last time. Am I correct? I guess I'll ask Ms. Darby. Are we in a position where 1630 and 1631 are incompatible? Like we should not pass both? Is that true?
There are many elements of both that are similar, such that passage of 1631 after passage of 1630 would probably result in overriding some of 1630.
Okay, so, I mean, that was going to be my follow-up question. I think you partially anticipated is it would not be wise to pass one and then the other. All right, thank you.
All right, thank you. Councilmember Sledge.
Previous question.
Councilmember Sledge has called the previous question. We're not voting on the bill, but we're voting on the previous question. All those in favor of the previous question say aye. Aye. Opposed, no. Previous question prevails. We are now voting on the motion to approve on BL 2022-1630. I think we'll go on the board on this one. BL 2022-1630, the motion is to approve on second reading. Mr. Clerk? That's a good question. Do we have a board? We do. Okay, so good. All right, so where are we? We're on item number 92, BL 2022-1630. Councilmember Swope has moved for passage. It was properly seconded. It's a motion to pass on second reading. If you're for passage on second reading, you vote aye. If you're opposed, you vote no. Ready? Okay, Mr. Clerk, open up the machines. Okay, we'll try it. Let's try this by voice vote. Okay, members of the council, we're having trouble with the machines again. All right, so we're on a motion to pass on second reading by Councilmember Swope. Let's try by voice vote. All those in favor of the motion to approve on second reading on BL 2022-1630 say aye. Opposed, no. On the board that doesn't work. Okay. We've got to get those guys.
We're not in committee. Committee, that's fine, but we're roll call vote.
Same thing. This time there's nobody in the queue. But yeah, still hung up. Hers just unfroze. Is yours unfrozen?
Oh, I guess it's not.
I need you to close out of it real quick. No, just close out of it.
No, meeting, is that? So it's just totally messed up, so all roll call votes need to be by count.
Or let's off of that third half. What happened for me, at least, everything I technically tried to settle. That's all. What are we doing? Oh, well. Are you frozen or is it working now? Oh, well, the vote went away, but it looks like I can click now, but I'm not sure what happened to the vote. You want to try to run another vote or? I can try. the system's unfrozen, but the vote for some reason didn't get recorded. I can try it again.
So, yeah, we've got.
Oh, they can take one question.
Machine's looking like they're not going to be cooperative tonight.
Can we try one more vote? If it freezes, then you can move ahead and play a vote.
It's unstuck right now, so we can attempt it.
Thank you.
Okay. All right. So we are on, we're going to try. We think the machines are unfrozen. So we are going to try this vote and see if it works. We are on a motion to approve. This is Councilmember Swope's motion to approve BL 2022-1630 on second reading. If you're for Councilmember Swope's motion, you'd vote aye. If you're against, you'd vote no. Mr. Clerk, let's try. Open up the machines.
It's going to freeze again.
It's not working.
Yeah. Right. That's right. I'm waiting. Those stuff there, but.
It's not going to work.
All right, so on this particular, the machines don't work, so we're going to do it the old-fashioned way. We're going to do another roll call vote. So if you're for Councilmember Swope's motion to approve on second reading, you vote. Councilmember Nash?
I called my 10-year-old granddaughter, and she said, turn it off and start it up again.
Thank you, Councilmember Nash. All right, we are going to call the roll. Again, if you're for Councilmember Swope's motion, you'd vote aye. If you're against, you'd vote no.
All right, Councilmember Mendez. Councilmember Hurt. Councilmember Allen. Councilmember Suara. Councilmember Hall. Councilmember Toombs. Councilmember Gamble. Councilmember Swope. Councilmember Parker. Councilmember Withers. Councilmember Benedict. Councilmember Van Rees. Councilmember Hancock. Councilmember Young. Councilmember Hager. Councilmember Evans. Councilmember Bradford. Councilmember Roten. Councilmember Syracuse. Councilmember Welsh. Councilmember Sledge.
Hey.
Councilmember Cash.
No.
Councilmember O'Connell. Councilmember Roberts. Councilmember Taylor. Councilmember Hauser. Councilmember Druffel. Councilmember Murphy. Councilmember Pulley. Councilmember Johnston. Councilmember Nash. Councilmember Verger. Councilmember Porterfield. Councilmember Sepulveda. Councilmember Rutherford. Councilmember Stiles. Councilmember Lee. Councilmember Henderson. Councilmember Rosenberg.
Okay, I missed.
21 and 5. 12, 21 and 5.
All right, the vote's in, 12 ayes, 21 noes, 5 abstentions, so the motion to pass on second reading fails. Okay. We're now on item number 93, BL 2022-1631 by Councilmember Stiles, Welch, Toombs, and others. Ordinance to amend Title II of the Metropolitan Code of Laws to create the National Entertainment Commission. Councilmember Stiles, you are recognized.
Thank you very much, Vice Mayor. I actually have a substitute.
You got committee reports first. Budget and Finance, Councilmember Roten.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Mayor. Budget and Finance approved, 10 in favor, 0 against, as substituted.
All right, thank you. Public Facilities, Councilmember Hurt.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Mayor. Public Facilities voted 3 in favor and 2 against.
Okay.
On the substitute, as well on the first and the second substitute.
Okay, all right. Thank you. Back to you, Councilmember Stiles.
Thank you very much, Vice Mayor. As I said, or was about to say, there is a substitute sponsored by Councilmember Syracuse and myself, which maintains the 3 pillars, but does rename 2 of them so they have their own identities. And I will let Councilmember Syracuse speak on that, but I'd like to move the substitute.
All right, Councilmember Stiles has moved the substitute. This is, I think, the second substitute on this. All right. Proper motion, proper second. Councilmember Syracuse, you're recognized.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. I want to thank Councilmember Swope because of the 2 main pillars here, which one is the TV and Film Advisory Council. That is basically 1630. And then the other pillar is what I've been advocating for this whole time, which is a dedicated effort to bring back the Music City Music Council. The diversity and equity piece kind of ties it all together in the middle. So I'm thankful to Councilmember Stiles for that piece. So ultimately, you have a cohesive commission. You have 2 main pillars where those industry leaders will be able to build on that. And this is scalable. This is something that could grow into something else, but maintains that cohesive commission that it does meet quarterly. But it was important to me to go ahead and get something done because the commission is of the same name as the Mayor's Office of Music, Film, and Entertainment. And so these commissioners will be hiring that role. And it was important to me to have that role hired before the administration leaves so that we can build upon the work that needs to be done on both of these main pillars. And then when there's a change in administration, this is going to be a sustainable entity, if you will. So it's time to get these commissioners seated. They will be seated when the music study is done of venues, so they'll be able to be well in place to effectuate whatever tools, policies, and programs we put forward there. So I ask my colleagues' support of the substitute. Thank you.
All right. Councilmember Swope, you're recognized.
Thank you, Your Honor. One question for the sponsors, and again, I want to thank Council Lady Stiles and Councilman Syracuse. All 3 of us have worked for a year on this, and I know it's been a back and forth, kind of a crazy back and forth, but one question for you on 1631 and your 3 pillars. Who decides who the people are that are on this commission that are film and television executives? I don't read that anywhere in this. It just says 19 people from the entertainment business.
Councilmember Syracuse.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. Well, the consistent thing between 1630 and 31 is that the unions, the respective unions, do have their seats at the table. You do have the Grammy chapter of Nashville has a seat as well. It's going to be up to the industry leaders to be able to seat those that they see fit, who hopefully have the governance and strategic planning skill set in order to help set this up correctly. So it's going to be up to perhaps the 3 of us to advocate to our respective industries to get the right people in place.
Councilmember Swope.
As long as we're clear that it's up to us to advocate to actually put people from the film and television business outside of the 3 unions, because I don't consider NARA as part of the film and TV business. That's the National Academy of Recording Arts and Sciences. They do the Grammys, not the Emmys. I would caution everybody in this room that we are building what has been done 3 times in this city in the last 30 years, and it's failed every single time. So as we move forward with this, please, 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 nominate people from the actual film and TV industry, not musicians that want to do a music video. Thanks.
Okay, thank you, Councilmember Swope. Councilmember Stiles.
Vice Mayor, I withdraw my request to speak. I'm good.
All right, so here's where we are. We're on the motion to approve the second substitute on BL 2022-1631. Again, it was properly seconded. Anybody else for discussion? Councilmember Henderson.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. I appreciate it. I wanted to commend Councilman Syracuse for working with Councillady Stiles and Councilmember Swope and getting this finally to a place that I just want to clarify. That's my question. The administration supports 1631. Is that correct?
Mr. James.
And the substitute that's before us.
Yes, as substituted, correct.
Thank you.
Councilmember Hurt, you're recognized.
I too just wanted to stand and commend them because it has been a long road of us going back and forth with both of these bills, and I'm happy that we did come with some type of solution and compromise for an attempt for everyone to work together. And I just wanted to stand and say that I know that Councilmember Swope does have a great deal of experience, and Councilmember Syracuse has worked very hard and diligently as Councilmember Stiles, and I wanted to commend them. But because they did come with this compromise, it made me want to support the effort and applaud what they had done.
Thank you, Councilmember. That's it in the queue. Any other discussion? Okay, we are on a motion to approve the second substitute. That was by Councilmember Stiles, approved, seconded by Councilmember Syracuse. Seeing nobody else left in the queue, we're ready to vote. All those in favor of the second substitute say aye. Aye. Opposed, no. Okay, second substitute, it's adopted. Councilmember Stiles, you're now on your bill as substituted. Councilmember Stiles.
Thank you very much, Vice Mayor. I'd like to move for approval, please.
All right, Councilmember Stiles moves for approval of BL 2022-1631 as substituted, properly seconded. Any other discussion? I've still got people in the queue. Any discussion? Councilmember Swope? Councilmember Hurt? Okay. Seeing nobody else in the queue, we're ready to vote. All those in favor of BL 2022-1631 as substituted say aye. Opposed, no. Got one no. Any other no's? Two no's. Councilmember right there. Okay. Councilmember Hall is also a no. All right. Bill passes on second reading. We are going to take a 3-minute recess. Nobody move. Everybody stay in your seat. I need to see Council Members Mendez, Withers, Roten, Taylor, and Hurt up here at my desk. on back up. For the 5 that I just called up here, I need you back up here. That's good. We're back in session. So here's what the discussion was. We are obviously having some trouble with the machine freezing. The next bill up is item 94, which has 20 amendments on it. And so what we were concerned with was some of those votes may require us having to go on the board, and if the machine's frozen, we would have to do it by roll call, which is fine. But the clerk is going to try to reboot the machine and see if we can get it working. So he's going to take the advice of Councilmember Nash's granddaughter. We're going to try to reboot and see if that works. That's going to take a couple of minutes. So, okay. Well, and that may be the cause. What we're going to do is simply we're going to move, unless there's an objection, we're going to move item number 94. Bill 2023-1741 to the hill of the calendar. Okay, we're just going to put it at the end so we can have time to reboot the machine. We have one more bill on second reading to take up. It's item number 95, and then we have a third reading consent agenda, which I think is all the bills on third reading consent. So what we're simply going to do. Can you all hear me? Okay. Okay. So listen up. Okay, so, well, all we're trying to do is put it on the board on the screens. So we can't do that right now. So if you have an objection, then we'll do it by roll call vote. But what we're trying to do is get the machines rebooted so that we can actually have the machines up on the vote and you can actually see it. Okay? Objections to doing it? All we're going to do is take the rest of the bills, and then we'll go back to the bill on the stadium, and then we'll go through the amendments one by one. Objections? It should take like 5 or 10 minutes. That's all we're doing. Okay, with that objection, that's what we're going to do. Okay, so we're going to roll item number 94, BL 2023-1741 to the hill. We were on item number 95, BL 2023-1742. Council members Allen, Evans, Hoare, and others. It's an ordinance requiring the Metro Division of Housing to establish a public dashboard on how the city is addressing the issue of housing affordability in Nashville and Davidson County. Councilmember Allen, you're recognized on your bill.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Mayor. Committee reports, please.
Affordable Housing Committee. Who has got one? That Councilmember Hauser.
Yes, Affordable Housing Committee voted 6 in favor, 0 against.
All right. Councilmember Allen, Back to you.
I'd like to move for approval with a brief explanation, and I think I have an amendment
You
as well.
do have an amendment. So Councilmember Allen is moving Bill 2023-1742 for passage on second reading, properly seconded. Now, motion on the amendment.
Yes, the amendment just incorporates some great feedback from the Affordable Housing Task Force members that had some input. And then I can talk more about the bill once we get the amendment on there. So I move the amendment.
All right, so Councilmember Allen is moving the amendment, and she explained the amendment, properly seconded. Any discussion on the amendment? Seeing none, all those in favor of the amendment say aye. Opposed, no. Amendment's on. You're on your bill as amended.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Mayor. This just request actually requires the housing department, now that it's in the planning department, the housing division, to create a dashboard that will give up-to-date information on Nashville's housing needs, and then pair that with the progress that we're making, so that people can see what actually has been done and what still needs to be done. And this has been a long time in the making. We asked for this actually 5 years ago, back when housing was underneath the mayor's office. But I think we now have a robust enough housing team that they can actually put this together, and the information, the data will all be available in July, and this will actually go live in January of 2024. So I'm excited this is happening, and I would ask for your support.
All right, so Councilmember Allen has moved for passage on second reading Bill 2023-1742 as amended, properly seconded. Any other discussion? Seeing none, we're ready to vote. All those in favor of Bill 2023-1742 as amended on second reading say aye. Opposed, no. This one is adopted on second reading. All right, we are on bills on third reading. Let me read the bills that are on consent. Okay. Item number 1743, item number 106, Bill 2023-1743 is on consent. 1744 is on consent. 1745 is on consent. 1746 is on consent. 1747 on consent. 1748 is on consent. 1749 is on consent. 1750 is on consent. 1751 is on consent. 1752 is on consent. 1753 is on consent. 1754 is on consent. 1755 is on consent. 1756 is on consent. And 1757 is on consent. Everything's on consent. Okay? Anything needs to be bumped off? Okay. Okay, bills on third reading consent. Item number 106, Bill 2023-1743 by Councilmember O'Connell. Ordinance to provide for the designation of public property within specified areas of downtown as a temporary special event zone during the time period beginning at 6:00 a.m. on June 7, 2023, and ending at midnight on June 12, 2023 for the 2023 CMA Fest. BL 2023-1744 by Councilmembers O'Connell, Roten, and others. Ordinance approving a greenway conservation easement on certain property located at 801 12th Avenue North, Nashville. That's item number 107. Item number 108, BL 2023-1745, Swope, Roten, and others. An ordinance authorizing the Director of Public Property or his designee to donate to the state of Tennessee via quitclaim deeds real property consisting of approximately .136 acres located at 6681 Nolensville Pike. Item number 109, BL 2023-1746 by Councilmembers Taylor, Withers, and Pulley. Ordinance authorizing the Metropolitan Government to abandon existing public water mains and accept new public water mains for two properties located at 2309 and 2315 Clifton Avenue, also known as Clifton Triangle. Item number 110, BL 2023-1747 by Councilmembers Gamble, Withers, and Pulley. An ordinance authorizing the Metropolitan Government to accept new public water and sanitary sewer mains, fire hydrant assembly, sanitary sewer manholes, and easements. Property located at Brick Church Pike, unnumbered, also known as Brick Church Pike subdivision. Item number 111, BL 2023-1748, Taylor, Withers, and Pulley. Ordinance authorizing the Metropolitan Government to abandon existing public utility easement for property located at 1702 17th Avenue North. Item number 112, BL 2023-1749 by Councilmembers Rutherford, Withers, and Pulley. Ordinance authorizing the Metropolitan Government to accept a new public sanitary sewer force main and easements for property located at 6785A Sunnywood Drive, also known as Sunnywood Place. Item number 113, BL 2023-1750 by Councilmembers Hancock, Withers, and Pulley. Ordinance authorizing the Metropolitan Government to accept new public sanitary sewer mains, sanitary sewer manholes, and easements for three properties located at 1145 and 1201 Neely's Bend Road, Neely's Bend Road unnumbered. Item number 114, BL 2023-1751 by Councilmembers Hancock, Withers, and Pulley. Ordinance authorizing the Metropolitan Government of Nashville to accept new public sanitary sewer mains, sanitary sewer manholes, and easements. Property located at 1201 Neely's Bend Road, also known as Fox Valley Phase 3. BL 2023-1752, that's item number 115, O'Connell, Witherson, Pulley. An ordinance authorizing the Metropolitan Government to abandon existing public combination sanitary sewer mains and sanitary manholes, accept new public sanitary sewer mains and sanitary sewer manholes, property located at 915 Division Street. BL 2023-1753, item number 116, Taylor, Witherson, Pulley. Ordinance authorizing the Metropolitan Government to accept new public water mains for property located at 5 City Boulevard. Item number 117, BL 2023-1754, Swope, Witherson, Pulley. Ordinance authorizing the Metropolitan Government to accept new public water and sanitary sewer mains, fire hydrant assembly, sanitary sewer manholes, and easements for two properties located at 5978 and 5984 Edmondson Pike. Item number 118, BL 2023-1755 by Council Members Withers and Pulley. Ordinance authorizing the Metropolitan Government to accept new public water and sanitary sewer mains, fire hydrant assembly, sanitary sewer manholes, and easements for property located at 6018 Mount View Road, also known as Campbell Crossings Townhomes. Item number 119, Gamble, Witherson, Pulley, BL 2023-1756. Ordinance authorizing the Metropolitan Government to abandon existing public sanitary sewer mains, sanitary sewer manholes, and easements, except new public water and sanitary sewer mains, fire hydrant assembly, sanitary sewer manholes, and easements for two properties located at 420 Green Lane and Tisdale Drive, unnumbered. And the last one is item number 120, BL 2023-1757. Council Members Withers and Pulley, an ordinance authorizing the Metropolitan Government to accept new public water and sanitary sewer mains, fire hydrant assembly, sanitary sewer manholes, and easements, property located at 12474 Old Hickory Boulevard. Those are all the items on third reading consent. Anything need to be bumped off? Then Councilmember Young, entertain a motion to approve all bills on third reading consent. So moved, properly seconded. Any discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor say aye. Opposed, no. You adopt. All right. Huh? Okay. So we are on the last bill on the calendar. It's item number 94. Mr. Clerk, how we doing? Okay, how long is that going to take? Okay. All right. So everything has to shut down? I'm worried about that. I'm worried that if we shut down, we'll never come back up. So we're having problems with our machines, obviously. All right. So obviously we're having a conversation about this. If we shut down and can't reboot, what does that mean? We can still use the mics and then we just have to vote? All right.
Finalize this meeting. But then we should be able to. Okay, so I'm going to close out this meeting and then log everyone out. We'll log back in and be ready to go in a few minutes.
Yeah, make sure you see what we're doing. Tell me where you are.
Go ahead and close this meeting. It'll take a few minutes to pull up the next meeting. Log the applicant and we'll be ready to go. 5 minutes. What'll happen is look up the screen that it's on and come back up. It'll have their name. They can do it. Select their name.
I think we do it by roll call. I'm too nervous with these machines. I think we blow the whole system.
We tested it before with just one item in the agenda and it worked super fast. The link for the agendas was probably to get hung up. So I've created a new agenda with just that item. If we load it up, it should work super fast.
I mean, the way this thing is going, I just trust it. Councilmember Rosenberg. Hold on.
Thank you, Mr. President. Move to adjourn.
So that's a motion to adjourn. It's been properly seconded. We're on a motion to adjourn, which takes precedence. Anybody on the motion to adjourn?
A non-debatable motion.
What?
It's a non-debatable motion.
All right, so we're on a motion to adjourn. All those in favor of motion to adjourn say aye. Opposed, no. The noes have it. Yep. All right, so here's what we're going to do. We're not trusting these machines. I don't have any confidence at this point in any of this stuff in front of me in terms of rebooting and then booting back up. So we are, no, not you all, the machines. I'll answer the other question later. So we are going to do this by roll call, okay? Because the idea was to shut down the machines and then turn them back on, and we just don't have any confidence that those things are going to come back up. At least I don't have any confidence in it. So we're gonna do this the old-fashioned way. All right. So you ready? We are on item number 94, BL 2023-1741. What? You should be able to hit the button. Yeah. BL 2023-1741 by council members Withers, Roten, Hurt, Pulley, and others. Ordinance authorizing the Metropolitan Government's execution, delivery of an intergovernmental project agreement with the Sports Authority of the Metropolitan Government of Nashville and Davidson County relating to the development and funding of a new enclosed stadium, designating a geographic area within which 50% of state and local option sales tax will be allocated to fund capital projects at the stadium or any on-site or off-site infrastructure necessary for the operation thereof. Approving the issuance of one or more series of public facility revenue bonds by the Sports Authority to finance a portion of the costs related to the construction of the enclosed stadium, authorizing the use and pledge of certain of the Metropolitan Government's revenues as security for the bonds, authorizing the acquisition of the stadium campus from the Sports Authority and the lease of the new stadium site to the Sports Authority, authorizing the Metropolitan Government's execution and delivery of a site coordination agreement relating to the interaction between the operations of the stadium and the development within certain areas around the stadium, and authorizing the defeasance of a portion of the Metropolitan Government's general obligation bond issued to fund the acquisition of the campus on which the stadium is located. Councilmember Withers, Roten, Hurt, Pulley, and others are the sponsors. I'm going to go to Councilmember Withers.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Mayor. I'd like to move approval to get this before us for discussion, and then we'll consider the amendments, I believe.
All right, so you want to move BL 2023-1741 for passage on second reading, properly seconded. Back to you.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Mayor. I believe that the way that we're going to go through this is to go to each of the sponsors of each of the amendments and get a committee report on each amendment, kind of one by one, and then we'll probably consider the bill as amended. I believe that's what we've all agreed to.
Okay. So I think what we're going to go through the amendments, but is there a committee report on the entire bill as amended, or do you want to hold on that one?
Sure, we can call for those committees. Budget and Finance would have the first one on the bill.
Okay, let's go through the committees as a whole, and then we'll go through the individual amendments. Sure. All right. Councilmember Roten, Budget and Finance.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Mayor. Budget and Finance approved the 1741, 10 in favor, 1 against.
Okay. Public Facilities, Councilmember Hurt.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Mayor. Public Facilities voted in favor, 4 in favor, and 2 against.
All right, and Transportation Infrastructure, Councilmember Pulley.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Mayor. Transportation Infrastructure recommended approval of the bill as amended. 9 in favor, 3 against, and 1 not voting.
Okay, all right, thank you. Okay, now, Councilmember Withers, we're going to go through the amendments one at a time. Amendment number 1 by Councilmember Withers.
Thank you. I'd like to move approval of Amendment 1.
Okay, so Councilmember Withers moves approval of Amendment number 1, properly seconded, and you want committee reports, correct?
Yes, and would you like me to give a description of it, or?
Well, let's get committee reports first, and then I'll come back for a description. Okay, Budget and Finance, Councilmember Roten.
Budget and Finance approved Amendment number 1 by Councilmember Withers, 13 in favor, 0 against.
Okay. Councilmember Hurt.
Public Facilities voted in favor, 5 in favor and 0 against for Amendment 1 by Councilmember Withers.
Thank you. And Councilmember Pulley, Transportation.
Transportation 10 in favor, 0 against.
Okay, back to you, Councilmember Withers.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Mayor. This Amendment 1 is, I would describe it as a housekeeping amendment. It covers a few minor edits that were worked out through the term sheet, but it's housekeeping in nature and request approval.
Okay, so you've heard an explanation of the amendment. Councilmember Withers has moved amendment number 1, again, properly seconded. Discussion on the amendment. Councilmember O'Connell on this amendment. Okay. Councilmember Benedict on this amendment. Okay. Councilmember Allen on this amendment. Councilmember Van Rees on this amendment. Councilmember Droppel on this amendment. Councilmember Henderson on this amendment. Okay. Okay. No discussion on the amendment. We're voting on amendment number 1 by Councilmember Withers, again properly seconded. All those in favor of amendment number 1 say aye. Aye. Opposed, no. Amendment number 1 passes. Okay. We're now on amendment number 2 by Councilmember Taylor. Councilmember Taylor, you're recognized on amendment number 2.
Committee reports.
All right, Budget and Finance, Councilmember Roten.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Mayor. Amendment number 2 by Councilmember Taylor. Budget and Finance voted 4 in favor, 9 against.
Okay. Councilmember Hurt, Public Facilities.
Public Facilities had no recommendation.
Okay. Okay. Transportation, Councilmember Pulley.
Transportation voted 2 in favor, 8 against, and 1 not voting for amendment number 2.
Okay. Councilmember Taylor, you're recognized on your amendment.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. So amendment number 2 will require for 3% escalating tax, 1% year over year, up to the final amount that caps off at 10%. That $3 rent that's in the deal would still go to the maintenance of the NFL stadium. This would be for non-NFL stadium events. And the rest of the money would go into the Metropolitan Government's general fund. And so I would like to move this amendment for approval.
Okay, so Councilmember Taylor has moved amendment number 2, properly seconded. I still have lots of people in the queue. Anybody want to be heard on this amendment? If you would, raise your hand. I've got, okay. Okay, Councilmember Parker, Councilmember Van Rees, Councilmember Sawara. Anybody else at this point? Councilmember Hurt. Councilmember Parker, you are recognized on amendment number 2.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. So I did review the discussion from the budget hearing yesterday. Appreciate all that discussion there. I did do a little bit of research today. I mean, what has me in support of this amendment is the fact that $3 was not a tremendous amount of money when this was first enacted. Inflation has made it very much not a significant amount of money, and this is a deal that we expect to last for 30 years, hopefully 45 years if extended. Inflation is going to make that $3 essentially nothing toward the tail end of this deal. So I like what Councilman Taylor has proposed of tying it to a percentage of the sales. I took a look at an upcoming event at Nissan Stadium. This is the Billy Joel concert coming up in May. I was able to find a ticket that was not from a reseller. This is direct from the vendor. That ticket on the floor was $199. I put it in my basket. I clicked checkout. It bumped it up to $260. That's a 30% fee that a vendor is already doing for crummy old Nissan Stadium. People are paying it. People are paying it. They will pay this. It doesn't screw up the deal. They might say there's some small issue. It doesn't. I looked at another ticket. This was one that was being resold by a verified reseller for the exorbitant fee of $2,400. Here's an industry secret. A lot of those tickets never hit the open market. They go straight to these verified resellers. It's a way they can inflate the prices. So that's a $2,400 ticket. I put that in my cart. That service fee on that was $456.38. That's 19% on a $2,400 ticket. Folks will pay this fee for the super duper new facility. They're paying them at Nissan now. They're paying far more than that at Nissan now. And I think this is a reasonable addition to this bill. So I would ask colleagues to support it.
Okay, thank you, Councilmember Parker. Councilmember Van Rees, you're recognized.
Yes, I don't have any problem with the notion of making this a percentage rather than the fee, but I'm concerned that it might be considered a tax. Do we have a legal opinion as to whether or not this may be a problem simply because of its nature?
Ms. Darby?
The percentage is a calculation that's used to determine what the rent is that's paid. It may or may not be passed along to the purchaser of the ticket. And for those reasons, I would think that it's not a tax. The amendment itself caps the amount at 10% when combined with the ticket tax rate. So at no time would a ticket, if that fee was being passed along, go over 10% under this amendment.
Okay. Councilmember Van Rees, anything else? Okay. Councilmember Suara?
Thank you. I want to support this amendment. The way that I look at it is that as we're looking at this deal and things that we can get in and get out of, I think the most way that we can maximize what comes back to the taxpayers is what this is purporting to do. And so if we have the option to be able to go from 3 to 10%, I don't know why we want to limit ourselves if there's opportunity to be able to get more money out of it. And so I support the thoughts behind it. And I think it's another way to be able to put more back into Metro. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Councilmember Hart.
So I just want to be clear that this doesn't affect Tennessee State. I know that it was stated that this is for non-NFL, but, you know, I mentioned yesterday about the NFL Combine and other things that actually may come. Is this going to affect TSU? Because Dr. Glover did say she was in support of the negotiation that she had worked out with the Tennessee Titans, and I just want to be clear.
Mr. Jameson?
It is our concern that it indeed would have an impact on non-NFL events, including TSU events, CMA Fest, and so forth. It is further our understanding that Dr. Glover is opposed to this particular amendment. What she's supporting is the previous negotiations. I think that's what you were saying.
Councilmember Hart?
Thank you very much.
Okay. Okay. Councilmember Nash? On the amendment.
I'd like to speak against the amendment too. We've had a group of really bright people, sharp people working on this thing for months and have come up with a formula for pricing that is a win-win for everybody. And I just think it's hard for us to come back now and raise a price here and raise a price over there when we've had lots of discussion, lots of opportunity to suggest some of these things previously. So I will be voting against this.
Okay. Anybody else on Councilmember Porterfield?
Thank you, Vice Mayor. I'm going to stand in support of it, and I appreciate Councilmember Taylor for trying to find a solution here when we're dealing with inflation. $3 now is not going to be $3 30 years from now. So I do think that this is something that we need to consider. And I think my colleague is correct. Some really smart people did work on this deal, but there's always room for improvement. And if we were just going to rubber stamp anything that comes before us, then there's no need for us to even be sitting here. So I do think that we have to do everything we can to try to make it better. And I appreciate Councilman Taylor for doing just that. I stand in support, and I ask my colleagues to support this amendment.
Okay, thank you, Councilmember Porterfield. Councilmember Bradford.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. I'm going to stand in support of this amendment. One thing that we've heard from day one from the community about this deal is that the tourism dollars, that we need to start seeing more of these tourism dollars in this city. So far, everything has stayed downtown. The concern is, yes, the tourism may pay for the stadium, but is the rest of the city going to benefit from those tourism dollars? I believe this amendment gives us the ability to take some of those tourism dollars and put it back to our city to build more sidewalks, to do traffic calming, to build libraries, to build more fire stations in this city, so that the quality of life and the quality of services for the people who actually live in Nashville, Davidson County can benefit from this, and not just billionaires that moved here from Texas. Thank you.
Right. Councilmember Benedict.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. You know, I was sent here by constituents, by people in District 7 to be the best steward of the city's finances, among other things. And the deal that we're looking at may be the best deal. It may absolutely be the best deal. If so, fantastic, right? We know that then. But what if it isn't? And I think that my colleague from District 29 said it a second ago, and I just want to expand on that. Our job, we were sent here to negotiate things. Just because something has been worked on for 9 months and has been, taken into consideration some of the things that we do or that we've asked for, we still have the opportunity to improve this deal. And so let's work to improve this deal. Let's take the time to improve the deal. Let's look at things that can be done to improve the deal. And this is a great creative way to get some benefit into the hands of my district, into the hands of the teachers, into the hands of the police officers and firefighters in District 7, and so we can get sidewalks and roads. Those are the things that people are asking us for. This is a great creative way for us to do this. We need to continue to find ways to improve upon this deal. I commend my colleague, Councilmember Taylor, for this. Thank you. I'm in support.
All right. Now we're going back through. Councilmember Taylor, back to you.
Thank you. No, this is an absolute huge opportunity for the city of Nashville. There's going to be a windfall in the city when the stadium comes through. I think we all believe that. It's going to make money. The way the deal is set up, it stays in one area, and so this is just a little taste of some of that tax dollars and some of that dollars that come into the city that can explore opportunities throughout the entire county. We all get the same calls, emails, texts, et cetera, from constituents about wanting things in their community. And this adds to that pot of us to be able to provide those items for them. We're not asking for it to go to a certain space. We're asking for it to go to the general fund, so every 35 council district members can fight for their district to get more. And this, it doesn't give us a whole lot more, but it gives us a little to be able to go back to our constituencies and say that, hey, we're getting something out of this deal.
Okay, now back to Councilmember Parker. You're recognized.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. I just, again, from the budget discussion and then discussion here, I wanted to note that this is something that, at least in the East Bank Stadium Committee, has been discussed from time to time, the notion of switching this from a flat fee over to a percentage. It has been discussed. I'm glad to see it formalized here in Councilmember Taylor's amendment, and I continue to be in support of it. I do have one quick question for Director Darby, if I may. Is this legislation amendable on third reading?
Not without a suspension of the rules.
Thank you.
Okay. Councilmember Van Rees.
Yes, I just have a question for the finance folks. Because this deal has already been negotiated, I'm wondering how this affects the waterfall payback. If we're in effect raising rent, what is this doing to the deal? I want to make sure that we're not accidentally doing something that we don't understand we're doing.
Ms. Flannery. Break the microphone.
If I understand what this legislation does, it would just flow through the waterfall back into the general fund, so it does not impact the financing plan that we presented yesterday. It's a deviation from what was negotiated, but it would not impact the financing plan.
Okay. Withers?
Thank you, Mr. Vice Mayor. I know that it's very late. This is a topic where I think there has been some confusion, and we could think about this some more. And what I will offer to all of my colleagues is that this bill, while it is true that it would require a suspension of the rules for consideration on third reading, that I, as a sponsor of this bill, am willing to entertain additional amendments on third reading for some of these items that we might want to think and talk about a little bit more. I think most of our committee recommendations were strongly against this, but we could still, I think, talk about this one detail a little bit more in the next 2 weeks. And so what I would probably encourage my colleagues is not to support this, at least today, but that we can still talk about it a little bit more. We can still submit additional questions to the administration and bond counsel and all those folks, and we could still bring this, or some version of this that maybe is a little clearer, back on third reading and have a vote for it at that time. So I would not support it today, but would support continuing to talk about this one detail of this plan, because it does deviate quite a bit from the term sheet that we negotiated.
Okay, I'm looking at hands. Councilmember Johnston's recognized.
Thank you. When Councilmember Van Rees asked about if this would affect our financing as proposed, it made me wonder if this would affect the Titans financing. They're also on the hook for $800 and whatever million, and so they have their own mechanisms for financing and all that. And so would this affect their portion of investment into this deal?
Yes, the calculation, and again, we're scrambling to do the math on exactly what this means, but our conservative estimate is this is a $470 million swing. This is deeply distressing to the team's ability to finance and carry out. The objective here was, because the team rent stays in the waterfall for capital improvements and maintenance, the bigger impact that the team could have was to put the escalated contribution of funds outside the waterfall so it'd have more of an impact for the public. That is part and parcel of what the Needs Impact Fund does. It'll generate $47 million over its life. But to impose this 24 hours before second reading with our best calculations is that this will have a close to devastating impact on the team's ability to finance.
Okay, thank you for that explanation. I appreciate the sponsors, Councilman Taylor, bringing this forward. I think everybody wants, for Nashville as a whole, I don't live anywhere near, my district isn't anywhere near downtown. And so I certainly want for us to all benefit from this, but I also don't want this to be a deal breaker. And so we've got three partners in the deal. It's us, the state, and the Titans. And so if this is going to potentially blow up their financing and be a deal breaker, I don't think it's worth that. So I'll be voting against.
Okay. Councilmember Swope.
My question was just asked.
Okay. All right. Then I'm going to go back to Councilmember Taylor and then Councilmember Porterfield.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. Our financial director just said that this doesn't kill the deal. So the Titans aren't paying this tax. We're asking the attendees of the event to pay this tax. So per ticket, this tax is going to be added per percentage, right? Well, and I'm saying the word tax or this fee, right? And so when we think about this fee, I don't want to weigh in on the Titans' pocketbook, but it doesn't come out of their pocketbook. It comes out of the attendees' pocketbook.
Is that a question or just a comment? Okay. Councilmember Porterfield.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. I just had a procedural question. One of the sponsors, Councilmember Withers, mentioned that it would be open on third to entertain additional amendments. Would that require a suspension of the rules? Yeah. So even though the sponsor is saying that they would entertain it, it would still be this body that would have to vote on the suspension of the rules. So if it is voted down tonight and this body does not entertain the suspension of the rules on third, then we don't have the opportunity to entertain it, even if the sponsor gives a goodwill that he would entertain it. That still doesn't say that the body will not go against the suspension of the rules. So I stand again asking that the body support this. If we have any opportunity to make this deal better for the people of Nashville, then it's incumbent upon us to do everything we can for the taxpayers of Nashville. So I'm going to ask everybody to support this.
Councilmember Benedict.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. So I want to reiterate that I was sent here, and I think that you guys probably were too, colleagues, to be good stewards of the city's finances. And this is an improvement on the deal that's not an additional cost to the Titans should they, or to the team should they choose to pass it on, which is the way that it's written and designed to be executed. Now, that's the way that the amendment was created. That's the intent. If the Titans choose to pass that on, that's up to them. But what we're saying, and what I think my colleague from District 5 eloquently displayed, is that consumers will pay this. So if I'm actually the team company, you know what, oh, here we go. Emily's good old background kicked in. Why not go ahead and if I'm the Titans, say, let me add some on top of that and see if I can't get even more, because that would be theirs, just like this is theirs. It's their rent payment that comes to us based on the number of folks. This is rent, the way this is coming to us as a fee, right? And do I have that correct, Director Darby, that this is basically rent, increased rent?
It's a basis for the rent calculation.
Okay, so it's a basis for the rent calculation. Therefore, based on however many number of people come through, we're going to end up getting X number of dollars amount. But again, the design is for this to be passed on. This is not something that the Titans should be taking on a cost burden here. It's up to them to choose to pass this on or not. So if they choose not to pass this on and make it cost prohibitive for them, that's their choice. But for us, it's a great way to get money into the hands of Nashvillians' needs out on the streets, in the neighborhoods, calming traffic down. These are the tools and resources that we have in order to do that. Thank you.
I think Ms. Flannery wants to have a response. Ms. Flannery, do you want her to have a response?
No.
Okay, then no response. Okay. All right. Councilmember Roten is next.
Call the question.
Okay, Councilmember Roten has called the previous question. We're on the previous question. All those in favor of the previous question, say aye. Aye. Opposed, no. No. Previous question prevails. All right, so we are voting on amendment number 2 by Councilmember Taylor. Okay, it was properly seconded. We're on amendment number 2. If you're for amendment number 2, you'd vote aye. If you're opposed, you'd vote no. We're doing this by voice vote first. All those in favor of amendment number 2, say aye. Aye. Opposed, no. No. The noes have it, but we'll do roll call. We'll do roll call. All right, Mr. Clerk. Okay, what we're doing is we're voting on amendment number 2. Hold on just a second. Okay, we're on amendment number 2 by Councilmember Taylor. If you're for Councilmember Taylor's amendment, you would vote aye. If you're opposed, you'd vote no. There you go, Mr. Clerk. Councilmember Bradford. Certainly, yeah. All right, so Mr. Clerk is going to call for the vote, and then he'll repeat it, okay? Mr. Clerk, you're recognized.
Councilmember Mendez. Aye. Aye.
Councilmember Hurt. Abstain. Councilmember Allen. No. Councilmember Suara. Aye. Councilmember Hall. No. Councilmember Toombs. Aye. Councilmember Gamble. Aye. Councilmember Swope. No. Councilmember Parker. Aye. Councilmember Withers. No. Councilmember Benedict. Aye. Councilmember Van Reese. No. Councilmember Hancock. No. Councilmember Young. No. Councilmember Hager. No. Councilmember Evans. Aye. Councilmember Bradford. Aye. Councilmember Roten. No. Councilmember Syracuse. No. Councilmember Welsh. Aye. Councilmember Sledge. Aye. Councilmember Cash. Aye. Councilmember O'Connell. Aye. Councilmember Roberts. Aye. Councilmember Taylor. Aye. Councilmember Hauser. No. Councilmember Druffel. No. Councilmember Murphy. No. Councilmember Pulley. No. Councilmember Johnston. No. Councilmember Nash. No. Councilmember Berger. No. Councilmember Porterfield. Aye. Councilmember Sepulveda. Aye. Councilmember Rutherford. No. Councilmember Stiles. Aye. Councilmember Lee. Councilmember Henderson. Aye. Councilmember Rosenberg. Aye.
$18 to 1.
The vote is ayes 19, noes 18, one abstention. The amendment passes. Okay, we're on amendment number 3 by Councilmember Mendez. You're recognized.
Committee reports first.
I got Councilmember Roten, Budget and Finance.
Budget and Finance, on Amendment 3, Councilmember Mendez, 2 for, 11 against.
Okay. Councilmember Hurt, Public Facilities. This is on amendment number 3.
Public Facilities voted 2 in favor and 3 against.
Okay. And Transportation, Councilmember Pulley.
Transportation, 4 in favor, 7 against, 1 not voting.
Okay. All right. Councilor Mendez, you're recognized on your amendment.
I'd like to move Amendment 3 with a brief explanation.
All right. Got a motion and a second. You're recognized on your amendment.
This is the first of a variety of amendments, and just as an intro to all of them, as has been discussed, this isn't amendable on third reading. So even though it's late, even though we had everything going on in Nashville last week and this week, this is the only time to bring amendments. So I apologize that it's this late, but this is the only meeting we've got to do this. I've proposed these amendments in good faith, and just to, as a extra briefly to describe that, I can't even talk in sentences, it's so late. A few weeks ago, on March 15th, I proposed 30-some amendments to the administration, and what we adopted in Exhibit 1 that had the red lines of changes reflected half of my changes being accepted by the administration. So clearly,
operating in good faith because half the things I've proposed have already been adopted in Exhibit 1, or Amendment 1 rather, and I think the administration would tell you that a lot of them are legitimate value add to the deal. Of the ones that I filed today, or for this meeting, 2 of them are acceptable to the administration, and through the committee meetings we had yesterday, there's 7 of them that I'm not going to pursue. So, and there's another one that maybe we could get agreement on if we had more time, and that really only leaves 7 that there's argument over that represents a difference of perspective. I just want to, I've heard from a couple people wondering whether I'm operating in good faith. 3/4 of my changes have been accepted or withdrawn. It is good faith. On this one in particular, Amendment 3 would make it so if the Tennessee legislature, the General Assembly, were to change how sports authority positions are appointed between now and when bonds are issued, that we would not issue the bonds. And the point there is not to engage in the tit for tat, but to recognize that control over the appointments of a board, the board seats for an authority represents control, and that we shouldn't build a $2 billion asset if we're not confident that we're going to have control over the appointment power for that board.
Okay. Councilor Mendez has moved. He explained Amendment number 3 and has moved it, properly seconded. Councilmember Parker, you're recognized.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. I rise in support of this amendment. We heard from a lot of Nashvillians today who want us to look out for Nashville's best interests. They want us to make sure that we have assurances when we enter into these big projects about how they're going to be structured. We heard that from person after person after person, and I think this is a, as Councilman Mendez said, not a tit for tat, but just a way to ensure that as we engage with this largest public investment in Nashville's history, that the board that we are partnering with to oversee this project remains constituted as it is. So I rise in support of this, and I would encourage my colleagues to do the same.
All right. I need hands on this one. Who wants to, anybody want to be heard on this? Councilmember Sledge.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. I remember in committee discussion yesterday, there was a question about what the current composition that's being considered in the state legislature is, and I think the chair did his best recollection possible, but is there somebody who could give us here's what's the current version of whatever is in front of the state as to what the composition of this sports authority would be if that legislation were passed?
Yeah. So currently, the way it stands, the board of 13 members would be vacated. The 7 longest standing members would be appointed to their positions to serve out the remainder of whatever their existing terms are right now. The governor would appoint 2 directors with no more than 1 from being in the same grand division of the state. Speaker of the House would appoint 2 with no more than 1 being a resident of the same House district, and the Speaker of the Senate would appoint 2 with no more than 1 being a resident of the same senatorial district.
Clear as mud. I support Councilmember Mendez's amendment. Thank you for that explanation, Council.
Councilmember Nash, you're recognized.
We know that there's going to be some change in the way this board is set up, and so we're just saying the deal is dead if we pass it. We've got a situation where, in actuality, the state is a partner with us in this. They're casting $500 million, and I think the guarantee that we need is not in what the board looks like, the sports authority looks like, but if we don't do the deal, if the state doesn't come through with their $500 million, that's the safeguard that we need.
Councilmember Mendez.
I respect the sentiment that Councilmember Nash has stated, and frankly, that debate about my perspective that the taking away the power to appoint our boards fundamentally undermines the economic architecture for all our biggest projects and Councilmember Nash expressed a different view. We're seeing that play out all over the city in the business community. The mayoral candidates are on different sides of that issue. And this is why this one hasn't been resolved by now. My view is to take what I view as we're losing control anyway. It is unacceptable to me. We're about to lose control to a point to the airport authority, and the state needs to understand that we're not going to build. Well, my view is, I understand there's other perspectives, but my view, and I think what we heard from speakers this evening in our public hearing, is that why are we building a $2 billion asset if we can't promise ourselves that we were going to be in control of it? I've talked to transactional lawyers at the biggest firms in town that are not getting paid on this deal and pose the question, hey, if you were going to represent somebody building a $100 million hotel and you had to give them the legal advice, now listen, 5 years from now, you may not control your board, and I can't promise you that all your revenue is going to be coming in. Do you still want to build the hotel? The answer 20 out of 20 times would be pack your briefcases and leave. And that's what we're faced with. And I know there's a difference in perspective. Like I said, it's playing out with the mayoral candidates. But fundamentally, this city's biggest projects are built on the idea that our authorities are us and we are our authorities. If we had known in 1970 that we were going to lose the airport authority control, this city never would have deeded the entire airport to the airport authority. And so I respect the difference in perspective. It's a core debate that's going on in the city right now. Respectfully, I think if we're going to lose control of 6/13 of the airport authority with the risk of losing the other majority control at any time, we shouldn't issue the bonds.
Okay, Councilmember Porterfield.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. I was actually just looking for something I was trying to pull up really quickly. I appreciate the thoughts that, well, first I'll say I'm standing in support with Councilmember Mendez, and I appreciate the thought that the state may possibly act in good faith, but what we've seen repeatedly is that the state is not acting in good faith with us, and I don't know how we can move forward knowing that we won't have control, or there's a strong possibility that we won't have control over the board that will own this asset. And if we are putting this much of our taxpayers' dollars into a single asset, it's really important that that stays in control of the city. So I don't know how we just move forward and assume that the state's going to operate in good faith when we haven't seen any indicator for that to be true. So I stand in support, and I ask my colleagues to support it.
Councilmember Saguaro.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. I'm going to actually stand in opposition to this amendment. And the reason why is because I'm going to support another amendment, which is amendment number 6, that actually talking about the asset and making sure that the Sports Authority does not pledge the asset without this council authorization. So it's not about the composition of the Sport Authority, it's about what the Sport Authority can or cannot do. And I think that if it's about protecting that asset or the asset that we have, then that amendment that says that everything that they do comes before us, I think it's a much better clause in making sure that the assets are protected. It could be 5, 7, 7, 8, whatever it is. It's not about who is there, but it's about what can they do and not do. And so I rise in opposition to this one and in support of the other one. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Councilmember Henderson.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. I would like to move deferral on the bill and one meeting and request a public hearing, please.
All right, So I've got a motion to defer, so we're going to have to split those, okay?
That's fine. We can bifurcate the motion if I could give a brief explanation
Okay, so,
of my desire to defer.
okay, Councilmember Henderson is moving to defer one meeting, and then she's also asking for a public hearing, right? Okay.
May I?
Okay, so
Proceed with the
let's do on the
brief.
motion to defer one meeting. Well, then do it. Okay. So the director is saying that we ought to do the motion for public hearing first, because if you do the motion to defer, then it's deferred. And then, so the idea is to do the motion for public hearing first, because it requires a 2/3 vote.
I appreciate that.
Okay, so let's do the motion for public hearing first. That's a proper motion, proper second. Back to you.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. Colleagues, as it crosses over 1 a.m. With still 7 amendments before us and a lot of good, diligent committee work over these months, I would say, though, in recent days and in recent meetings, we have new information. I think when we were out speaking in the community and hosting the meetings that were much needed, we did not have all of the final financial details as shared with us just last evening. And so what I'm hearing from the community is that this is the biggest, most important decision from a fiscal perspective that we are going to make as a city for decades. And so I would ask that we not just, push on to 1, 2, 3 in the morning at this juncture. We saw the debate on Amendment 2. We're having debate on Amendment 3. This is, conversations that we need to have, but I don't know if we need to have them at 1 a.m. When our machines don't work and the public cares so very much about this deal. I think it is simply prudent that we take more time and we ask for community feedback now that all the numbers, excepting one, which is the actual costs to renovate the stadium, that we've yet to receive. And so I feel strongly that we need to have a public hearing on this, and I hope that we would all feel the same, because that's why we're here, to listen to the public, especially on something of this magnitude and impact to us all. And so with that, I would renew my motion for a public hearing at next meeting and request a roll call vote.
Okay, so it's a motion for a public hearing. It requires a 2/3 vote of those members voting and present. Members voting. Members present. 2/3 of those members present. All right, so I've got people in the queue. I've got a motion and a second. Councilmember Bradford, you're recognized.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. I'm going to stand in support of the motion for a public hearing, mainly because back in the late 90s, when the then Houston Oilers were negotiating with the city, that deal went to a referendum. The people used their vote as their voice to determine whether or not the current Nissan Stadium was built. Now, for whatever reason, the Titans and the administration have decided to skip that process and go directly through this council without giving the public an opportunity to weigh in on their opinions on whether or not we should be spending $2.2 billion. The people need to be heard, and if the administration and the Titans are scared to go to the voters to this, I'm not. Let's have a public hearing. Let's hear from the voters. This is too much money to risk not listening to the voters and getting their input. Thank you.
Councilmember Porterfield?
Thank you, Vice Mayor. I also stand in support of the public hearing. I think tonight was a great example of why we need to have a public hearing, excuse me. Vice Mayor was gracious enough to allow the however many people we had to come out, however long people were out here speaking tonight about the redistricting process. But we heard so many people that also share concerns about this piece of legislation. We had an individual who was removed because they were speaking, they were going against the rules, which I understand. They were speaking, they wanted to be heard on this. The people in the community want to be heard, and they have a right to have their voices heard. And I know that, I'm already hearing from our colleagues that we've had some, those East Bank meetings, we did. But to Councilmember Henderson's point, we are getting new information. We just passed an amendment from Councilmember Taylor that can change things, and we need to hear from the community that may change people's position, but we don't know if we don't hear from the people. So this is an opportunity. People don't trust government in general. This is an opportunity to say we don't have anything to hide, and if you think this is a good deal and you really support that deal, stand behind it and listen to what the people say. If you think it's a good deal, you don't have anything to lose by hearing from the people. So I'm going to ask everybody to support this. Thank you, Vice Mayor.
All right. Thank you, Councilmember Porterfield. I've got Councilmember Druffel.
Yeah, thanks, Chair. If there's more information, I understand, but I want to remind everybody, we did have like 6 or 7 community meetings. I mean, this isn't...
Hold on. Let people applaud, but you don't boo.
I totally understand if there's new information to bring in, but I would like to remind everybody, I've been on this committee for 6 months, 7 months. We went through all the community and listened for hours and hours. So I understand that some of it's sensitive, but I want to remind everybody after 8 months of listening to the community, going through these, the stadium committee, we've been meeting for a long time and discussing this. So just as a reminder, this isn't something we weren't aware of. We did ask the community for input for some time. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Councilmember Druffel. Councilmember Sledge.
Previous question.
All right, we're voting on the previous question, not on the motion to have a public hearing, just on the previous question. We're on the previous question. All those in favor of the previous question say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. Previous question prevails. All right, so we are on Councilmember Henderson's motion to have a public hearing.
Point of order.
Councilmember Sledge.
Sorry. To clarify, 2/3 of members present. We have 38 members present. 2/3 is 26. Thank you for the math challenge. Thank you.
Okay, so it would require 26. Councilmember O'Connell.
Thank you, Mr. President. Just like to request a roll call vote.
Well, they're all roll call votes at this point. All right, so Mr. Clerk, we're going to do the same thing we did before. Okay, so what we'll do is we'll go through the list. If you're for the motion on to have a public hearing, you'd vote aye. If you're against, you'd vote no. Mr. Clerk, and if you call out the names and then repeat, so we make sure we've got it, that'd be fine. Okay, you're on.
Councilmember Mendez. Aye. Councilmember Hurt. Aye. Councilmember Allen. Aye. Councilmember Suara. Aye. Councilmember Hall. Aye. Councilmember Toombs. Aye. Councilmember Gamble. Aye. Councilmember Swope. No. Councilmember Parker. Aye. Councilmember Withers. No. Councilmember Benedict. Aye. Councilmember Van Rees. Aye. Councilmember Hancock. No. Councilmember Young. No. Councilmember Hager. No. Councilmember Evans. Aye. Councilmember Bradford. Aye. Councilmember Roten. No. Councilmember Syracuse. No. Councilmember Welsh. Aye. Councilmember Sledge. Aye.
Councilmember Cash. Aye. Councilmember O'Connell.
Aye.
Aye. Councilmember Roberts. No. Councilmember Taylor. Aye. Councilmember Hauser. Aye. Councilmember Druffel. No. Councilmember Murphy. Yes. Councilmember Pulley. No. Councilmember Johnston. No. Councilmember Nash. No. Councilmember Vercher. Yes. Councilmember Porterfield. Aye. Councilmember Sepulveda. Aye. Councilmember Rutherford. No. Councilmember Stiles. Councilmember Stiles, yes. Councilmember Henderson, yes. Councilmember Rosenberg, yes.
It's 25 to 13.
Yeah.
25 to 13.
All right, so there were 25 ayes and 13 noes, so the motion fails. Okay. Okay, we're back to you, Councilmember Henderson, on your motion to defer.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. I think especially in light of the failure of the public hearing motion, I do want to renew my motion to defer one meeting. To Councilman Druffel's point, I would say, we all have absorbed a lot of information. I point the committee, or rather the community, to the East Bank Stadium Committee portal. It is a lot to absorb, and I feel like the information that we've garnered just here at the finish line is important. It is additive from what we were discussing or referring to when we were out in the community the first time. And, again, there's 7 more amendments before us. There are implications to Amendment 2 just passed. I think many of the amendments have merit, especially as it relates to our sports authority. And so I would say to us, let's not be cowed by the actions of the state, because the fact that we would consider advancing something of this magnitude when our own sports authority is in question, I just don't think is prudent. We do have leverage, colleagues. We rarely use it. And so if we want to get the best deal done as transparently and as clearly and as prudently as possible, there's no harm in deferring this one meeting. I think it shows that we care. I think the amendments that are public and before us show specifically that we care as it relates to our sports authority. And we can hear from lobbyists that at present, the composition gives us one more than the state. And we are partners, Councilman Nash. You're right. We should be partners, but this is not how the state is treating us, is not how partners treat each other, unless they're abusive partners. So I would encourage us all to take time to absorb these amendments, to do our diligence on the information that we were afforded just yesterday, and to say as a body that based on what the state presently has in progress towards Nashville, that it's not prudent to advance a contract of this fiscal magnitude with that looming over us. and one more meeting gives us the time we need. And with that, I would renew my motion for a one meeting deferral.
Okay, so I got a motion to defer one meeting properly seconded. I've got people in the queue. Councilmember Bradford, you're next.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. So I'm going to support the motion for deferral on second because, as we've heard multiple times tonight in committees, that this bill is not amendable on third. And some of these amendments still need to be fleshed out and the data and information absorbed. We did hear from the sponsor that he would entertain a suspension of the rules so that we could amend on third. However, for those in the audience and watching online, it only takes two people to object to suspension of the rules. And I know off the top of my head at least 5 members of this body that would object in order to get this this legislation passed as quickly as possible. So I don't trust this body not to object on third reading. So I'm asking my colleagues to go ahead and defer this on second so that it's still amendable and we can get more information on these amendments and that we have the best information possible to move forward. Thank you.
Okay, Councilmember Johnston.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. I just want to articulate the challenges that are presented by a deferral. If we defer this one meeting, that puts third reading at would be the first meeting in May. We cannot discuss this legislation while we are also discussing the operating budget. So if we defer this one meeting, we're actually deferring it all the way into August. So the problem with that is that the Fed is going to meet between now and then. They could very likely increase interest rates, which thereby increases our cost of borrowing money, which thereby reduces the waterfall of the overages of these revenue streams that do come to Metro in some way, shape, form, or fashion. So I just want everyone to understand that this is not just a one meeting deferral. This means a couple of months of deferrals and very, very likely the increase in interest rate, possibly a decrease in our bond rating. This is going to affect our financing 100%.
Councilmember Sledge, point of order.
Could I get council to weigh in on what a one meeting deferral would do to the scheduling timeline of this bill?
You consider that a point of order or a question? It's a
point of information.
That's a question. I think I mean, it'll get answered.
I don't mean to like jump line. I just.
There are about 5 people in front of you.
That's fine. Somebody else can answer this question.
I've got Councilmember Van Rees is next.
Well, I'm going to follow up on the first comment and then have a second question that was so aptly just requested. The delaying of the decision and the effect on interest rates and debt costs is what's concerning me as well. And I'm wondering if there's someone at the administration table that can tell us definitively kind of what those effects might be. And I have a follow-up question that sounded sort of like what Colby just said.
Sorry, just repeating what the representative from Goldman Sachs provided yesterday. He was giving us a look back at where interest rates and the volatility has been over the last year and said if that similar, if the interest rate were to increase 1% between now and the time of issuance, that would increase the impact to the deal by an estimated $100 million.
That $100 million affects our waterfall.
That would be correct. It would make the debt service costs increase. I think it would require us to take another look at the financing plan we proposed yesterday and do that calculation and calculus in our head again as to what the appropriate amount of backstop should be.
So I understand that if I wrote it down right, that the projections were based on a 4.4% rate. And so if that goes up, then the debt service would go up.
Sure. Anytime we issue debt, it's all up and down the curve, so it doesn't all mature in the same year. So the blended true interest cost is 4.4%. So the longer bonds probably like closer to a 5, the shorter bonds shorter. Well.
Okay. And my follow-up question was to legal in regard to what the change in our calendar would do to this.
A one meeting deferral would put second reading on the 18th, and without a special meeting would put third reading on May 2nd. The budget ordinance will be filed on or before May 1st pursuant to charter. Council has a rule about considering legislation to approve debt issuance not being considered during the pendency of budget ordinance. So that would mean that if we didn't have a special meeting before the budget and the rules were not suspended in order to hear it during the pendency of the budget, that conceivably third reading would be moved to July.
Okay,
So our budget has to be passed by June 30th.
That's just a $100 million bet I don't want to make.
Okay. Councilmember Benedict, you're recognized.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. I first want to say, Director Flannery, you said if in that sentence, right? If rates were to change? There's an if in that, if I heard correctly.
Sure. The Fed has been very vocal about their expectations. I don't think it's a...
So...
It is, they will increase rates. The if is how big the increase will be.
So, but okay. That wasn't, anyway, coming back there, we don't know, it's an if regardless. We don't know what the dollar amount is, it's an if. And until the deal is done, I mean, we just found a way to pick up more revenue tonight. We had an amendment that passed to pick up more revenue for the city tonight. What else can we do to make this better? And I'm losing my train of thought because it's 1:30 in the morning and I'm exhausted, but we're talking about a deferral motion right now? Is that right?
Yeah, we're on a motion to defer.
Thank you. So I'm for this deferral because I think that, we continue to hear, and we heard this at the public meetings before we had the final agreement, which is let's slow this down. Please slow this down. I actually have a video montage that somebody from the public put together for me that is everybody from the public hearing saying, let's slow this down. I will gladly post that to Twitter here in just a minute. This gives us an opportunity over the next 2 weeks. Well, first of all, we can have a special called meeting. Would it be proper for me to make a motion, a deferral motion with a special called meeting date certain?
Well, so
in April, that's correct.
We've already got a motion to defer pending before us, but let me check with Ms. Darby. So what you're asking is, could you do a motion to defer one meeting that would put second reading on April the 18th with the idea of having a special meeting to consider in April the bill on third if it gets through second?
So I guess what I would say is, could I just add on to the motion or ask the...
I think you could.
There's a motion.
Co-sponsor the motion?
So it's a motion to defer. I think we're checking to see whether you could amend. You could put a amendment on it to say if that passes, you would have a special meeting called that I could call on it would be the fourth Tuesday of April, the 25th.
No,
I think it's worth it sorry.
A special meeting is either called by you with 48 hours notice or by written request.
Could I, Director, is it possible to listen?
So let me let the director explain what the possibilities of a special meeting are. Okay.
Thank you.
Director Darby.
This is a charter requirement, not a rule of the council. Special meetings can be called by the vice mayor or can be requested in writing by a majority of the members of the council. So 21 members would be required to request a special meeting.
Can I circulate a piece of paper? I could circulate a piece of paper tonight and have that, correct? Does that count?
It needs to be.
I mean, we're on the last bill of the night, right? So we've got to hustle up, right?
Yeah, you could.
We could also do it
The
tomorrow.
council members
via
could
email.
do it, or I could do it. If that's what you want.
The motion to defer is to defer one meeting, which would be April 18, and there's still time between now and the end of April to make that request for a special meeting on a date certain that does not necessarily have to happen this evening.
I like the idea of that, and I hope that my colleagues do, and thank you for helping to sort all of that out. I like that idea. I think just yesterday in committee, a question was asked, and Mr. Jameson said that they are moving as fast as they can to get us information, but that they couldn't get it to us, or probably couldn't get it to us in time for today's meeting on second reading. So there's still stuff that we need to know, and there's still stuff we can't get turned around quickly. So let's go ahead and take this extra couple of weeks. We can still get this done before the budget. If it's a good deal today, it's going to still be a good deal in 2 weeks, and we have time to get this done. The public has asked for this. I wish we would have had the public hearing pass. I think it's important that we hear from the public in the people's house. So with that, I am in support of the deferral, and I hope that my colleagues are as well, and I would love to see a meeting date certain set for a late April meeting so we can make sure this gets completed before budget. Thank you.
All right. Councilmember Allen, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Most of everything I was going to say has been said. I would say if we defer, I would very strongly support the special meeting on April 25th.
Okay. Councilmember Withers, you're next.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Mayor. I just agree with that. I appreciate Councilmember Benedict for collaborating on that to have the public hearing on the 18th and schedule a special meeting for third reading. So I support that motion as amended.
So let's clear. The motion for the public hearing failed. Okay, but you have a deferral motion currently before the body to defer to the next one meeting.
One meeting.
And then I keep hearing a request to have a special meeting.
Yes, please.
Okay. Councilmember Porterfield, you're recognized.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. I stand in support of the deferral. It is currently, the next day is 1:32 a.m. and we're doing some really serious business that most of our constituents are probably asleep right now. There is a handful of people that are still here with us that are watching the business of the city, but the majority of our constituents probably aren't still watching. And this is something that is too serious for us to continue to go forward with this time of morning when people are not coherent enough to put together fluent sentences. So I would ask that my colleagues do support the deferral. One, so that we can be clear-headed and clear-minded to have a serious conversation about this. Two, as we've already said, new information is continuing to come out. We've already quelled the will of the community to get a public hearing, so the least thing we could do is to get a deferral so we can continue to engage with our communities and with our constituents. So I ask for support in the deferral, Vice Mayor.
All right, Councilmember Sledge, you're recognized.
Previous question.
Okay, so we're on the previous question, not on the motion to defer. We're on the previous question. All in favor of the previous question, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. Previous question prevails. We'll try this by voice vote. We have a motion to defer one meeting. All those in favor of the motion to defer one meeting, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. I think it's close enough where I think we have to take a roll call vote. Okay. Simple majority on this one. We'll do it the same way we've been doing it. Mr. Clerk, if you will just call the names.
Councilmember Mendez? Aye. Councilmember Hurt? No. Councilmember Allen? No. Councilmember Suara? Aye. Councilmember Hall? No. Councilmember Toombs? Aye. Councilmember Gamble? No. Councilmember Swope? No. Councilmember Parker? Aye. Councilmember Withers? No. Councilmember Benedict? Aye. Councilmember Van Rees? No. Councilmember Hancock? No.
Councilmember Young? No. Councilmember Hager? No. Councilmember Evans? No. Councilmember Bradford? Aye. Councilmember Roten? No. Councilmember Syracuse? No. Councilmember Welsh? Aye. Councilmember Sledge?
Aye.
Aye. Councilmember Cash? No. Councilmember O'Connell? Aye. Councilmember Roberts? No. Councilmember Taylor? Aye. Councilmember Hauser? Aye. Councilmember Druffel? No. Councilmember Murphy? No. Councilmember Pulley? No. Councilmember Johnston? No. Councilmember Nash? No. Councilmember Verger? Yes. Councilmember Porterfield?
Yes.
Yes. Councilmember Sepulveda? Aye. Councilmember Rutherford? No. Councilmember Stiles?
Councilmember Stiles? Councilmember Stiles votes no.
Councilmember Henderson? Yes. Councilmember Rosenberg? Yes.
The motion to defer, there were 16 ayes, 22 noes. The motion to defer fails. All right, we are back on, let's see where we were. I think we were on Councilmember Mendez's amendment number 3. Okay. All right, we are on amendment number 3 by Councilmember Mendez. Councilmember Mendez had moved approval of amendment number 3. It was properly seconded. I think we were on debate. Councilmember Mendez, you're recognized.
Same stuff I said before.
All right. Can you repeat everything you said before? I think we're running out of paper up here.
This is the one where if the Sports Authority governance changes before bonds are issued, that we wouldn't issue bonds.
Okay, so I've got hands up. Hold on just a second. Councilmember Johnston, you're recognized.
Previous question.
Okay. All right. We're on the previous question. We're not voting on the amendment. We're voting on the previous question. Where we are is we're on voting on amendment number 3 by Councilmember Mendez. Not voting on the amendment right now, just the previous question. All in favor of the previous question, say aye. Opposed, no. Previous question prevails. We are on amendment number 3. We'll try this by voice vote. If that doesn't work, then we'll do it by roll call. You want a roll call? Okay. Okay, we're going to do it by roll call. Again, we're on amendment number 3 by Councilmember Mendez. Again, if you're for the amendment, you vote aye. If you're opposed, you'd vote no.
Councilmember Mendez? Aye. Councilmember Hurt? No. Councilmember Allen? No. Councilmember Suara? No. Councilmember Hall? No. Councilmember Toombs?
When Councilmember Toombs has changed into Councilmember Vercher all of a sudden. It's not even, it's past midnight. All right, proceed ahead.
Councilmember Gamble, no. Councilmember Swope. Councilmember Parker,
No, this is the amendment.
aye. Councilmember Withers, no. Councilmember Benedict. Councilmember Van Reese, no. Councilmember Hancock, no.
Hold on, Councilmember Benedict just came back into the room. We are voting on amendment number 3 by Councilmember Mendez. It's a motion to approve.
Councilmember Benedict, yes. Councilmember Young, no. Councilmember Hager, no. Councilmember Evans, no. Councilmember Bradford, yes. Councilmember Roten, no. Councilmember Syracuse, no. Councilmember Welsh, aye. Councilmember Sledge, aye. Councilmember Cash, no. Councilmember O'Connell, aye. Councilmember Roberts, no. Councilmember Taylor, aye. Councilmember Hauser, no. Councilmember Druffel, no. Councilmember Murphy, no. Councilmember Pulley, no. Councilmember Johnston, no. Councilmember Nash, no. Councilmember Vercher, no. Councilmember Porterfield, aye. Councilmember Sepulveda, aye. Councilmember Rutherford, no. Councilmember Stiles, no. Councilmember Henderson, aye. Councilmember Rosenberg, aye.
Councilmember Toombs has come back in.
Councilmember Toombs.
Councilmember Toombs, we're voting on amendment number 3 by Councilmember Mendez. It's a motion to approve. Okay.
Councilmember Toombs, no.
And Councilmember Swope has come back into the room.
Councilmember Swope. Councilmember Swope's no.
Did I miss anybody? I think I got them all. Got them. Got them all. The vote on the amendment number 3, ayes 12, noes 26. The motion fails. We're now on amendment number 4 by Councilmember Mendez. You're recognized. Sorry.
Number 4 and 5 have both been resolved, and I'm not going to be moving those.
Okay, 4 and 5 are withdrawn. Okay.
And for number 6, I guess committee reports.
All right. Councilmember Roten, Budget and Finance on amendment number 6.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Mayor. Amendment 6, 4 in favor, 7 against, 2 not voting.
Okay. Okay. Public Facilities, Councilmember Hurt, you're recognized.
2 in favor, 3 against.
Okay. And then Transportation, Councilmember Pulley, you're recognized.
Transportation voted 3 in favor, 8 against, and 1 not voting on Amendment 6.
All right. Councilmember Mendez, you're recognized on amendment number 6.
This is another one that was discussed at length in Budget and Finance yesterday. This one would require that the authority, the Sports Authority, couldn't allow any pledge, lien, or encumbrance on any of the stadium assets unless it was in the agreements that we're approving now or approved by a future resolution of the Metro Council.
Okay. We've got an amendment, motion to approve amendment number 6, properly seconded. Councilmember Sawara, you're first.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. I rise in support of this amendment. My major concern with the state taking over is the fact that we should not be paying debt and somebody else is in control of the asset. I mean, nobody will want to buy it, can't give it to somebody else to use, and then you paying the lien on it. And so if we're going to be responsible for all of this, I think we should control what happened with those assets. And then for the Sport Authority not to be able to pledge those assets without our consent, I think it's a good thing for us to put in there, so that no matter what the composition is at the end of the day, we are the one that is in control of the use of those assets and what those assets can be used for or pledged for or whatever is happening with them. So with that, I stand in support of that, of this amendment. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Councilmember Withers, you're next.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Mayor. I'd like to move for the one meeting deferral of second reading to April the 18th and for a special call meeting to consider it on 3rd. This gives us a little bit more time to look at some of these amendments, and I think that's in everyone's interest. We're all pretty tired right now and maybe not as thinking as clearly as we should, so I'm going to move for a deferral of second. Defer on second for one meeting to April the 18th and request a special call meeting to be scheduled after that.
Okay, so the motion is to defer one meeting and have a special called meeting on Tuesday. Say it again.
To have a special call meeting later in April for third reading.
Do you want a date certain? Is that better or? Okay. Are you listening to that? So I'm just letting you know what was said. The motion was to defer to the second meeting, and then you could have me call the special meeting. Okay?
Yes, please.
Okay, so let me get that motion first. Properly seconded. Let me repeat, I believe, what the motion is. Okay, hold on, everybody. Everybody needs to listen, okay? So the motion is to defer one meeting and then have a specially called meeting later in April, okay? Proper motion, proper second. I've got people in front of you. What's the point of order?
April 18th, third reading and a special call meeting.
That's right. Okay. Councilor Mendez, do you want to be heard on this? No?
No, Vice Mayor. All this deferral and non-deferral is not really my doing, so okay. I guess I'm indifferent.
All right, Councilmember Rosenberg, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. Ms. Darby, where's the requirement that the budget ordinance needs to be filed on May 1st? Is that in the charter?
Yes.
Okay, and May 1st is the deadline for filing that? So,
yes.
Okay, great. Thank you. I support the deferral.
All right, so we've got a motion to defer one meeting with a specially called meeting no later than the end of April, correct? That's the motion, properly seconded. Any other discussion? Councilmember Welsh.
Yes, I just want to, actually will stand in support of this deferral, and it's late. But it's and I want to say, as I stand in support of this, that a lot of this conversation to me is very disconcerting because we're acting and talking as if it all presumes that we have to do this, that we're under some sort of gun, that we have to make these decisions now, and that we have to look out for the Titans' interest more than the interest of the city, and this is just ridiculous. We could defer this to have a new mayor come in and negotiate a better deal than this, and so, yes, I definitely support this deferral, and I think we all need to stop thinking that somehow if we don't do it now, it's never going to get done. It's on our time frame, not the Titans' time frame. So thank you.
Anybody else want to be heard on the motion to defer? Seeing none, we're ready to vote. The motion is to defer one meeting and then have a specially called meeting before the end of April. Properly made, properly second. All those in favor say aye. Opposed, no. The motion passes. Okay. I need a motion. We got everything? Motion to adjourn, properly second. Any discussion on the motion? Seeing none, all those in favor of the motion to adjourn say aye. Opposed, no. We stand adjourned.
This has been a service of the Metro Nashville Network. If you would like to see this presentation again, or for more information on this and other programs, visit nashville.gov.